Please silence all electronic devices. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
The story of every military family begins with a hero, an ordinary American willing to answer the nation's call and join others to accomplish the extraordinary. The missions they undertake are dangerous, the risks exceedingly high. As a result, millions return home forever changed with the types of physical and emotional wounds that can only come from war. Wounds that last a lifetime. That's when a new hero emerges, a parent, a child, a sibling, a good friend, who immediately drops everything, puts their own life on hold, and pours every ounce of energy they have into their loved one's care. Without training, without any guide or manual, they become around-the-clock nurses, counselors, case managers, and physical therapists, and they do it all while keeping up the house, raising the kids, and finding a way to pay the bills. America could not live up to its promise to our veterans without these military caregivers. Yet we have left these hidden heroes to struggle with a staggering responsibility, a responsibility that pushes many of them to their physical, financial, and emotional breaking points. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation awakened the nation to the extraordinary sacrifices of millions of military caregivers in every corner of the country and provided real, life-changing support. We've rallied our national leaders, cultural icons, diverse organizations, and Americans of all walks of life. We've mobilized communities, hundreds of them and counting, to provide resources to caregivers right in their hometowns. And we built a vibrant community of our own where they can find advice, support, and comfort. Together, we will get there. Until then, our work continues. To every brave wife, husband, brother, sister, friend, child, parent, to our nation's millions of hidden heroes and hidden helpers, we're here for you, today, tomorrow, and always.
Please welcome to the stage Elizabeth Dole Foundation CEO Steve Schwab.
Good morning, thank you. Well, welcome to the Elizabeth Dole Foundation's 10th annual convening. We are so delighted that you have all joined us today, those of you here in person and those of you watching us from any part of the country you're in. I'd like to give a special welcome and thank you to TriWest Healthcare Alliance for stepping up as today's signature sponsor. Dave, you and your team continue to be a committed partner to the foundation, and we appreciate all that you do for us and so many other organizations in this room. Let's hear it for Dave. Please come on in and take your seats. I know when someone starts talking, everybody comes running, so come on in and take a seat. Seats, there are lots of seats on this side, and we're filling up on this side. Take a seat wherever you'd like. 10 years ago, we envisioned an event as something completely new, an annual convening of leaders, experts, and advocates where caregivers come first. We hosted our inaugural convening right here in this very building with only a dream of what this movement could become. Led by our incredible founder, Senator Elizabeth Dole, and with the sustained support and partnership of so many individuals and organizations in this room, we have turned a mission into a movement. Let's hear it for Senator Elizabeth Dole. Senator, as we mark our 10th convening, and I feel like every year that I'm with Senator, we have yet another anniversary that we're celebrating because we've come so far. On behalf of everyone in this room and everyone watching, I want to express how much we love you and how much we appreciate your passion and commitment to this cause. So, today we are on the cusp of yet another chapter in our work. We're guided by a strategic plan that we've briefed hopefully all of you on by now. We issued it earlier this year, and we're buoyed by the growth of our partnerships, informed by more than a decade of service to caregivers, and ready to get to work. But today, together, we're going to chart a national blueprint for action. This is where all of you come in. This is an ambitious agenda. It's for all sectors of society to ensure that our nation's hidden heroes are fully supported so that no matter where they live and no matter the challenges they face, they are prepared to thrive in this rapidly changing world. Are y'all ready to chart that course? Yeah? Okay, good. We are incredibly grateful to have so many national leaders participating today, especially the new Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, who I was just with backstage, and he's pumped and ready to go. Senator Dave McCormick and the Honorable Dina Powell-McCormick will be here to talk about their book on mentoring, something really resonant with the work that we're going to do today. And Senator Ruben Gallego, who himself served in Afghanistan. And I finished his book this weekend, and wow, it's a moving experience to read his reflections on his service. We know that from experience that we need to work with our leaders in Washington, and that's when communities and partners come together to work in a bipartisan way to make things happen, like a tiny little bill that we passed in the last Congress named for Elizabeth Dole. It was actually a big bill. And so speaking of transformation, I am thrilled to kick off this milestone event with my very good friend, a good friend to so many people in this room, a transformative leader herself, Dr. Linda Davis. Linda, there she is. She's coordinated with the background, right? Because, you know, she's blending in. Typical Linda, I wore the red, she wore the blue. Linda has been a close partner to the Dole Foundation, really to the Doles, going way back to the Dole-Shalala Commission. The Senator blows her a kiss because this relationship goes even far beyond my own. And it is a big win for veterans, for caregivers, for families, for survivors. It's a win for everybody in this room that Linda is back at the VA as the Chief Veterans Experience Officer. So Linda, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, all my friends. It's wonderful to be with you again, and I have the distinct privilege today to introduce somebody extraordinarily special and on our side. VA Secretary Doug Collins is an accomplished attorney, with more than a decade of legislative experience representing the people of Georgia, both in the state legislature and later in the U.S. House of Representatives. We know how important it is to have people who we elect be on our side. As a U.S. Air Force chaplain, Secretary Collins has ministered to our country's military since 2002, right after the 9/11 experience, right before. Sorry about my math, sir. He completed a 2008 to 2009 deployment to Iraq while stationed at Balad Air Base. Secretary Collins remains a colonel in the Air Force Reserve even now. Previously, he'd also been in the U.S. Navy Reserve. So that tells us that he's walked the shoes and knows the experience of our service members and veterans. He is the 12th Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, but to me, more importantly, today he's with us with another pair of shoes, not only in the esteemed role of Secretary, but also in shared companionship with the mission we all have, supporting a family member or a friend with love. It is said that we care less about what someone knows and more about how someone cares. It has been my distinct honor to see Secretary Collins these last months care deeply and tenderly for his family and proactively and fiercely for our veterans and their families, caregivers, and survivors, for you. It is my distinct honor to introduce Secretary Doug Collins.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And I'm glad Linda did the math, because I would have had, as an old North Georgia boy, probably if it got much higher than about 10 or 12, had to take off my shoes, and that wouldn't have been good here, to count. Senator Dole, it is my distinct honor to stand here before you. As a kid growing up in North Georgia who actually looked up and admired those in this city who did great things, you and your husband, the late Senator Bob Dole, was people that I looked up to. They were the ones that inspired public service. They were the ones that actually got the others together and said, you know something, there's something bigger than ourselves. And so to stand here before you and to stand before this great group today means the world to me. And I think for everybody in this room, the caregivers of the world, but just the American citizen owes you a great debt of gratitude and thanks in everything that you've done. Also, it doesn't have to have a good North Carolina girl here as well. So, well, look, I'm glad to be here. It has been a fast and furious 100 days at the VA. And for many of it, I just want you to come to understand that my heart, and when I go to speak at these places, I want you to understand my heart beyond the headlines and what others write and what others think about it. I have one purpose and one purpose only, and that is that the VA itself will take care of our only customer, which is the veteran. It's the only customer we have. It's the only customer, the caregivers and the folks who represent our veterans as they come in to get their care and the benefits that they have earned is the very reason we exist. And so many times in Washington, as the senator knows, you can lose sight in these large organizations of what you're supposed to be doing. And just because they're bigger and just because they have a lot of money and they have a lot of people doesn't mean that they're actually doing what they need to be doing. And so for me, this is why convening like this is so important. It's a coming together and finding the areas in which we can help each other, how we can grow with each other. And the Elizabeth Dole Act, by the way, is transforming that very process. Now, did that come because the VA was doing everything it was supposed to be doing? No, it actually came because we were not taking care in our country of our veterans and our caregivers and our spouses and all, as we should. And the highlighted nature of what this organization does, what the senator does, and many of you in this room have done, is lifted that up to where it needs to be. I'm also very pleased to announce that we're ahead of schedule in many of the areas of the Dole Act implementation process. But I also will commit to you that the Dole Act implementation process will follow a pattern so that when it is ready to go as quickly as we can, it will be rolled out and not have to be retracted, not have to be brought back or thought about, because we're going to do it right the first time when we do that. But I did have something that I was glad to announce yesterday, but also got to, many of you may have seen it, but I'm also wanted to talk to you about it today. One part of that is a very big deal for us in the VA is looking at it, is yesterday we implemented best medical interest is now actually part of what we do at the VA. It is now fulfilled as the law came out, and that is all credit to you. But can I stop for just a second and say, why was that ever in doubt? Now, I'm one of the ones that you may have watched, and some of you may have good opinions of me or bad opinions of me. I love you anyway, okay? And we making us understand each other. We can look at things to do differently, but I want you to always understand that it is about exactly what I just said. When was it ever an option at the VA that the best medical interest of the veteran should ever be in doubt? When should it be for the caregivers? Should have ever been in doubt? When is it that at the VA that you have to see multiple doctors to get referred to a community care doctor when it should have never been that way? We have found processes after processes. I've got great employees at the VA that I love dearly, and I've gotten to see many of them over the past few months. And openly and privately, many of them come to me and they say, sir, if we could just do our jobs cleaner and easier, it would help the veteran. And we can do that, and we have a community waiting to do that as well. It's not about who gets what. It's about, are the veterans getting their benefits, their health care, and everything else that they have earned in a timely, efficient, cost-effective manner. Is that not what we all want? How is that actually controversial? Well, you're in Washington, D.C. Congratulations. Everything is controversial, but it shouldn't be. Now, I do have a special heart for caregivers and the ones who take care of them, whether it is, and this is something I noticed as you were looking at the original video coming in, is that when you look at a caregiver, we typically think of the spouse, or we typically think of, maybe somebody in that realm, or a brother or a sister or something. But I have a special story. It's not a veteran caregiver, but my wife and I had a wonderful experience. My bride, who is not here today, but she wishes she could be. We have a daughter that is 33 years old who has spina bifida. She's in a wheelchair. She's never walked. And she was our first. And so here is a guy growing up and never had been around people who had injuries or afflictions or birth defects that they couldn't move or act like normal people. She's paralyzed from the waist down. Things don't work right in your body if you can't feel from your belly button down. So from the start, it was more than just getting a crib and more than getting a monitor, because she was born a little bit early, and we had one of those. By the way, these are the worst contraptions I've ever seen in my life. The apnea monitors. You ever been there? Anybody? They beep at night if they shallow breathe. I mean, I learned technology that I never knew as a 20-something-year-old. Shallow breathing, touch her, and we would wake up in the middle of the night thinking, ah! For many of you who are caregivers, you know that feeling. You've heard those sounds. I remember in the first 6 years, we spent 30 major surgeries in her first 6 years of life. I did not want it. In fact, one of the surgeries, when she was still in ICU, when she was first born, my mom and dad actually took us, they were caregiving for us, and took us out to eat at a Burger King. I kid you not. We were high dining in Atlanta. And I got into the Burger King, and all of a sudden the fry machine went off, and the beeping sound of the fry machine immediately took me back to my daughter's ICU room. And I didn't want to stay. I said, her monitor may be going off. I don't know about you, but the minute that we have those issues, especially if it's newborn, or for the folks like I saw in Iraq, that their life changed in a split second, it all is the same. But when it's more than just Lisa and I caring for my daughter, I also saw later on she has 2 brothers. And yes, they treat her just like a sister, but they also care for her. They make sure that she can get around. They make sure she gets up the ramps. They understand that a 12-inch step might as well be a mile step because a wheelchair doesn't go up steps. I've watched young boys help her go to the bathroom and never say a word. Now, my experience is in my family. Many of yours may be with a veteran or others in your family, but they bind us all together. And as we look at this, the caregiver community, just in our caregiver support community, has grown by over 20,000 people in just over a year and a half. And it's going to grow more as our population of veterans age. So what you're doing here matters. What you're doing here is leading the world. What you're doing here makes all the difference for us. So we've got a big step ahead of us here at the VA. We're going to implement the Dole Act. We're going to get everything we can, and we're going to make sure that the law is followed. But all in that process, we're going to also make sure of something else. That no matter what we come for, every question that comes out of my mouth is going to be, why do we do it this way? If they bring me a program and they say, here's what we're doing, I'm going to say, why do we do it this way? Is it working? Is the veteran getting service? Not is it making us happy as an organization to put a press release out, but is it actually making a difference in the lives of veterans? So no matter what, as we go forward, I just want you to know my heart is where my heart is, and it's for the veteran in our community, and it's for the caregiver in our community. Because from the time you leave active service and you've earned the benefit, by the way, I'm sort of tired of people who are outside our community talking about the things we give to veterans. Excuse me, they have earned it. So when we start talking about this, the question becomes, how do we do better with the care that we have? How do we do better at making sure our voices come together and collaboratively find solutions? Nobody has all the right ideas. Nobody has all the right points at that moment and at that time. But collectively, we can come together and find those. What I have found is a great group of folks at the VA who want to do good. But many times our own processes get in our way. This is the thing that we're going through right now. The first 100 days, I have spent asking the questions why. And for you in the caregiver community, many times, and I can see it in some of your faces when I've mentioned some things, you don't like to say, why do we do it this way? Why is it so hard? Has anybody ever said that in this room? Yes. Amen. Why is it so hard? Well, I'm here to tell you it shouldn't be. And what we're going to do is actually work to get that better. Through our community partners, through our VA direct care, through our community issues with our spouses, our caregivers, and the others in our communities, making appointments, making it easier. I'll tell you an interesting one just the day that I'm right now getting ready, and we're going to figure out a way to finish this pretty quickly. And for some of you, this may be very pertinent in your life. It is amazing to me, and somebody from my background, that I had a double amputee the other day tell me, they asked the question, and they said, Doug, why when I go to get my seating clinic, why do I have to go to my primary care, an OT, a PT, just to get a seating appointment for my new wheelchair? And I looked down, and he looked down at his chair, and he's a double amputee. Folks, this side of heaven, those legs aren't coming back. Why do we do that? And you know what I hear so many times, and I've heard this, and I want you just to know my heart today. I have people in our organization come to me and say, well, sir, it's statute. We have to follow statute. Well, I'm an attorney. I may be a pastor and attorney. Some of you will figure that out later. Grace and law. You know, hey, we keep it up. And so I ask the question, if it's statute, show it to me. Crickets. And as a father of three, I've got no problem with silence. If you don't believe me, just ask some of the congressmen last week in our hearings. I got no problem with silence. And so I would say, okay, if it's statute, I agree with you. If it's statute, and I'm a member of Congress, I speak Hill. That's an interesting language. You don't get it in school. That's a learned experience, isn't it, Cinder? You got to learn how to speak Hill. And so I'll just sit there. And then they came back and said, well, maybe it's our regulations. I said, well, maybe we're getting somewhere now. Because here's what I've said to everybody across this country, and I say it every time I sit down and will this afternoon again in one of our VA hospitals. If it is policy or regulation, then guess what? That's where it changes. I just got to have the good idea. I got to have somebody willing in our organization to say, this is stupid, we're doing it this way. It doesn't serve anybody but us. And I tell you, we're going to change it. Now, if it's statute, I'll click my heels, we'll salute. And if I need to change it, I know where to go change it. I'll go back to the Hill and say, you give me a problem here, I need you to fix it. And they're not going to be able to blame me. I'm going to say, no, I'm going to point it out. You got to fix this. But I'm here to tell you today, as best as I can for as long as I get to have this wonderful job, if it is something we can fix in the VA, through our policy and our regulations that stand in the way of our doctors, our nurses, our healthcare professionals, our benefit providers, giving the veteran the benefit that they have already earned. We're starting already from now, making sure that those policies and regulations reflect not best VA policy for us. They will start reflecting what is the best policy for the veteran to get the care that they deserve. So with that, I leave you to a wonderful event. I leave you to a time in which you come together and share your stories. Give each other the time to listen. Sometimes as caregivers and advocates for caregivers, you know the biggest person we forget is yourself. Self-care is okay too. Sometimes you just need a shoulder to cry on. Sometimes you just need somebody to yell at. That's a real friend. And sometimes it's just a cup of coffee. So that's my heart. That is my love for you and your family and this organization for what they've done. We'll continue to work together. God bless you. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I think in a town where authenticity is a commodity, we just got some authentic conversation going with the Secretary to kick us off today. And I'm really, really proud and happy that he is here to join us and recognized the significant role that caregivers play in the health journey of our veterans. So let's hear it once again for the Secretary. I am just really thrilled to introduce an extraordinary group of people. Secretary just talked about the vital role that caregivers, families play in the health journey of our caregivers. And this year, we just announced an incredible class of Dole Caregiver Fellows. It's our 2025 class, and these classes get more dynamic every year. We have folks representing all states across the country, and our fellows advocate for policy changes. They speak at congressional town halls in their communities. They actively mobilize their communities, their states. They build new organizations and programs that are custom to the needs on the ground. And we have a class with us and alumni that span the years since we've started this program who are passionately dedicated to this mission every single day. We couldn't do our work at the foundation without our fellows and alumni. And we have so many other fellow caregivers in this audience. So I would like to take a moment, right after the Secretary talked about how important each and every one of you are, and to remind you that we're here today focused on you to ask all of our caregivers to please stand so that we can show our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our hidden heroes. These are the folks at the side of our veterans, and they're incredible Americans who deserve our appreciation and support. We just thank everyone else for being here to focus on improving their health and the health of their loved ones today. So it is now my pleasure to introduce a great friend to so many of us in this room, Dave McIntyre. As president and CEO, our signature sponsor, TriWest, is there for EDF time and time and time again, as he is for so many other organizations in this room. Dave's commitment is unwavering. He meets the healthcare needs of millions of veterans and service members now that he's working at both DoD and VA. He's also energetically contributed his leadership to serving the caregiver community. Dave, thank you for your steadfast support of our mission and for so many others in this room. So come on out, Dave. Let's hear it. Give a warm welcome to Dave McIntyre.
Thank you, Steve, for that very warm introduction. Senator Dole, Secretary Collins, thank you for principled leadership. Both of you bring that to the table, and you both have faith-based leadership, which is going to make the kinds of decisions that we're all engaged in end up in the right place. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to be among so many passionate advocates and champions of a cause that is profound and important to our country, the care and support of our military and veteran caregivers. For nearly 30 years, TriWest Healthcare Alliance has had the privilege of serving those who have served. It is a responsibility that we've never taken lightly. From the very beginning, our mission has been clear: to ensure that the men and women who wore the uniform or who wear the uniform and their families receive the high-quality care that they've earned in support of both the DoD and the VA. Over the years, while the mission has expanded, our commitment has remained steadfast and constant. In the course of that work, we've had the opportunity to meet and support countless individuals and families who exemplify what it means to serve long after the uniform of the United States is put away. These are spouses, parents, children, and friends who step into the role of caregiver when a veteran returns home with visible or invisible wounds. And as we've learned through the work of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, these caregivers are, as Senator Dole so aptly puts it, our nation's hidden heroes. These men and women put their own lives on hold, setting aside careers, delaying personal dreams, and often sacrificing their own health and well-being to care for someone they love. It's a level of selflessness that often goes unseen and unrecognized. But if there's one thing that we all know for certain, it's this: without caregivers, our veterans would not thrive. In many cases, in fact, they might not even survive. At TriWest, we've witnessed firsthand the critical role caregivers play in the recovery and long-term well-being of our nation's warriors. Since day one, when I spent time at Launch Stool and had the opportunity to meet the early phases of the Wounded Warrior Project, which was handing bags to people who had their uniforms cut off and had no clothes. And what they've grown into since is nothing short of amazing. We see it in the vigilance, managing medications, attending medical appointments, navigating complex systems. We see it in their resilience, handling emotional and financial stress with quiet strength. And we see it in their enduring love, a constant in the life of a veteran, a very important constant, when someone might be struggling to find stability or healing. Last year, we were proud to support the Elizabeth Dole Foundation in the unveiling of its latest nationwide research on military and veteran caregivers. That research was more than just data, more than a document that's going to be on a shelf. It was a wake-up call. It illuminated the toll that caregiving can take. And most of us, whether we have family that's serving or whether we have family that's not serving, understand the toll that caregiving takes. And it takes on the caregiver, it takes on the families and their futures and their very ability to sustain the caregiving role over time. The findings, frankly, were sobering, but they were also motivating, because with clarity comes direction. And with direction, if you're focused in the right way, comes action. So when Steve Schwab and the foundation shared that this gathering would focus on responding directly to those challenges, turning insight into impact, we knew we had to be a part of it. This is a moment for leadership from all in this room. It's a moment for collaboration, and it's a moment for stepping up, not stepping back. That's why we at TriWest are privileged and proud to be a part of the chorus in this room supporting this event. We're not just here as a sponsor or as someone that comes behind the effort. We're here as a partner, wanting to roll our sleeves up because we too have a part in this play. A partner to the foundation, a partner to the caregivers in this room and across the country, and a partner to the broader organizations that make up the ecosystem that's important to surround the caregiving community and their loved ones with. As we build the systems of care and support that are going to serve the next generation of the VA and the DoD and provide the support that's worthy of those that serve this country. Because the truth is, we can't afford to let the caregivers bear this burden alone. And the systems that serve them are in the process of needing change. And you heard earlier from a great leader, a man of principle, a man who understands, a man who's lived the journey, and he's going to be at the center of that process as it relates to the VA. The caregivers need the resources, they need the training, they need the mental health support, they need respite care, they need financial assistance, but even beyond that, they need to know that we see them and that we care and that we're invested together in the right outcome and in defining that outcome and then executing it together. They need to know that we value them and that we are with them. And while no single organization, in my view, can meet every need, I believe that together we can move mountains. We can lift the burden just enough so that caregivers can breathe. We can invest in solutions that allow them to not only survive, but to thrive. And to imagine a future that's bright and a future that has promise and hope. If you'll permit me, I would like to invite an individual to address you who has come to continue to inspire me, as his journey represents that of many of you in this room today and your loved one. He's one of our nation's 61 Living Medal of Honor recipients, who was bestowed the nation's highest honor for valor in combat for his action in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Master Sergeant Leroy Petrie.
Thank you. I am excited to be here. That's all I can say is I've seen some familiar faces in the room. Jason Redmond. Looked at all the organizations that are contributing here, and I know that I want to share a little bit of what I went through during my time 17 years ago. In fact, it's coming up on Monday, Memorial Day, is the date I got injured in Afghanistan. I was shot through both my legs, and I lost my right hand to a hand grenade moments later. But the journey afterwards, coming home, the journey through recovery, it's an endless journey. It's a lifetime journey. But you get through the hardest parts, not on your own, and that's the important part is I was never alone in this world. From the day I was born, somebody was there to support me. Somebody was there to teach me how to walk, how to feed myself, how to bathe myself, clean myself. And for some folks that I know, they had to relearn those skills all over again. And they still need assistance with those things. Most of my friends are amputees and burn patients, but they are the ones that I look at that have some of the greatest outlooks on life because they know how close they've been to death. So for me, the journey started when I left Afghanistan. It was one of the hardest things to medevac out of the theater with your rest of your folks still there. And nobody wants to leave their group or element, but when I got home, well, not home, to San Antonio, to the Brooke Army Medical Center at the time, and the Center for Intrepid, it changed my life because I saw families, I saw medical providers, caregivers, doing the heavy lifting, being there emotionally to support their loved ones, and not only their loved ones. I had that love poured on me and so many others by folks who were there with their families, who saw that, hey, maybe their family can't be with them here right now, but I'm going to share what I know. And that inspiration that it gave me really made my decision. I had the opportunity to medically discharge from the military in 2009, and I weighed on it heavy. Could have enjoyed it, and I looked at it though, but there were so many people there for me, I decided to stay in. I re-enlisted well before I knew the medal was even an option. I said, if it goes through, great. I'll use it as a platform to help others. If it doesn't go through, then I still have the job that I love I'm doing. And it switched a little bit. I wasn't jumping out of planes and kicking down doors anymore. I was working for the SOCOM Care Coalition, and I was helping military families in SOCOM with their journey through recovery, whether it had been in combat injuries, through illness, whatever it may be, and to say, hey, I've been through this kind of, and if I don't have the solution, I will stay by your side and we will find the right solution for you. And so I look at all of you who are continuing that journey and continue to support those caregivers in that journey ahead, that they will continue to have the rest of their lives. Just because they're out of the hospital doesn't mean that they won't face adversity again, but they will face it head on, knowing that you're there to support them and to look out for their well-being. So again, congratulations and thank you to the Dole Foundation for 10 years. Appropriate in the Reagan building, who said, we can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. Continue to do your best for those around you and stay united in this country which we love. Thank you again.
Joining us now, Elizabeth Dole Foundation Board Vice Chair and former President and CEO of USAA, Wayne Peacock.
Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation Board of Directors, thank you all for joining us today. For 10 years, the National Convening has been a catalyst for change. The collaborations and the discussions that have started here have sparked innovations in the VA health system. They've inspired new programs and resources, and they've laid the groundwork for landmark pieces of legislation. The challenges that we will present to you today will not come with easy solutions, but they can be solved. And each of us has the power to contribute. So whether you provide firsthand insight, fresh ideas, needed resources, or a willingness to lead the way, you can help achieve the Foundation's vision of an America where caregivers and the people they care for can thrive. I'm especially delighted this morning to introduce our next speakers, Senator Dave McCormick and the Honorable Dina Powell-McCormick, who recently authored an inspiring book about our individual power to affect change and to reach our highest potential, especially with and through the encouragement of others. They have both led accomplished careers, devoting much of their lives to public service. Senator McCormick is a graduate of West Point, a veteran of the 82nd Airborne. He went on to lead a distinguished career in business and served as the Undersecretary of Treasury. And in November, he was elected to represent Pennsylvania in the United States Senate. Dina has served in positions of corporate leadership as well as roles in the U.S. Congress, the White House, and the State Department, where she was appointed the Assistant Secretary of State and the Undersecretary for Public Affairs and Public Diplomacy. Of note, both Senator McCormick and Dina has served as the Deputy National Security Advisor. He in 2005, and she in 2017. That's got to be some kind of record. And ma'am, you understand about husband and wives doing public service, right? So everyone, please welcome Senator McCormick and Dina McCormick, authors of Who Believed in You? How Purposeful Membership Changes the World. Welcome. Okay. Good to see you. All right, well, let's get started. This is a really exciting book. By the way, mine are all dog-eared, so I got them all read here, but you've got them all out in the audience as well. But really curious about what inspired you or motivated you to write the book. And Senator, maybe this is for you, right? And why you decided to do that together as a couple.
Well, thank you. We're so honored to be here, so honored to be with you, Senator Dole, and talk about a life of service and a life of partnership. You and the late Senator Dole. So thank you for having us, and thank you for interviewing us today. We were together with our 6 daughters during COVID. We have one of them in the audience today, and we have 6, 24 to 18. And during that time, we felt their disconnection from their teachers, their coaches, and we started to talk about it. Dean and I started to worry about it a little bit, and then we started to reflect on the mentors that had changed our lives. People that without whom they're intervening and helping us, we would not have had the careers we had and the lives we had. And so we started to talk to our friends about it, some very prominent friends, and all of them the same refrain. A couple key people changed our life. Without them, we wouldn't be who we are. So we did a bunch of Zoom interviews, actually, about this. And so we thought, why don't we write a book about this? And the book is full of famous people, Satya Nadella and Christine Lagarde and Condoleezza Rice. But why don't we write a book not about the famous people, but the famous people you've never heard of who help them become who they are? And that's the superpower we all have, is the ability to help others find their purpose. And so that was the inspiration. And we've been blown away and just so inspired ourselves by how much people reading the book have come out and said, oh my gosh, that person believed in me without them. So we hope it's a start of something really profound where people start to really think about and reflect on the people that changed their lives.
Now, you've coined this phrase, transformative mentorship. Can you share for the audience, maybe hasn't read the book yet, like what you mean by that, and maybe even from the role of the mentor and the mentee?
Go ahead.
Well, I also want to say thank you so much for having us, and thank you all for your service. Every single one of you and your families serve our country and protect this nation. And so we are so honored for our daughter to see such an incredible group of men and women. I cannot think of a woman who had more of an impact on a generation of women serving than Senator Elizabeth Dole. She broke every glass ceiling before anybody did. And she and Senator Dole were an inspiration to Dave and I. Senator Dole used to come when he was briefing the presidents, too, that I worked for, and he would always stop by. And I'll never forget his kindness, his humility. He would take a picture with every single person in the office. Anyway, we are honored to be with you today, Senator Dole. You know, it's interesting, the phrase transformative mentoring. I don't think we realized that phrase would emerge when we first started talking to people about who was that person for you, who was the person that you could honestly say, without him or her, I wouldn't be where I am today. And I think it's because so much of us, frankly, think about mentoring as a bit transactional. You know, help me with my resume, help me get the first interview, nominate me for something, which are all very worthy goals of mentoring. But transformative mentoring is the kind of mentoring where you care about that person and their life and their values and how to help them find their purpose. You know, Dave and I often talk about the fact that we are all on this earth to find God's purpose for our life, whatever your faith. And so imagine if you were that person that was the person that helped Condi Rice be Condi Rice, or Brian Grazer, the famous Hollywood producer, or Christine Lagarde, who's in the book. 2 governors who weren't governors when we first interviewed them, in fact, Wes Moore of Maryland and Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas. And what you realize is that those unsung heroes are more of what we need today. People that actually say, whatever my background is, if I invest in this person can truly help change the country and the world. And that's the point of transformative mentoring.
So it's this sense of getting past the transactional work and truly creating a trusting relationship where each of you can be vulnerable and then getting more invested in their kind of whole lives.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's also, what that means vulnerability. You have to be really vulnerable with each other, because the most important thing I think that I have found in my mentoring has been the tough love, the tough love. And I know Dave has had the same. One of my first mentors was Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, who Senator Dole knows well. I was born in Cairo, Egypt, a very small Coptic Christian community. My family immigrated to Dallas. I didn't speak English, but I was 5 years old, so I learned English relatively quickly. Texan took me a lot longer, and it was a culture shock. And my parents were working many jobs to really have their daughters, me and my sisters, pursue our dreams. But they would tell us, we really would love for you to do anything you want to do as long as you're a lawyer, a doctor, or an engineer. Maybe you've heard that. And so I was waitressing in Austin, Texas, to pay for college at the University of Texas, and I met Senator Hutchison, and I had gotten into law school, thank goodness, and she said, why don't you defer and come work for me in Washington for a year, just an internship. You've really never left Texas. I can tell you're passionate about these issues. And I said, Senator, I would love to. My parents will kill me. And so I'm so old that I faxed my parents the letter that said that I could defer law school for 1 year. And literally my dad called and said, I don't even know why I left Egypt. He just was like, you're gonna not go to law school? And she said to me, Senator Hutchison, Dina, if you don't take a risk on yourself, no one's gonna take a risk on you. And that is really the path that led me here, the honor of serving 2 presidents, the honor of having the business career that I had, and the full circle nature of having worked for President Trump on the foundations that led to the Abraham Accords, peace in the Middle East, we hope the seeds that will lead to even more.
Well, since you talked about your dad and his view of you deferring law school, can you just finish the rest of the story and talk about how your dad met the president?
Well, because he looks so bad in my story. I'll try to redeem him quickly. Every year he would ask me, and I worked for Dick Armey, and I thought, gosh, I'm working on Capitol Hill, and I deferred for a couple of years, and they would say, well, are you going back to law school now? Are you going back to law school? Well, finally, I ended up having the incredible honor of serving President Bush in the White House. And my dad and my sister came for a visit, and the president somehow knew, my father's a tall, dark-skinned man, and President Bush went right up to him and said, you must be Mr. Habib. And my dad just stood there silently, nothing. He said, you raised a great girl. She's an important advisor to me. Nothing. Well, nice to meet you. Walks away, and I said, Dad, what is going on? The President of the United States was just trying to talk to you. And he started crying. And he said, as proud as I am of you, there's only one nation in the world where a man can bring a little girl who doesn't speak the language of that country, and then one day watch her serve the president of his adopted country.
That's awesome. We should do that. Now, speaking of glass ceilings, you've broken a few. Hold tight, Senator. I'm coming to you.
Oh.
But you've broken a few glass ceilings of your own. But most importantly, you have been a champion for women and women's causes, for entrepreneurs who are starting businesses. Can you talk a little bit about the role, the power, the importance of mentorship in that context?
Yes, I think that when I was at Goldman Sachs, and at that time president of the foundation, we developed a few big programs for female entrepreneurs, and eventually they also became for small businesses in the country. And what we realized, and you hear this a lot, female entrepreneurs do not have access to the capital, candidly, that male entrepreneurs have. They don't have access to business education and networking the way men traditionally have had. But what we realized is that it wasn't just the capital or the business education. It was the advising and mentoring that came with those programs, because that is basically synonymous with confidence. Turns out what they really needed was belief in themselves. belief that they could do this. Their business idea was great. They had the passion, and that they had people behind them every step of the way. My favorite story was in Egypt, where I'm from, where there was a woman who'd started a car company called Pink Taxi. It was female drivers for female passengers, which was really important in Egypt for safety reasons. And she hid the fact that she'd bought these 2 cars and had this business. She hid it from her husband, who did not believe she should even work, much less own a company. And we kept telling her, this is such an incredible idea. You're going to grow. You have to believe in yourself, and he will understand one day. Well, sure enough, when she started making money, he started understanding it more. And today she has 1,000 drivers, 1,000 cars, and he's the CFO working for her. So
She loves
I
that
think
story.
that confidence piece is what I think mentoring means for female entrepreneurs.
But this concept of bringing capital to bear, which comes because there is a case to be made, kind of aligns then with both
Exactly.
understanding there is confidence, but also embellishing it as well. Right?
Exactly,
So,
yes.
that's awesome. West Point grad, 82nd Airborne. Can you share a little bit about the power, the importance of mentorship, in the military community, and maybe especially on the battlefield as well?
Yeah, well, I was fortunate enough to grow up in rural Pennsylvania, and actually a mentor got me to West Point in many ways, because I was a football player, but not a very good one. And I used to ride the bench. I was in my sophomore year, and the coach got fired. A new coach came in, and he watched all the films. And he'd always see this guy at the end of the game, whether we were winning big or losing big. I would get in at the end, and he said, "You've got real potential." And so he had a position he thought I could play linebacker, and he said, "You got to work really hard." And at the end of camp, my junior year, the beginning of the season, he made me coach. He made me a co-captain, rather. The coach made me co-captain, which was shocking to me, just beyond my wildest expectations. That literally changed how I started to think about myself. And he saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And it seems small now, I know, when you look back on it. But for me, it was everything at that moment. And I got recruited to play football at West Point and to wrestle, and that ultimately led me there. And at West Point, in addition to the values, duty, honor, country, it's essentially a school that's designed to talk about leadership. And mentorship and leadership are close cousins, because leadership and mentorship are both about values, about commitment to one another. It's about tough love, as Dina said, the candor, the honesty. To help someone become their very best as a leader and a mentor, you have to be honest and forthright with them. And then finally, it's about inspiring them, particularly in moments of failure. You and I spoke about this backstage. One of the things that comes out, all these wildly successful people, we think they've been nothing but wildly successful. Without exception, they've almost all failed. Dina's failed, I failed. I was the CEO of one of the major investment firms in the country. I got fired and was on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, and then subsequently came back and ran the company and became CEO 4 or 5 years later. I failed at my first Senate race. These moments of failure are part of life, but mentors can play this huge role in lifting you up, helping you learn from the failure, helping you recognize that failure is often the thing that happens right before success. And that's a key thing in the military, because if you have an organizational climate, a culture which is everything's perfect, you're not going to have people experimenting and trying and pushing themselves. And so a culture that both embraces failure as a means for learning and getting better is a key part of effectiveness in business or in the military.
I was struck by how Henry Kissinger supported and celebrated your failure and kind of put you back in the game. Can you share a little bit
that's
about
just one of my, it's not really in the book that much, but it's something, because I was writing the book when this happened. But you can have mentors at different stages. So I had, one of the great joys was an incredible relationship with Henry Kissinger late in his life. And I'd known him for, probably 15 years, but I didn't know him well. And during COVID, I called him and I said, "Henry, how you doing?" And he said, I'm really struggling, because people come to visit me all the time. And that's part of what keeps me alive. He was in his early 90s at the time, maybe mid 90s. And he said, "I'm isolated and I can't really hear very well, so I can't talk on the phone." I said, "Have you heard about Zoom?" I said, "What's Zoom?" I said, "Stay tuned." And the next day I sent up a crew that put a big screen in his house and an iPad, and he started to do Zoom calls with foreign ministers, and he would do birthday parties. He was everywhere on Zoom. And when things stabilized a bit, I went up and started to have lunch with him regularly. And he kept saying, you should run for office. You should run for the Senate. And I kept saying, Henry, nobody knows me. I'm not that well known politically. And he was writing this book on the time called Leadership. And he handed me the draft chapter on de Gaulle. He said, you got to read this. So I read the chapter on de Gaulle, and I called him. I said, I don't get it. What's the point? He said, nobody knew de Gaulle either, and he declared himself the president of Free France. You can do this. Run for the Senate. And so I ran, and I lost. I lost by 900 votes. With his help, he supported me, but I lost. And he called me within a day or two, and he said, you got to come see me. So I went to see him. He had a home in Kent, Connecticut. I went to see him. And I go knock on the door, and the door opens, and it's a waiter in a tuxedo, bow tie. And he ushers me in to have lunch with Henry Kissinger, just the two of us at the table, filet mignon, lobster tail, wine, just the two of us. And I said, Henry, how do you eat like this every day? How do you not gain weight? And he said, I wanted to honor you for your willingness to get into the ring. It takes a lot of courage, and I hope you'll do it again. He said, I'm not sure I'll be here to see it. I think he was 99 at the time. He died soon after becoming 100, but I hope you'll do it. And I thought that's mentorship, that's friendship. And it was a big part of inspiring me to try it again.
I thought one of the really powerful themes that came out in your research and that you wrote about in the book is that mentors saw in their mentees potential that the mentees did not see in themselves, right? A really powerful impact on having a change in the course of their lives. One of the other themes was about the power of mentors to kind of build people up by seeing that potential. And the third was what you called the tormentors. Lloyd Blankfein, in your case, who gave you the hard love. In a very practical way, if you're a mentor, how do you do both and manage that duality? And then what advice do you have for mentees to be open and vulnerable to actually receiving that type of feedback?
Well, Wayne's referring to the fact that I had Lloyd Blankfein was the CEO of Goldman, and he was my boss for 10 years, and he gave me a lot of tough love. And he would say, listen, you don't see yourself in this situation, let me tell you. And that's why he started calling himself my tormentor. But especially in male-dominated industries, you really do need male mentors. Women need male mentors who feel safe giving you that feedback. It is really hard to give that feedback, but there's no way that I could have grown or had the roles that I had without that tough feedback, because I just didn't know what I didn't know. And also I didn't know how to improve without somebody telling me what I needed to do and believing in me. I failed, like Dave said, a couple of times, and that was the moment where he would swoop in and say, do you think we all got here by succeeding? Nobody ever wins through success. Everybody grows through failure. That is the only way you grow, because it hurts at the moment, but boy, you remember it, and it makes you stronger and better at what you do. And so I think that tough love is so critical. The other thing too, another boss of mine, Secretary Condoleezza Rice, it's very tough, but when you believe that person is so invested in you, they're really just doing this to see you reach your potential and your purpose. In Secretary Rice's case, I worked for her after 9/11. We were both in the White House on 9/11. When she became Secretary of State, I went to the State Department as Assistant Secretary, and we were traveling all around the world, but a big focus, of course, in the Middle East. And I'll never forget being with her in 2007 in a capital in the Middle East, in one of those grand palaces where she's meeting with the head of state. And the head of state, let's just say, was not very respectful. He looked over at her and said, Madam Secretary, thanks for coming, but I hope you didn't come to preach to me about freedom and democracy. And I thought, uh-oh, because she's a tough lady. And very calmly, she said, Your Highness, how could I come and preach to you about my country when my country, not that long ago, considered my ancestors 3/5 of a man? But today, you are looking at the first Black female Secretary of State. My country, America, isn't perfect, but we are on an imperfect journey to hear the will of our people and to be that beacon of hope and light for people around the world. And you will never be able to be that. That was sort of the end. And what I saw in that moment was this woman, this incredible leader, who taught me just by watching that what it means to be fierce, what it means to be an incredible representative for the United States of America, but what it means to flip it on somebody and show such humility and vulnerability and self-deprecation that he didn't know what to do with it.
That's awesome. Yes, we should. Out in this audience today are military caregivers. Obviously, there's a lot of other folks here as well, but facing some very significant challenges. Much of that is around isolation, finding the right community, looking for the right expertise to be able to support their loved ones or whom they're caring for. Do you have advice maybe that's tailored to this audience about how to be an effective mentee, but for those who have carried the journey forward, how they can be an even more effective mentor for others in the community? I think that'd be really kind of valuable, practical advice.
Well, we talk about mentoring almost through the eyes of how you can help the mentee. This is all for the mentee, but in fact, the thing I think we learned and heard time and again is how much satisfaction, how much personal growth, how much benefit those that are in a mentoring relationship can have too. And the thing that when Dean and I stepped back from the book, we did a lot of research. We at Yale School of Business and Jeff Sonnenfeld did a number of surveys and so forth. But in the end, what we were hoping people would take away, and the people in this audience in particular, is really 3 questions. And those 3 questions, I think, can guide hopefully what comes out of this and other discussions. First one is, who believed in you? Because it's rare that we don't find someone who can say, what did that person or this person? In some cases, it's even more. Who believed in you and really made that difference for you? The second question is, have you taken the opportunity to say thank you? Because time and again, we'd hear people say, Christine Lagarde, literally, who's a good friend of both of ours, kind of broke down and started to cry. I never told her. I never told her how much of a difference she made, and she's gone now. I've told her kids, but this person changed my life. So have you said thank you? And then the third thing is, who do you believe in? What are you doing to pay it forward? That's the question. We're all so busy. We all have important things to do. But in the end, what's the most important thing? What are the things you're going to look back on and say, that's a meaningful contribution? And it's hard to think of something more meaningful, more satisfying than helping others find the purpose. You're doing that every day in all the ways that you serve, but the specific thing of finding, and it's not age specific, it's not gender specific. All of us, no matter who we are, everybody in this audience can play a meaningful role in someone's life. It has to start with authenticity, it has to start with common values and commitment, it has to start with vulnerability, as Dina said, but that is something that I think can give us all profound satisfaction, but also can make a difference not only in a person's life, but in a community, in a state, in a country. And so I don't want to be too waving my hands around too much aspirationally about what mentoring can do, but it really can change the course of the country. That's how we think about it.
And you have countless stories where that's absolutely the case, right? So, one of the things about veterans issues and military family issues is that it is bipartisan, it is bicameral, it's something that I think everyone in our country cares about. But in a very specific way, is the Senate in a place today where you can continue to make progress on the policy front to support caregivers?
Yeah, I think it is. I think I think there's a lot of ways that we can have bipartisan support for a number of key issues. But the one area where I think there's so much common ground is those that have made the ultimate sacrifice, those that have been willing to put their lives on the line, those that have been willing to serve all of us. We feel a special obligation to them. Nothing says more about a country than how that country treats those who have been willing to serve. And so We've got lots of political differences in our country today, of course, but that's the one area where I feel like we have a lot of commonality, and I'm really trying hard to find that and other issues, whether it's with my home state senator, Senator Fetterman, or whether it's with other senators on issues that we can find common ground on, because that's what the American people expect. We got to make progress. But in the area of veterans, care to veterans, living up to our obligations to veterans, given all they've given us, I think we've got a special opportunity.
That's great. I would say if you looked out for the picture of the embodiment of the American dream, like you are that picture. In fact, President Bush actually made that picture, come to life. But, any thoughts from your chair as an immigrant, as someone who has experienced the American dream, about those pursuing today? Are things different today? Can it still be achieved? Advice you have, and maybe even especially for kind of the women in the audience, given how much work you've done in that area.
Well, thank you for those nice words, especially since our daughter is here. But the truth is there are millions of Americans that have a similar story to mine. But I do want to say we couldn't come if America didn't have the values and principles that it has. And that wouldn't exist, again, without all of you, those who've served and those who care for those who serve. And I just want to echo that, because I'm so glad that Senator Dole continues to have your voices be heard and your stories be told. Because honestly, we are an exceptional nation, but we're exceptional because of people like all of you in this room. And I think that women do often get a little bit more of the burden, right, Senator Dole? And I think that you can sort of take that a couple of ways. I think you can get a little overwhelmed, which is understandable, as many women, I'm sure, in this room are juggling work and family and caregiving and service. But it's also an opportunity, I think, to be a little more honest with the next generation about just how tough it is. In places that I've worked, young women come up to me and they say, I'd like to have a work-life balance. And I say, I have no idea what that is. I really don't. But I know that you should have the career that you want. You should be a parent if you want to. But you probably need to recognize it's going to be tough. And you don't know what might happen in your life. Somebody might get injured that is close to you. You may have to care for somebody. And so there's no picture perfect example of this or life. It's the ups and downs that sort of come with that while you're trying to pursue your personal dreams and caring for your family. And so I had a friend once say, on an average week, if you can, you're never going to be an A+ at work and an A+ at home. So like an average B, where you don't miss something that's so important to your husband or daughters. And obviously at work, you're really thoughtful about where you have to be and what you have to do. I think giving ourselves some grace as we are trying to wade through our own personal journey is really critical, and talking about that. And that also comes up, I think, in a lot of the stories in the book, the personal grace you have to give yourself and how a mentor can also give you permission to have that grace.
Well, great. I think that's a great way to end today, this advice around grace. And I just wanted to say, thank you both for being great role models, for sharing the wisdom, not only your own, but the wisdom you drew from everyone else, because the book is chock full of stories from others. And like you said, Senator, there's the famous people, but there's really the people behind the scenes who made a difference. And I think that's what really came out. And I think it's a great read for folks in the audience. So thank you so much for your leadership and for your patriotism.
Thank you for your service, William. USAA is so important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wayne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCormick and Dina. That was such a moving conversation. Let's hear it again for our friends from Pennsylvania and the administration. Well, admittedly, I feel a little bit like Oprah Winfrey because everybody in this room is going to get a book. Did y'all get a book? Right? Play the part of Oprah. It's not a car, but it's a book. It's as valuable as a car, and that was such a valuable conversation. Thank you, Wayne, for facilitating such a relevant topic. I received a text from my friend Tina Atherall during it and said, this is such an important, good conversation for the work that we do. So I hope you all agreed. So many of you participated in our fall convening when we revealed the results of our latest RAND research. The report was a 10-year follow-up to our inaugural study in 2014. The importance of conducting that landmark study and research in general was evident in the headlines. America now has 100 million caregivers providing support for a loved one. That's 1/3 of the nation's population. Let me say that again. 1/3 of this nation's population is engaged in caregiving. I was at the Milken Global Conference in LA last week. Some people call it a bougie conference. It's filled with corporate luminaries, change makers from all over the world, and the prevalent conversation across almost every dimension of that conference was the needs of families and caregivers. We have reached a peak moment of interest and engagement on this topic, and that's why our work here is so important. But let's talk about the headlines from our research. Underneath that 100 million caregivers, there's 14.3 million Americans now caring for someone who has served, triple the amount than we saw in 2014. The economic value of military and veteran caregiving has also surged, reaching upwards of $400 to $500 billion annually. If that went away, those would be costs inherited by the taxpayer. That's the reality. And we heard that a little bit from the Secretary this morning. The impacts of providing that day in and day out care at home is also serious. 1/3 of caregiving families are living at or below the federal poverty line. 1/3. Food insecurity for many caregivers has reached 40%. 40% of the caregiving population is struggling to put food on the table. At least 5.5 million kids and young people, we call them hidden helpers, are growing up with a parent or a loved one with military wounds, illnesses, that profoundly shapes their lives in challenging and, in some cases, positive ways. And we are building a robust response to support them. I see my friend and ally Kara here from our military kids among the 100+ organizations that have come together since we launched this initiative at the White House as part of our Hidden Helpers Coalition. Raise your hands if you're part of that important work in the Hidden Helpers Coalition. And thank you. Thank you, Patty. Good to see you. RAND's findings over the last decade reflect the powerful forces shaping the future of caregiving in America. A rapidly aging population, war wounds compounded by time, the delayed emergence of illnesses caused by toxic exposure and PTSD, and the growing preference and benefits to convalescing at home. These forces are further entangled with secondary trends, an ongoing nationwide mental health crisis, which is why we are on the front lines of holistic suicide prevention in Face the Fight, an initiative founded by USAA and engaging so many folks in this room around suicide prevention. We're also experiencing economic complexities and uncertainty across the country, and a whole lot of inconsistencies in how we assess the severity of disabilities and burden of caregiver support. These are just a few of the headlines amongst the research that we undertook. And I want to thank our partners at RAND for the serious work that they did over the couple of years that we conducted that study. So this research identifies that caregivers' greatest needs intersect what we do at the foundation best. We think it intersects with what we do best. And so we've built a plan focused on action with 4 pillars. We're going to talk about this all the time. We're going to talk about it today. We're going to build a blueprint, not for what the Dole Foundation is going to do, but what we need America to do. Well, we're going to focus on strengthening a mental and emotional well-being. We're going to focus on growing and sustaining economic mobility for all the caregivers and their families who you saw stand up. We're going to improve health outcomes and support for those kids and their families, those 5.5 million kids who are having a childhood unlike most of us had. All I worried about was when the streetlights come on and I had to be home for dinner. These kids worry about what mom or dad is going to feel like in the morning, and they structure their whole day around them. So that's a big focus. And I think this is a distinction of this foundation, is our focus on building a supportive care ecosystem for veterans and their caregivers. You heard the secretary talk about the work that VA is undertaking in that regard, and our work at Dole Foundation on the Campaign for Inclusive Care and on so many other fronts is meant to ensure that when we do these interventions in those other 3 pillars, that we don't just put families, caregivers, and veterans into a system of care that's going to interrupt all the progress that we make. We've got a lot of work to do. We have so many partners in this room that are helping us do it. So each of those pillars are supported by detailed objectives, activities for reaching our goals, markers of progress. You saw my vice chair, Wayne Peacock, up here. When he was elected vice chair, the first thing he asked me is, what's our scorecard? How are we measuring our progress? Well, I've got a new vice chair and I've got a new scorecard because we are measuring our progress and we're ensuring that that impact is reportable and transparent. So today, we want to advance a deeper understanding of these issues. This is where all of you are going to come in these breakouts shortly. This is the most important work we're going to do today. We want to create a blueprint for the nation. We're going to take all of the work that we do today with the help of our friends at Guidehouse, who are going to facilitate the conversation, and we're going to translate that into a blueprint that we can all use to hold our government leaders, our private sector leaders, our small business owners, our VA contractors. I see Greg Duque and others here who are doing work on the front lines. Everybody is going to come together to make sure that we demand and we work towards action. So we have invited some of our Dole Caregiver Fellows and our hidden helpers to share their personal experiences ahead of the work that you're going to do. So this is really important to listen to these conversations, reflect on these topics, because then we're going to engage you in dialogue about the world of possibilities around these objectives. How are we going to create positive change? So to start us off, I'm pleased to welcome back one of our first Caregiver Fellows from the class of 2015, Emily Emmons. After Emily shares her story, she will join the president of the USAA Educational Foundation, David Evitz, for a conversation to set up the economic mobility pillar. So those of you who signed up for that breakout, listen closely. So please welcome Emily and David.
Ten years ago, I was named Dole Caregiver Fellow. The experience of connecting with amazing caregivers, advocating directly to national leaders, and learning from the example of Senator Dole completely changed the direction of my caregiving journey. That journey started in 2007 when I met my husband, John, after his second tour in Iraq. During our first 7 years together, John suffered from many mysterious symptoms like painful migraines, night sweats, and anxiety. He struggled to keep employed and keep it all together, pretending everything was okay. But in 2013, we moved to Hawaii, where John was finally diagnosed with severe PTSD and traumatic brain injury. I had no preparation for being John's caregiver. We helplessly cycled through different treatments, some with unbearable side effects. I also didn't know how we would sustain ourselves financially, with John unable to work and me now caring for him and our children full time. Fortunately, John's instinct led him to our backyard one day, where he discovered that the time spent in the fresh air nurturing newly planted trees helped him connect with the earth and himself. When the rest of the family joined him, we felt that same sense of peace. Our experience inspired us to start Ho'ola Veteran Services, a nonprofit dedicated to educational training and hands-on experiences in agriculture to our local veteran community. Leading this organization has become a pathway for upward economic mobility. I was able to carve out a career for myself, take responsibilities at home, and earn income, accrue credit, and save for retirement, all which is impossible to do with VA benefits alone. Ho'ola Farms also provides employment opportunities and training to area veterans, families, and caregivers so that they can build their professional foundations as well. The organization is still growing 10 years later. I am proud to say that we are still running and growing, supporting hundreds of veterans and their families through agriculture training programs, Victory Garden installations, and our Food is Medicine, Veggies for Veterans produce bags. We create space for healing, learning, and exploring what's next, whether that's starting a business, working on a farm, or simply growing food at home with dignity. Caregivers need more opportunities like this, designed around their unique lives, offering financial security and hope for their futures. America's employers can play a big part. Caregivers are often invisible in the workforce, but our experience is anything but irrelevant. We're problem solvers, we're multitaskers, we're mission driven. Employers who recognize the value of our lived experiences and offer flexibility and support will unlock a talented, powerful, and resilient workforce.
Great job. Great job. Thank you. So we're here today to talk about economic mobility, and we all know as caregivers that can be tough, whether that's managing a career or just managing the military family checkbook. And so we're going to dive into that a bit today, and we'd invite you to come out to the breakout sessions this afternoon. So Emily, we know that finances can either support or strain a family. And sometimes you become a caregiver overnight, right? From your perspective, what are some of the biggest challenges that are facing veteran caregivers today when it comes to personal finance?
Yeah, that's a great question, David. And honestly, it's really about coming from all angles. You just don't know where to start. The cost of living, healthcare gaps, loss of income from stepping away from careers, it all adds up fast. And when you're counting every penny, working through a complex healthcare systems and advocating for benefits, it can really start to feel overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that strain today with the current economic conditions.
Absolutely. From your perspective in the finance and banking industry, how do financial institutions view things like gig work or breaks in employment for caregivers when it comes to things like credit access or financial products?
Mm-hmm. So the direct question around credit access, it's really kind of a math equation. The math has to math, and a lot of organizations, financial institutions can't really get around the math, right? It's a ratio, it's formulas they use. What I would say, it's kind of a two-prong answer. The first part is really knowing yourself as a caregiver and what's your financial stability and when you need to acquire a product, what level of product. You know, think about buying a home, buying a car. Buying a used car is often a really smart idea as opposed to a brand new car. That's not always the most exciting thing, but it's probably usually for most people the right answer. Getting to that question around like what car, how much can I afford? That comes on the military household, and be able to say clearly seeing yourself and what you have available, what's discretionary, the old school of wants versus needs. Our parents gave us that lecture. Turns out they were right, you know? And so I think that's part of what the caregivers and the military family has to come to the table. What I would say is extremely important is that the organizations and institutions lead with empathy. They understand the situation, and they find ways to communicate clearly. If the answer is a no sometimes, here are things that you can do to help you, like help understand what the formula is. And I think that both sides have a role to play in that equation.
Yeah.
So, what's one thing you wish someone would have told you about financial well-being and resiliency while caring for your partner?
Well, that's a good question, and I actually wish someone would have told me two things. And the first is that no one is coming to save you. And the second is that you're the one you've been waiting for. And I know that can feel and sound daunting, but it's actually what empowered me to be part of a solution in our family and our finances for the first time when I decided to take control of that. And for me, it started with curiosity. I said yes to the free online class from the Rosie Network. I learned QuickBooks so that I could manage our budget, and I joined a Rotary Club and stepped outside of my comfort zone to learn a new network and learn more about my community at large, all of which helped me better understand our finances and how I could be part of the solution. It didn't happen overnight, but step by step, I've been able to reclaim my purpose and be part of that solution that I was looking for. So that's a good question.
And for you that don't know this, I've never seen anyone more excited talking about QuickBooks than Emily.
Don't tell my math teacher. Yeah, she'd be shocked.
She's giving free classes later this afternoon, right?
Thank you. And yeah, in your workshop. Do you see, David, a role in financial institutions in helping clients identify and access things like tax care credits or veteran benefits, especially at the community level?
So I think it's the answer to the question is be really good at what you're supposed to be good at. And there are a lot of organizations, the Dole Foundation definitely at the top of that list, that help people understand the pathway to benefits, the programs that are available to them. And I think it's incumbent upon those financial institutions and companies to partner closely. So that way, it's just kind of business 101 of know your customer. And so not every customer is the same. And there are 14.3 million caregivers out there that have unique needs. And I think it's incumbent upon organizations who seek to serve customers, clients, whatever you want to call them, to understand your customer and to be a part of the solution. And that's, we have great partners at the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. We're proud to be one, both at USAA and the USAA Educational Foundation, in order to do that and to understand really the needs of the customer first, and then find ways to create products, solutions, education, advice to help your customers, essentially. I mean, that's your first class in business school, is that, right? And I don't think caregivers are anything more unique than that. They have a lot of programs that are available to them. I think all of us would agree that knowing how to reach out to those programs, what you qualify, apply, that's sometimes maybe the harder part. And then I think it's incumbent upon all of us in that network to find ways to partner more closely so that the friction doesn't get passed on to the individual who have a lot more things to worry about than access to credit and things like that.
Yeah, we really need a one-stop shop, don't
Yes.
we? I mean, we really need one place to go to find this information
Yeah.
for both the organizations trying to assist and the caregivers trying to navigate the system.
So speaking of, at Ahola Farms, you've kind of done a little bit of both, right? Like economic and therapeutic at the same time. Tell me more about that. What have you done to cultivate that around kind of a caregiver-centered kind of entrepreneurship, and what advice would you give others?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you. We don't try to fix people. What we do is meet them where they are and find ways to walk alongside of them while they reconnect with their strengths. And I think that's one of the things as being a caregiver-led organization, that's been intentional. And I think that companies and organizations can intentionally choose to lead and incorporate caregivers and their needs into their organizations. So we've seen firsthand how veterans bring resilience and caregivers, clarity, and an unmatched work ethic. Hiring them hasn't just filled a role for us, it's actually raised the bar for our entire organization. So.
And I think too that the results of gardening and agriculture just doesn't happen overnight. And it's the same with personal finance. It usually starts with a small step or a small seed that you plant, and then you grow it over time. So I think there's a lot of parallels between that.
That's right, and also an understanding that it doesn't stay the same day to day, and that there has to be some grace along the way, and forgiveness and understanding, and also continuing to get more education and knowledge so that you can do better tomorrow. So,
Amen. Amen. That's wonderful. If you were to look 5 years ahead, you got a crystal ball, what would progress look like for this community? When it comes to financial stability, economic mobility, like what do you envision and hope for in 5 years?
well, that's a lovely question. And being 10 years into my fellowship here, I can imagine big, beautiful things coming along Senator Dole's path here. I would love to see the seeds that we're planting today growing into a thriving forest that is diverse, resilient, and deeply rooted. And this means not just caregivers surviving, but thriving, leading businesses, earning degrees, and building equity, shaping policies that affect them. Progress looks like flexibility, purpose-driven jobs, and access to capital, systems that see caregivers not just for the support, but as contributors and innovators in their communities. So I see a thriving forest. I hope for a thriving forest where we can all check back in and have many other fellows up here sharing their successes.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. And David, what do you see is one big thing that we can do in policy, in business, or in culture to get us there?
So I'd say every time the Educational Foundation has been proud to partner with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation now for several years, and every conversation that I have with a caregiver, it's reminded me of how close this network is, how much you rely on each other to help with certain situations. You know, I said it earlier that not every caregiver journey is different. Every caregiver situation is different. Knowing the various programs and benefits that are earned, it can be overwhelming, especially when you have real life in front of you every day. And so I think there's something that has organically grown that is the strength of this community. We talk about that all the time at these types of events. I think that sometimes the programs that I see that do really well usually start from a place of curiosity and how can we help and bring what we do well to the table, as opposed to, kind of coming from the top and pushing it down. And I found that the programs that are the most impactful usually start from, we say it at USAA, come from a place of curious, right, Wayne? And it's assuming positive intent is kind of our cultural thing, but it's don't start with no. And I think that organizations, when they come from curious, you naturally have better outcomes and impacts because you let the process play out and you learn your way into how do you take what you're good at to add some fertilizer to those roots, right? And make this thing better. And I think that I'm really proud of the work we've done at the USAA Educational Foundation. We saw what the needs were happening for caregivers and financial instability. And so what we did was we said, okay, we have a bunch of certified financial planners. We know our stuff when it comes to personal finance. We don't know what the caregiver journey's like. So we went and we did focus groups. We flew out to their houses. We talked to them. We got to see what they were going through. And what you find is that from a personal finance lens, every caregiver is not the same, but you have children caring for parents. You have loved ones caring for their spouses. You have parents caring for their kids. And from a personal finance lens, those are very, very different programs and benefits and financial situations that people tap into. So we can't just say, oh, fill out this form and here's the answer, or fill out a budget and that'll tell you everything. It's no, we need to tailor our education to what the needs of each unique caregiver situation is. And I think that, I'm patting my team on the back because they did such a great job of taking that approach. But I think that what has come out of that is a experience that if a caregiver goes on to USAEF.org and they go to a caregiver section, they can see themselves. As soon as they walk in, they see themselves through that experience, and it helps them, and it makes them feel at ease. I mean, finances can be overwhelming, and so to be able to see yourself and say, these people speak my language. They know what that program is, what I'm going through. I think is the way that if you really want to make longing and sustaining change and impact, that's the way to do it. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. This has been wonderful. Emily, please, thank you.
Thank you, David.
Please welcome 2025 Dole Caregiver Fellow Mozella Richardson Kamara and Liz Porter, President of the Health and Civil Sector at Leidos.
Good morning. To help you understand my experience as a caregiver, I'd like to first tell you a little bit about who I was before caregiving. My husband Abdul and I dated as teenagers briefly. We reconnected 20 years when he was deployed on his 4th tour to Iraq, and I was working as an engineer and enjoying my life with my family and children, making pretty good money too. When Abdul and I planned our future together, he was looking forward to becoming an E7, and I was looking forward to one day owning my own engineering company. I was so excited about having a partner who had the same zest for success. In a matter of 13 months, we were married, had our daughter, PCS to Texas, and bought our first home. After 4 years of college, 2 8-hour exams to become a registered civil engineer, I had every intention of putting those investments back to work to return after maternity leave. Life had other plans. My husband began having reoccurring nightmares and memory issues. A bottle of pain pills always rattled on the car door that I didn't know he was taking just to get through PT until he started having stomach issues. We started arguing because he wouldn't remember things he was doing, like moving the iron. I thought he was trying to make me believe I was crazy, and I wanted to leave. Things got so stressful at one point, I wound up on the cardiac ward. Eventually, my husband was referred for a PTSD screening and was diagnosed with PTSD and a traumatic brain injury. What should have brought relief, didn't. Abdul's diagnosis forced him out of the Army, and our fight for his benefits began. Abdul lost his career, and to become his full-time caregiver, I had to give up mine. The hardest part of caregiving is not any single responsibility. It's how all the responsibilities add up and overrun your life. You lose your sense of self, your identity. It can easily feel like to save your veteran's life, you have to give up your own. But I'm determined not to give up my life. Over the last year, I've learned that part of the key to my husband's quality of life is improving my own. I have become a rock star at taking care of myself. Sometimes I close my door and I say, I am off duty. I found my passion in advocacy and volunteering. I'm pursuing my doctorate. And I started therapy to maintain my mental health through all the insanity that has become my life, because I still have my dreams. Thank you.
Rosella, thank you so much. Certainly very excited to have this conversation with you, and I'm glad you're here today. We come to this conversation with some lived experiences, as you just shared, and a personal commitment to change. And so we're gonna start the conversation by sharing what this journey has taught us about emotional and mental toll caregiving can take, and the resilience that grows from it. So I'm gonna start off. Many caregivers describe themselves as feeling invisible or unsupported when it comes to their own mental health. And you mentioned grabbing onto appreciating mental health for yourself. What kinds of support have made the biggest difference for you personally, or what do you wish had been there for you earlier?
It's gonna sound a little cliche, because here we are at the Elizabeth Dole Foundation's convening, but the truth is that I wish I had known that there was others like me. I learned I was a caregiver and what that meant when I met a Dole fellow. She told me about this organization, and they saw me for the first time. A lot of people that aren't familiar with our military lives and what that means, they don't really see you, right? And if you say that you're suffering or hurting or needing help, they think, oh, you have this wonderful life and this amazing husband, because he's a great guy, but they don't see you. And so I wish that I had been seen sooner by others like me. So knowing that this was here, I wish I'd have known that sooner.
That's wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, Liz, you're working to make mental health services available to caregivers through Lido's pilot program with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. Can you tell us more about the program, what made this feel urgently necessary, and what do you hope to learn from it? How can we, and also, don't forget, how can we encourage other industry leaders to take similar steps?
So Mozilla, I think you mentioned it, and I think it's something we've seen over and over, that caregivers tend to be the last in line for seeking support. And so I'm really excited to partner with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation to provide access to mental health services. And we're using this as a pilot to be able to understand what works and how does it work, because as many of you know, it isn't always easy to find the time and what's the best way to access that capability. And so certainly we would love to see others in the industry looking for ways to partner and provide this capability. I'm very excited about the Elizabeth Dole Act and hopefully the ability that would give access to mental health services, as I know you pay for yours out of pocket, and it's something that we would want people to be able to have that access no matter what their means were. So thank you for asking about that.
Thank you.
Very excited. Switching a little bit more to your family, and I know you didn't share a ton about your family yet, but you are a parent and a caregiver. So could you talk a little bit about the additional emotional stress that you bear from carrying both roles, and maybe what impact, if any, you've seen on your children's mental health, and how does that impact you as well?
So I thought that I was carrying the majority of it. I thought the children didn't know they weren't impacted. Mom's, doing all these things, until one day it started to manifest in mental health issues with my daughter. She felt so uncomfortable needing something more from me, because without me even knowing, she was seeing the strain on me. So when it became evident that maybe, we talk about hidden helpers being invisible as well. Well, they were invisible to me too. Because I'm here, I'm showing up every day, but I'm not really recognizing what my children were going through. And when I started to recognize it, then I felt guilty. And the guilt was a little overwhelming, right? Like, how could I have not seen these things? How could I have left them without, recognizing that they had these needs? And of course, as you know, guilt just adds an extra burden. So, and I think that adds that extra layer, because I had to figure out, how do I no longer choose?
Yeah, there's just an added layer of burden for you to add to the already many things you do, which you do a lot.
Thank you. Liz, the RAND study talks about caregivers suppressing their own mental health needs to focus on the veteran. Are you seeing ways in the industry and at the government level that we can normalize asking for help and make it easier to find it?
Certainly, one of the programs that we support are the military family life counselors. So for those of you who are familiar with the MFLCs on the DoD side, I think one of the things that I find very encouraging is there are a lot of pilots that are being done there, but in general, it is the senior leadership on the DoD side that have been enabling and starting to encourage and actually mandate that individuals seek help and see what it is to be normalized to ask for that help. I think the more and more that we even see that within our own company, where we've enabled the capabilities for people to be able to access help without others really knowing. Because I think part of it is being afraid to ask for help or maybe not finding the right ways to look for help to make that easier. And I think that's something that in the industry and in the government, trying to enable that various channels, especially with the newer generations who most of them don't seem to want to talk in person, so maybe over the phone or through a chat or some other enabling capability, and I know that a lot is being done there, so thank you for asking that.
Thank you.
It's very important. When I think about, healing and growth, you really have rebuilt a sense of self through education. I mean, God bless you for pursuing a doctorate degree, but as we are both engineers, so we both knew what that was like, but now she's really taken it to another level. But thinking about through education and therapy, and I appreciate you talking about the fact that you reached out for therapy, because I think that is another way to help destigmatize it. And you did that while you were continuing to care for your husband. What would you say to caregivers who feel like they have lost themselves in this process?
I'd say let your old self go, right? We all had dreams, ideas that we thought would be our lives, but sometimes you have to let that go in order to emerge, right, as your new, better self, right? While in the beginning this felt like such a burden, at one point I realized the honor. And so when I decided to say, I'm not her of yesterday, and I'll never be her that yesterday her dreamed about, but I can be something amazing now. I can have an amazing life, right? I can wake up each day in gratitude. But you have to be willing to let go of what you think you lost in order to gain what you have. Caregiving and leadership both require stamina and clarity. How do we cultivate environments at home, at work, where healing and high performance don't feel like opposites?
It's very poignant, this question, especially after the earlier panel. I think the Honorable Dina Powell McCormick said it brilliantly. It's like you ask about work-life balance, and there isn't balance. And part of it is, I think, really giving yourself the grace, as she mentioned. But beyond that, when I think about companies and I think about support that you get, everybody needs a team, whether that team is someone you have at home around you or a team that you have at work, and ensuring that you have that fantastic team. For many of you that knew me last year, I went through a period, my older sister died very rapidly, and I was very fortunate that I had a phenomenal team at home to be able to take care of home things, and a phenomenal team at work to be able to take care of work so that I could spend her last 8 days with her. And I would never want to give that up, and I'm grateful, but it is being able to say to yourself, for that time period, I know part of my team's here, and I know they had to carry a heavier burden because I really didn't even look at email. But knowing that, I loved how she said, it's like, it's not an A+ at work and an A+ at home. You have to figure out a good average B, but there may be times where it's, a D at work, and be okay with that. But it's knowing when to be okay with that. And I think that's really the key. But again, having that team around you to be able to support you, because you can't do it alone. So. Amen. So thank you. Certainly, for caregivers who are listening and who carry more than they let on, Mozella, you talk about a lot of things that you've been able to do, but if there was one thing that you wanted to make sure that they walked away with today, what would that be?
We see you.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
That's all I got.
Yep, and we do. We absolutely see you.
If we looked ahead 5 years, what change would make you most hopeful for the future of caregiver mental health?
I think that the access to mental health support for anyone who wants it being easy and seamless, and for someone like you to not worry about whether you can access it or your children can access it because you can't afford it. So certainly thinking about making that access viable and cost-effective is going to be really key. But like you, and that caregivers are not a second thought, that they're the first thought. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate you sharing your story.
well.
You did a wonderful job.
Thank
She was
you.
nervous, and so thank you all for today.
Thank you.
Joining us now, 2025 Dole Caregiver Fellow Kylie Breest and Hidden Helper Julian Cools and Christine Hauge, Community Partnership and Investment Manager at Wounded Warrior Project.
I'd like to thank the Elizabeth Dole Foundation and Senator Dole for allowing me to have the chance to speak here today. 2 years before I was born, my father was injured in Iraq by an IED, resulting in a traumatic brain injury and the loss of his right arm and left leg. As a child, I didn't see the way my family proactively navigated this reality as extraordinary. It was simply how we lived. As toddlers, we were taught to always keep the floor clear of tripping hazards to make sure my dad was safe. In elementary school, my parents visited our classrooms every year, allowing peers to ask questions and grow comfortable with my dad's injuries. At home, all of our family meals are cut into small pieces, so my dad can eat independently without struggling to use a knife with one hand. Vacations and outings are carefully selected to avoid tough-to-navigate spaces, like beaches or extended walking. As teens, my mom signed my siblings and me up for mental health services to ensure we had space to share how we felt about the restrictions and additional duties we had compared to other kids. Even now, 20 years after my dad was hurt, my parents still face challenges. Exhaustion over restarting care with new doctors or navigating a complex benefit system. Despite all of their proactivity, there were, and are, significant delays in care and frustrations surrounding unreliable stipends and support systems. My parents have spent decades advocating, not only for my dad, but for others with invisible injuries like TBIs and post-traumatic stress that are often under-resourced and difficult to access. My parents' advocacy inspired me to intern with Maryland's Department of Veterans and Military Families and to pursue a degree in organizational leadership in Penn State's honors program. My goal is to one day help nonprofits better serve families like mine.
When people ask me about my life as a caregiver, I explain this is the only life I've ever known. My father, Corey, was severely injured by an IED when I was just 3 years old. Ever since, his mobility, vision, and speech have been severely limited. My mom has been his full-time caregiver for 20 years, and I can't imagine a time when I wasn't physically or emotionally assisting her in any way I could. My parents encouraged me to do all the things that most kids get to do growing up. However, I always felt a sense of guilt, going to school, having a social life, prepping for a career. It all felt selfish. I couldn't confide in my peers who didn't understand our situation, and there's such a lack of caregiver resources, especially in the rural Midwest, and especially for young people. I tried to remind myself that I was allowed to have a sense of balance, but I knew that I was always going to be a caregiver. Even today, after moving out of the house, I check in with my dad every day, stop home to visit, and remain the only person that can cheer him up on those hard days. For all the sacrifices caregiving asks of you, it has shaped me into who I am today. My experience has inspired me to become a neonatal intensive care nurse, where I love supporting the whole family, not just the patients. I am proud to be the first second-generation Dole Caregiver Fellow, following in my mom's footsteps.
You both have such powerful stories. Thank you for being here today to share them with us. To start our discussion today, I want to ask, when you first heard the term hidden helper, what did that mean to you? Julian, we're going to start with you.
Yeah. I first heard the term hidden helper when my mom became an Elizabeth Dole Foundation Fellow. For years, she had been doing the work of a caregiver without much recognition, and EDF gave her a name, a sense of legitimacy, and then it also helped me define what my role as a hidden helper was, which is supporting my mom so that she's able to provide care for my dad. If that means filling in gaps with other family duties, just doing whatever she needs so that my dad and my whole family is able to succeed.
To me, I have a simple definition of it's someone doing that hard work, and they don't realize that this isn't normal. This is their normal. This is what they've grown up with their entire lives.
Thank you both. I do want to take a moment just to provide some background for everyone in this room. So for those of you who are unaware, the Hidden Helpers Coalition was formed in 2021. And this was as a result of some findings from a study that showed that there was an estimated 2.3 million hidden helpers, and there was a lack of awareness of them, which led to a lack of programming and resources available to them. Since then, the RAND study has found that a more accurate estimate is 5.5 million hidden helpers. These studies showed that they experience higher rates of isolation, have difficulties expressing emotion, and have more health problems such as higher levels of stress and anxiety. Wounded Warrior Project has been proud to partner with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation since the beginning of this initiative, from the research to now co-chairing the Hidden Helpers Coalition. As you can tell from the research, there's a massive gap, and it's going to take a whole network of support to serve this population. It is not a one-size-fits-all model. At Wounded Warrior Project, we believe the entire family has served, and if that service member is injured, then that service continues for a lifetime. Whether the hidden helper is taking care of their parent or their sibling, we want to ensure that they have the programs and resources available to them at every stage of their journey. One recent initiative I want to highlight that we've invested in is working with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation to launch the Hidden Helpers campaign. This campaign was just launched in April, and the goal of this campaign is to raise awareness of the challenges these hidden helpers are facing, as well as making sure that the hidden helpers that have already identified as hidden helpers are aware of the resources that are available to them. We also hope that more organizations and companies become aware of the coalition where they might want to join or potentially invest in some of these initiatives. So with that, although we have made progress, how far do you both think that we have come in recognizing young caregivers, and why is it important that we continue building this awareness? Kylie, I'll go to you first.
I think even from just when I was a child, we've advanced so far. There's much more camps, opportunities, scholarships, and with the Hidden Helpers campaign alone, it has finally brought recognition to those children that are serving this nation, and that is most important, but we can always still improve.
Yeah. I think it's really important to build awareness for the good of our country because hidden helpers have the potential to be a huge asset in professional fields. When an employer sees the word military on a resume, they know what that means. That means dedication to service, loyalty, discipline, and the same is true for hidden helpers. Growing up as a child of someone navigating a disability builds real transferable skills, and those should be recognized, not just by the military community, but by everyone. So I think that's one reason why it's really important to bring awareness. Kylie, you're a nurse now and you've built a career from your caregiving experience. What helped you make the transition from helper to hero? And what advice would you give someone like me who's still figuring it out?
My dad was my biggest help. I thought I would need to stay home and take care of him, and he has always pushed me saying, no, you need to go, you need to better serve yourself, and he pushed me to get that nursing degree. And then simply just take care of yourself. So I was 3 years old when it happened. I didn't know any different. taking care of yourself and really learning to advocate for yourself and standing up for yourself and your family, which the Elizabeth Dole Foundation has taught me and given me a voice to do that.
So to build off of that, Kylie, you've already gone through college and graduated. Jillian, you're getting ready to go to college. Have either of you had any hesitation about leaving home with supporting your dad or even supporting your mom? Kylie, I'll turn it over to you first.
Yeah, so I think it's a big aspect. Me and my mom are a powerful team. She's my biggest role model. She does all the physical 24/7 care, and I'm that big emotional piece. I call my dad on those hard days, and I'm the only one that can snap him out of it. So yeah, I do a lot of hands-on, but I know Jillian's experience is a bit different.
Yeah, my experience is less direct than Kylie's. I'm mostly my mom's support and emotional backup. If she has other responsibilities or if she's traveling, I step in to include caring for my dad and helping run our family smoothly. So I know Kylie's dealt with that guilt about directly caring for her father, but mine's more related to being my mom's support system.
Jillian, you've talked a lot about wanting to connect with other hidden helpers like you. What would make you feel more seen and supported at your school and in your community or even online?
Yeah, for me, feeling seen starts with acknowledgement at school. That could look like teachers just being aware that you're going home to something different than just homework, different than your peers, and being aware that you might need a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more grace for the situation that you're dealing with that is different and unique. In my community, support can mean spaces where hidden helpers are able to come together, be with people who understand what they're going through, not in a spotlighted way, but just to be around people who understand is really important. And then online, I'd love to see more real stories. We see the hard parts, but it'd be amazing to see the strengths and skills we have as caregiver children highlighted so that we feel less invisible and know that these skills are valuable outside of our family as well in the real world and make you feel strong for what you're doing. Christine, do you think there are ways for organizations to better find and support kids like us, especially the ones who might not even realize they're caregivers?
Absolutely. I think you have both talked a lot about community, but we need to be more creative in how we are finding and identifying these young caregivers. It's important to remember that these young caregivers are in everyday lives. They are in schools, doctors' offices, clubs, sports, just to name a few. So we need to be able to meet them where they are. That is one goal of the Hidden Helpers campaign that I mentioned previously. For those organizations who are providing direct programs and services to these young caregivers, we need to ensure that we remain agile to meet their needs in every stage of their journey. We truly believe that not one organization can do it alone, and that is why we co-chair the Hidden Helpers Coalition, because it takes a whole community and village to address the variety and the spectrum of needs that this population needs. For the organizations who are not providing direct programming, I encourage you to learn about the organizations who are within the coalition, figure out if there's a way to support or potentially even fund the initiatives that are happening in providing life-changing programming for this hidden population.
You talked about that one.
Over to you.
Yeah. We talked a lot about those programs, and you said some are still falling short.
Right.
Yeah. But there are some that are working really well. Mm-hmm. So what do you think are those that are still falling short?
So I think I want to highlight both. So for the ones that are working well, one initiative I want to highlight for everyone in this room is one that we worked on with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, and that was to create a family resource hub. If you're not familiar with the hub, that houses programs and resources that are available to hidden helpers and their families, hoping that that will make it more accessible and easily able for them to navigate. Another one that I'm excited to highlight is the screener tool for medical providers. So the hope is that this tool will help medical providers identify hidden helpers easier and be able to tailor treatment for them and their lifestyle. One of the areas I think we could focus more on is the transition from young caregivers to adult caregivers. So we are powering an initiative and working closely with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation now to address this, but we need to become more creative to be able to provide resources for them as they get older in age and are forming lives for themselves. This is a good transition to my next question for you, Kylie. You have both lived experience and professional insight. How can we better prepare caregiving youth for what comes after high school, whether that's work, college, caring long-term, or something else?
I think it really goes on the supporting the mental health aspect. They're leaving a big chunk of them behind, and they're always going to worry. Like I said previously, really empowering them, which the Elizabeth Dole Foundation has given. They really empower you and make you advocate and show that you do have a voice and you are different, but different is good.
If there was one thing you guys could change, one idea that would make life better for hidden helpers, what would it be?
One worry that I really had was health insurance. So coming out of college, I knew that at 21, I would fall off of my TRICARE insurance. Most insurances go until you're 26, and so I had a big worry of what do I do? I was fortunate enough to get health insurance through my workplace. But if I would have had to come out of college or take time off of work to go home to help my mom take care of my dad, I was stuck in a situation. So this is one policy that I really want to help advocate for and expand on.
I would say, and we've touched on this, but just ensuring that everyone remembers not every young caregiver's journey is the same. This is a great example of here. We have 2 young caregivers. Both of their journeys started in 2005 with their dads getting a traumatic brain injury as well as suffering other injuries. But their caregiving journeys have differed greatly. We need to remember to ask hidden helpers what their needs are and not just make assumptions based off of their age or their veteran's injury. These caregivers have a life to live themselves, and we owe it to them to provide a supportive environment to where they can achieve all of their goals and aspirations. Okay, to wrap up today, you have both shared so openly today, so thank you for that. To leave everyone, one final question. What do you want leaders in government or schools to take away from your story?
I think my biggest thing that's been a real struggle is now recognizing that I'm an adult. I'm 23 years old, but I've been a caregiver for 20 years. I think it's really just expanding and seeing how each person responds differently and how each teamwork of caregivers works together.
Yeah, I agree. I want to echo what Kylie and Christina are saying. I want leaders to understand that while our stories may sound similar, every caregiving situation is different. The roles we play, the support we need varies, and the best way to provide help that's meaningful is to ask. We are the experts. We are the ones that are living these situations, and we are the ones that know what we need. But caregivers aren't just in need of support. We're also an asset. Our experiences have shaped valuable skills, and we should be seen as capable and desirable, not just people needing help. It's been 20+ years for many families impacted by the global war on terrorism, and a lot of hidden helpers are entering the workforce. I think it's important for leadership to keep considering how they can help us, but in reality, it's probably time for people in leadership to consider how we can help you.
Thank you all.
Please welcome Dole Caregiver Fellow Alumni Laura Gary and Kimberly Mingo, Vice President, Government Sales and Business Strategy at Philips.
On March 4th, 2016, my husband Tom and I found ourselves in a neurologist's office. After a long day of tests, the doctor came in and asked, "Were you in the military? And did you serve in the first Gulf War?" With Tom's answer of yes to both questions, she said, "I'm very sorry, but the diagnosis points to ALS." Our doctor explained to us that ALS is a presumptive service-connected disease with a life expectancy of 3 to 5 years. Tom was 47. My caregiving started very slowly, like helping Tom put on his socks and shoes, button his shirt. But as the disease progressed, he needed more assistance in every aspect of his life. In the last 3 years, Tom was paralyzed, trached, fed by a tube, and was on a ventilator or life support. His mouth had to be suctioned regularly along with his trach. He needed to be moved in bed several times an hour to prevent bed sores, and he relied on a communication device or technology to communicate with us. I'm guessing right now many of you are thinking, man, I couldn't live like that. But what you're not considering is how someone defines a quality of life. Tom spent his last years at home, surrounded by his family. He learned Photoshop and Lightroom with his eyes and created beautiful photography that he sold online. He taught himself how to invest in the stock market and grew an account that one day our son Trey will inherit. Staying at home also enabled him to be an integral part of Trey's life for as long as possible. Tom saw his son grow from an awkward 13-year-old boy at the time of his diagnosis into an impressive, empathetic young man. He even lived long enough to see our son graduate from high school, which we did in our bedroom. 6 years after his diagnosis, Tom passed away at the age of 53. And when he did, I know he knew Trey and I would be okay because he was able to continue guiding us as long as he could as the head of our family. Tom's ability to stay home was only possible with the VA benefits and services, especially the Veterans Directed Care Program and skilled care. Getting approved for those did not come easily. I had to educate a lot of people and elevate my cause until I reached that one person that could give me the yes. My fight for skilled care took more than a year to get. And at the same time, we were very fortunate that we had it. These services aren't the same across the VA. In fact, available support for services like VDC and skilled care, they can vary by your zip code. After Tom passed away, a lot of family services stopped immediately. Yet Trey and I were just starting to enter a new stage and journey in ALS, one that was filled with grief and processing the trauma that caregiving and the ALS journey left me with. That included thoughts of suicide, which our son experienced early in his dad's diagnosis, and my very own towards the end of Tom's life when the caregiving became too much. We needed a blanket of support, which I hope that is something we can talk about today. The grief of losing Tom has certainly not faded, but I have learned to take and celebrate the good days that I get. And trust me, I am squeezing everything I can out of them. Thank you.
Wow.
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 What a journey.
It's been a journey, and it's been an amazing journey just to learn about everything you've had to endure. And the ecosystem of care comes front and center. And we've both navigated it differently from caregiving on the front lines at home, through health systems, and through an innovation lens. So let's break down what a care ecosystem means to each of us.
You know, in hindsight, I can think that the care ecosystem looks different for me today than it did when I was in the thick of it, when everything was urgent for me. Mm-hmm. I didn't have time to think about the problems I was experiencing and actually what that ecosystem looked like. I was just solving problems. Mm-hmm. Today, I see that ecosystem is broad. It's not just the care you get from the VA or battling those everyday issues that come up. It's the caregivers, it's the community that we belong to as part of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. It includes for-profit and nonprofit companies. It really takes, it takes a village to support not just our veterans, but our caregivers.
Yeah, that's, so what you're defining, it is a unique ecosystem needed to support the veteran and the caregiver. That includes the delivery of care, innovation. It includes, different roles. Some of the roles you had to find to create your own ecosystem. Some were provided by the VA. Others you had to seek out on your own that you shared with me.
I did.
So I think as innovators of technology and solutions, we can't innovate in silos, and the ecosystem that we typically innovate for is usually the health system. What you're describing is we need to step back a little bit and define a new ecosystem and really understand what it is. And they're gonna vary because the veterans' needs vary. So it's gonna be many ecosystems that we have to design and innovate from, and think of non-traditional roles that are not usually a healthcare provider. It might be someone, it might look different. So I think what I have learned from the conversation is we gotta start from the caregiver and the veteran and then work backwards as we think about innovation. So it's been a really interesting place to kind of perspective.
Right, listening to the end user, like you said, and build backwards.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more from the home, that hidden care infrastructure that's so critical. So caring for a veteran with ALS means constant vigilance and adaptation. So when you're caring for your husband, when you were caring for your husband full time, Tom.
Yes.
Tell us what a day in your home looked like, and what supports or gaps did you experience most?
Well, I can tell you I lived by the alarm clock. Everything was very structured in our home. Like many of our caregivers, you have to have a very structured life in order to do the day-to-day. And that was us. From the time we got up to the time we went to bed, we lived in 2-hour increments on the phone. Every time I turned around, the alarm would go off. The gap in care really was, I say this all the time, I just didn't know what I didn't know. And I had to learn about services that the VA was able to provide us. And I learned that through the caregiver community. And those gaps were things like what really got us through was the veterans-directed care and the skilled care. Like I said, it really is care that's given by a zip code. And that is really the gap I would like to see filled.
That's powerful.
So as someone who's helped design the tools and systems inside hospitals and clinics, how do we bring more of that design thinking to the realities of care happening in our living rooms, our kitchens, and in our homes?
Yeah, I think some of the things I talked about earlier is we have to start where the care is being delivered and by whom. So getting that voice into how we think about it. So it starts at the point of care, and that's where we design, but we have to really engage to really understand who is part of that. Typically we think of the clinicians, like I said, from a healthcare provider, but it's really, we have to go think beyond that. We have to be out of the box thinkers. Before we start designing, we have to really challenge some of the things that we've learned along the way. And I remember us talking, you were just, and you'll hear this consistently through the caregivers, we gotta seek and find the resources. So how about we change the game and play a different game? How about they seek us out and help to figure out what we need to align ourselves to that gives you the ability then for the self-care, to spend time with your family and let the ecosystem support you. So I think let's play a different game and see if we can work with innovators and see what we can do to create that.
No, I love that. I love the fact that maybe a caregiver could also be a wife and not just the caregiver.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So the clinical care ecosystem. So you've been an expert in navigating appointments and specialists and care services, even using the expertise you gained with Tom to help other veterans and caregivers. That's what you're doing now. What parts of the healthcare system are working for caregivers, and where are you still running into the walls or the barriers?
Well, I'm going to answer that backwards. So the walls and the barriers are, like I mentioned earlier, accessing the care, understanding and even knowing that that care exists. Even today when I speak to caregivers and I talk about the Veterans Directed Program or the ability of accessing skilled care, they will say, no one's ever told me that. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that that was even a thing. Mm-hmm. So I would say that if we can overcome that, change the game, mm-hmm. and make sure that our families are understanding of what resources are available to them, mm-hmm. then we can overcome hitting these walls. Because you have to educate before you advocate. Mm-hmm. And education is so important in the caregiver community. Mm-hmm. And so I would say that is how we bridge the gap in care services and actually getting them in the home.
Yeah, and I remember you sharing with me all the great services that the VA has, but it is the variability from one VA to another that is present in how we're doing that.
Yes. Technology has transformed clinical care in so many ways. We are proof of that in our home. Where do you see it the greatest opportunity to make it more responsive to caregivers and not just to the patients?
Yeah, that was, and you sharing your experience of having to learn the technology. So getting the technology needed in the home quickly. But then it's, how do I learn how to use all this stuff? Because I may not have access to the training. So educate, navigate everyone. I'm taking that as, from what you shared. I'm owning that. And we have to increase the knowledge of the caregiver throughout the healthcare ecosystem. So I took that away, so when we're developing new technologies, making it easy for you to understand. It shouldn't be, the buttonology, but access on-demand information, because it's relevant when you need it. So we should make technology available and accessible for you as a caregiver when you need it. So on-demand is one area that I think we can continue to improve on. Navigation and access to resources. Certainly that's one of, Steve shared, that's one of the things that we're going to be focusing on, is how do we develop those tools to help navigate in the resources. Increasing modes of communication. Oh, yes. Cell phone, heck, Alexa or Google or Siri or someone that can assist us in connecting with somebody. So I think those are some really critical ways. Continuing to increase remote connectivity as solution developers, making sure it's safe, private, and all the things that we need to protect everyone in the health continuum. But it's innovate, innovate, innovate. Innovate, 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 and look at AI as ways to maybe help support some of that. So I think that is, but once we define the ecosystem, really define what it is, then I think the opportunities will start to really become present of how we can make some improvement. So, community has been important to you. You shared that. Yes. So the RAND report talks about the care ecosystems as more than just clinical. They include emotional support, transportation, housing, and more. What community-based support have made a difference for you, and what's still missing?
That's a big question. When Tom was sick, we accessed many of the different community-based services the VA had to offer. Home-based primary care, we had a multidisciplinary ALS clinic, we were able to access hospice, wonderful services. Maybe the support for emotional support for the caregiver was not as robust as I would have liked to have seen, and I can tell you on this side of the journey in the survivor space, that is exactly what I'd like to see, is a more robust handoff when the veteran passes and you go from, I think we went from 5, 6 people in our home a day to no one in our home, no more phone calls, no one checking in. And that was very difficult to go from that type of level of support that you had, where I could just pick up a phone and call someone, to I can't call anybody anymore because we're not really part of the VA on the survivor side. So filling that gap, that is where I'm looking at. That's what I'd like to see, is more robust care and support, both physically and emotionally for the survivor. And when I say survivor, we always talk about the spouse, but survivors are the children. You have adult children caring for veterans. You have parents caring for veterans. You have friends caring for veterans. So expanding the survivor resources to be more inclusive of what we're seeing in the caregiver space, I think would go a very long way to bridge some gaps in care.
That's awesome.
So as we close, if you could redesign one part of the care ecosystem with caregivers in mind, where would you start?
I start right there and then work backwards. And also just understanding all of the burdens. And then also realizing there's going to be multiple ecosystems that are going to be part of improving for caregivers. So you mentioned the fellow community.
Yes.
That's an ecosystem. It's your care team. That's the but we have to find a way to connect them together. And so that's where I would start, is from where you are, and then start to work backwards. We can't do it all by ourselves. We, even as innovators of technology, can't do it all by ourselves. So we're going to have to collaborate. Where we're competitors, we have to be cooperative and really work together to solve for a bigger problem. So that's where I would start, and then look to see who I can pull in to partner with us. I think that together we can solve some of the bigger problems faster.
And that's how we're going to redefine a new game.
Redefine that game.
I like that.
Awesome. Well, that just really brings us, to a close. It's been amazing having this conversation with you, and look forward to being a part of changing that game as we move forward.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear one more round of applause for our big idea presenters. Okay, so those conversations were our setup for the important part. I know I keep talking about it, but we're going to go into those breakouts. We're going to make some magic happen. So I hope you all feel inspired. But first, we're going to feed you so that you are energized and ready to go. Drink your caffeine, have your healthy snacks. This is a great time also to visit the Innovation Expo. We've got a lot of great partners, private sector partners, nonprofits who provide resources, the VA and others who are here. So take a chance to go around the expo and come back here at 1:30 sharp. We're going to have an incredible presentation to step back a little bit and learn about the caregiving ecosystem nationally and internationally, how that frames the conversation we're going to have this afternoon. And then you all go to your breakouts. Thank you all for your attention this morning. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
At first, I didn't even know I was a caregiver. I just thought, this is what moms do, this is what wives do. But the fatigue started in, and I realized I'm tuckered out. You think nobody can understand you. You think you're the only one. Without a voice, you're very hidden. My name is Candace Laguna. I have my 4 kiddos and my husband here, and we live in Mount Airy, Maryland. There's a lot of times where healing focuses only on the veteran. Becoming an Elizabeth Dole Foundation Fellow gave me a voice. Now I'm a solution-focused advocate. I get to help student caregivers, and I work with legislation on that. Research on how to better help veterans and veteran caregivers. Or I can work with communities. There's life again. For Frank, for the kids, for the community. For me, there's nothing but possibilities there.
What is that moment like when you promise to care for someone the rest of their lives? Well, the answer is different for every caregiver. For Jenny Breest, it came as she was sitting in the hospital next to her gravely wounded husband, Corey, planning for his funeral. Corey had just been medically evacuated from Iraq. The improvised explosive device that left him fighting for his life had already taken the lives of 3 other members of the South Dakota National Guard. And Jenny had been given every reason to believe that Corey would be the 4th. However, when Corey's doctor walked by and learned what she was doing, he said, "I'm not ready to give up yet." And with that bit of encouragement, Jenny responded that neither was she. Well, that was 16 years ago. Jenny was just 23 years old. She resigned from her teaching position just a year into her career. She packed up her 2 toddlers, moved 1,500 miles from her family and home, and spent the next 18 months moving Corey between hospitals and rehabilitation centers, searching for the best treatments. Even when Corey was under the full-time care of a medical team, Jenny's job as a caregiver was stressful and unrelenting. She had to sign off on life or death medical decisions, apply for and fight for her husband's benefits, and find the courage and energy to step in when she felt he wasn't receiving the proper medical care. And thanks to Jenny, Corey recovered to the point where he could return home. Unfortunately, the family house where Corey put up the picket fence was no longer suited for someone with his injuries. Jenny had to sell the house with all those memories and move into a specially adapted home built with the generosity of donors. Each morning begins with Jenny waking her husband, assisting him out of bed, getting him dressed, then administering his medication over breakfast. If the rest of the day isn't spent accompanying Corey to medical appointments, she is doing rehab exercises with him at home. On top of it all, she has taken the lead in raising those two toddlers she first packed up to see their dad in the hospital 16 years ago. Today, they are amazing young adults. One of Jenny's most cherished possessions is a family photo taken just before Corey's deployment. She thinks a lot about those days, but she is grateful to still be with the love of her life. In fact, their family even traveled to Hawaii so Jenny and Corey can renew their vows. Jenny, you promise to care for Corey. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Serving as a military caregiver is tough for adults. But what about the kids growing up in a caregiver household? What is their experience like? For 19-year-old Noah Stevens, it comes with pride, but a lot of sacrifices and scary moments too. Noah's mom has cared for his dad as long as he can remember. Noah's dad is a veteran of the Marine Corps who struggles with post-traumatic stress and a traumatic brain injury from his time in Iraq. Noah remembers realizing how badly his dad was injured when he was just a young kid. He was at home downstairs when he heard a loud thump on the floor above him. Noah ran upstairs to find his dad on the floor experiencing a grand mal seizure. He was violently convulsing. His eyes rolled back. He was bleeding and foaming at the mouth. For Noah, the experience was traumatizing. Noah can recall another time his dad began having a seizure. This time, his mom was out of the house. Noah stepped up, as caregiver kids do, and FaceTimed his mom so she could walk him through the steps to keep his dad safe. If you ask Noah how many seizures he's witnessed, he'll tell you too many to count. But now he's ready for them. He knows to roll his dad on his side, slip medication into his mouth, and stay with him until help arrives. He is also there for his parents when life gets overwhelming. He monitors his dad's mood. He knows when to wrap an arm around mom or crack a joke to make her laugh. He comforts his little sister who hasn't gotten over seeing dad's seizures. Noah keeps his chin up, but it's hard on him. When he recently took his driver's test, he had an emotional breakdown. With 4 kids still living at home, he knew how much his mom needed to have a second driver in the house, and he was terrified to fail. Someday, Noah hopes to make movies. He says the film that inspired him was Good Will Hunting. There are plenty of reasons to love that movie, but for Noah, he relates to the main character, Will. Will experienced trauma in his childhood, but slowly, he found a way to heal. Noah, promise to take care of your dad now and forever, and we promise to take care of you.
Growing up, I didn't have many good role models around. My dad was checked out. He wasn't present in our lives. I came to America from the Philippines when I was 2 months old. My dad was a military veteran, served during the Vietnam War. I knew very little about his military experience. Most of my childhood was spent working. I wanted to join certain sports, but I just told him, you know, I have to support my family, so I really can't join the basketball team. I always had it in me to help people. I eventually became a police officer for New York City Police Department. It meant a lot to me to be a sergeant in the NYPD because my dad was a sergeant in the Air Force. The most enjoyable part that I look back on my career was working with the youth. I saw opportunities that I could provide that I didn't have growing up. So I said, hey, maybe I could be that change. Growing up, I didn't know what my dad was dealing with because I didn't know about depression or PTSD. I couldn't talk to him because I didn't want to aggravate him. So we're just gonna put on his shirt, okay? You can do it, Dad. You're strong. We'll put on your shoes. All right, there we go. My dad had a stroke in 2015. It was hard for him to talk, walk. He was just laying in the bed most of the day, depressed. I was told by the doctors that if this continues, he won't be able to walk. So someone had to step up. I retired as a sergeant with the NYPD because my dad needed my help. A few years ago, I found an ammo box in my dad's belongings, and I opened it up and I saw a bronze star. I was like, wow, my dad's a hero. Now I'm starting to look at his paperwork. When he was in these bases that were in Vietnam, they were under attack. You could see what a young man at the time was going through, and he showed he didn't quit. He said he defended the base when it was under attack in Vietnam in Ben Hoa. When I knew my dad growing up, he wasn't really fighting for us, but now I saw like another person, and I was like, you know what, this guy fought for me, so that just instilled in me like I'm not gonna quit on him. It says you extended your tour for 30 days because I was gonna be born. Thank you, Dad. I realized I was my dad's caregiver when we went to a doctor's appointment. The doctor asked my dad, who cares for you? And my dad told the doctor, he does, my son. And that made me feel good because he acknowledged that I care for him. I've been going on 8.5 years taking care of my dad. It's important to take care of myself as a caregiver because if I'm not strong enough to help him out of bed, no one's gonna do it. I do things to recharge me, like Tai Chi and listening to classical music. The classical music makes me feel calm, and the Tai Chi helps me to just give some time to myself and to decompress. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation has given me that sense of you're not alone. They have so many areas they can help you with, mentally, home care, financially. I'm so honored to be a Dole Caregiver Fellow because I get to share my story with others, and especially male caregivers, because there's a lot of male caregivers that don't acknowledge that they're a caregiver and need help. I'm grateful to pay it back to my dad. He did his part, and I'm gonna do my part.
Rodney Ridgeway enlisted in the United States Army in August of 2001, just 1 month before the attacks of September 11th. He served his country honorably, rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant, and completed 3 tours in Iraq. To most people, Rodney might not appear injured. His slight limp doesn't tell the full story of the breaks and sprains he suffered when an explosion knocked him off a watchtower. You can't see the migraines that keep him in darkness, or the digestive issues that can cause him to lose 20 pounds in a single week. Most hidden are his post-traumatic stress and anxiety. Rodney has never shaken the constant high-alert feeling of being an infantryman in Iraq. He also struggles over the many close friends he lost in combat and the 11 more he lost to suicide. Ida was the first to detect the severity of Rodney's invisible wounds. She was determined to make sure he didn't have to keep fighting the battles he had already fought in Iraq. She began by getting Rodney the overdue care that he needed. She made sure every VA appointment was scheduled, kept, and followed up on. She accompanied Rodney to every consultation, introducing herself first as his caregiver, then as his mom. Nobody knew her son better than she did, so she insisted on being a part of his care team. She also saved Rodney from the triggering process of telling his story over and over again to every new nurse and doctor. Outside of the hospital, Ida knew that she needed to stay close to Rodney, but the smells of her cooking and noises around the house could spark his PTSD. So she found a neighborhood with 2 available homes. She moved into one, Rodney into the other, just 75 yards down the street. To this day, Ida tracks Rodney's medications on her phone. Half of her home office is dedicated to his medical records. She wakes early every morning to listen to scripture and spend a moment with God. The rest of the day is spent with her caregiving Bible, a thick, impeccably organized binder with every doctor's request, test result, and valuable piece of information related to his care. Last fall, Rodney married his longtime girlfriend in a ceremony performed by Ida. He decided to keep his mom as his primary caregiver because his wife couldn't keep her job while also providing Rodney the care that he needs. However, his wife is ready to learn, and Ida is making sure that they work as a team. Ida, you promised to care for your son. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Every parent knows being a mom or dad is a lifetime job. From the moment your child is born, you promise to always be there for them.
But sometimes life takes a turn, and it's the child promising to be there for their parent. For many wounded veterans, that role reversal comes much earlier than expected.
Ilahia Gianson and Angelina Taylor are only in their 30s, yet they've already devoted so much of their adult lives to caregiving.
For Ilahia, he began caring for his dad, Anthony, when he was just 19. Throughout his childhood, Ilahia recalls his dad as a sweet, hard-working family man. Unfortunately, when Ilahia was only a teenager, his younger brother and mother passed away in the span of just a few years. While their sudden loss left Ilahia grief-stricken, his father emotionally collapsed. For the Vietnam veteran, the sadness of their passing surfaced long-suppressed trauma from his time at war. He became withdrawn, debilitated by anxiety, and found the day-to-day challenging. Still just a teenager, Ilahia promised to be there for his dad.
Angelina's journey as a caregiver began just as suddenly. 6 years ago, Angelina was an ambitious woman in her 20s, pursuing an advanced degree to work with children with special needs. Then, without warning, her father Benjamin suffered a stroke. Benjamin had served in the Marine Corps during the years of the Vietnam War. Following his stroke, he was left in a near vegetative state. After a few months recovering in a nursing facility, Benjamin became wholly dependent on his daughter's care.
While Ilahia and Angelina watched their friends find their ways in life without any cares but their own, every decision these young caregivers made came with the same question: how do I manage this with Dad? How do I ensure he's still okay?
Ilahia is his father's emotional strength. His dad's anxiety overcomes him in crowds like the grocery store and in settings with tough questions like medical appointments. Ilahia has to be his cheerleader just to get him out of the house. Living in Hawaii, Ilahia used to have some success getting his dad out to the beach to go fishing or for long car rides. However, COVID-19 has made lots of his favorite spots risky for now. The pandemic meant the suspension of his group therapy and more time confined at home, where Ilahia's dad often leans on his son to listen to his toughest stories from Vietnam.
For Angelina, her life is devoted to her father's physical care, often with little outside help. When her dad was released from the nursing home, she asked the staff how to lift her father if he should fall from his chair. They said she was too small to lift her dad, not realizing there wasn't another option. She now sees a chiropractor for back pain. Angelina also had to learn to clean the feeding tube that doctors inserted in her dad's stomach and get used to helping her dad with toileting and dressing. When her dad first moved back home, he rarely slept through the night. Sleepless and exhausted, Angelina fell behind in grad school without much understanding from her professors.
Over time, Angelina began to struggle with depression, but she still finds the strength to pursue her dreams, even if it has taken longer than planned. She has earned her master's in education, psychology, and advocates for caregivers through her success participating in pageants.
Ilahia, too, has managed to keep his life going. He runs a consulting practice from home and has started a family. Ilahia's dad is now a grandfather and gets a lot of emotional support from his favorite 3-year-old. Angelina, Ilahia, you promised to care for your fathers. Always and forever, we promise to care for you.
Ten years ago, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation began with a promise made by one caregiver to another. Jessica Allen was there to see it. In January of 2011, Jessica arrived at Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. Her husband, Chaz, had just been evacuated from Afghanistan after stepping on an IED. He lost both legs above the knees and suffered severe injuries to his right arm. Jessica decided to keep their 8 and 5-year-old daughters at home until their dad could recover more. For 5 months, she flew back and forth between Tennessee and Washington, trying her best to be a wife, mom, and caregiver. After the girls finished their school year, Jessica brought them out to see their dad for the first time. They tucked away all his wires and tubes, and for a moment, they felt like a normal family again. Jessica and the girls stayed with Chaz while he continued recovering for the next 16 months. It was good to be together, but tough to be so far from home. Jessica struggled to get her daughters admitted to local schools, so she homeschooled them on top of everything else. The Allens are remarkably resilient and good-humored. However, there was no escaping just how tough those first years were. Fortunately for Jessica, she was offered a light of hope when she met another spouse staying at her husband's bedside, Senator Elizabeth Dole. The senator was so moved by Jessica and the other caregivers that she made a commitment to get them the help they needed. A decade later, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation continues to make good on the promise for all of America's military caregivers. Today, the Allen family lives in a comfortable home in a quiet Tennessee town. Jessica has often joined the Elizabeth Dole Foundation as a caregiver advocate. Her oldest daughter, Darren, is a college sophomore on her university's cheer squad. Her youngest daughter, Ryan, is a high school junior planning her own college move. Jessica told the girls to find a school and place that made them happy. She assured them that she and their dad would be okay. Caregiving is still a big part of their lives and always will be. Chaz's fused elbow means Jessica still helps him with shaving, buttoning his shirt, pretty much anything requiring 2 hands. And there will come a day when Chaz's joints will keep him from walking on his prosthetics. That part will only get harder. After all these years, though, Jessica still doesn't see caregiving as a responsibility. She says she sees it as an honor. Jessica, you promised to care for Chaz, and you continue to live up to that promise now and forever. We promise to care for you.
Hi, my name is Macy Muchacharo, and I am the VP of Sales for Nommo Smart Care. But beyond my role at Nommo, I am also a hidden hero, a caregiver to my husband Gino. Gino served in the 82nd Airborne for 20 years. He's an incredible husband and father, but with his service came lasting challenges. He lives with PTSD, a traumatic brain injury, physical limitations, and chronic pain. As a family, we've learned that hope comes from having the right tools in our toolbox. And for us, Nommo has been one of those tools. Let me share how we use Nommo in our home. When Gino has a medical appointment, I have peace of mind knowing he's left on time, because a Nommo tag on our front door notifies me when it is opened. I can also confirm that our kids have arrived home safely from school, another small reassurance in our daily routine. Gino is responsible for feeding our dogs and fish. I place Nommo tags on the food container so I know when they've been opened. If they aren't, I get a gentle alert, allowing me to remind him without frustration. Safety is a priority. Gino won't wear a traditional panic button. He feels he's too young for that. So instead, we place discreet Nommo panic buttons in key areas. the bottom of the stairs, the shower door, and other locations where he might need quick assistance. With PTSD and young children in the home, firearm safety is critical. We place a Nommo tag on the gun safe, so if there's any movement, I receive an immediate alert. Nommo Smart Care helps our family feel safer, more connected, and more supported every day. As a caregiver, that brings peace of mind, which is invaluable. Thank you to Elizabeth Dole Foundation for championing caregivers like me. Together, we can create solutions that truly make a difference.
I'm Ben, and I was diagnosed with essential tremor over 12 years ago. I am a retired Air Force officer, serving both in the enlisted and the officer ranks. My tremors were so bad, I can remember one morning where they were so bad that my wife had to spoon feed me. That scared us both to death. Since I'm a military veteran, I also called and made an appointment out at the VA clinic to talk with my neurologist. And I asked my neurologist, is this the best it's going to be? He said, Ben, you have three options. One, you can continue to stay on the medication that you have and live with the serious side effects with those balance issues, dizziness, sleeplessness, drowsiness. Option two was brain surgery. And option number three said he had just read that the Veterans Administration had approved this new non-invasive device called calotherapy, and I jumped at the chance. I began using the calotherapy device in September 2020. It's non-invasive, simple to use, great instructions. Once you strap it on, you do a therapy session, you can go about your normal activities. What I saw initially is it started off slow. I would have maybe 2 or 4 hours peace and quiet, no tremors. By finding the calotherapy device, it has been the godsend for me, moving me back up to 98, 99% of near normal.
At Cornerstone Caregiving, we understand the unique needs of our veterans. Our mission is to provide compassionate in-home care that allows veterans to live independently and comfortably in the place that they love most, home. Our dedicated caregivers are trained to meet the specific needs of veterans, providing personalized care that respects their service and honors their sacrifices.
I'm Robert Rice. I'm a veteran. I've lived in Akron all my life except for 4 years in the Air Force. I've been in 2 rehab facilities. I still wanted to live here at the house. Cornerstone has helped me, let me stay in my own house. I love Cornerstone.
Cornerstone Caregiving is more than just in-home care. We are a support system, a helping hand, and a source of comfort for those who have served our nation. Through Cornerstone's partnership with the VA, veterans can have the highest quality care without the cost. We know that finding high-quality service providers for veterans can be difficult. Allow Cornerstone to be the helping hand that guides veterans to the services that they need. Cornerstone Caregiving, serving those who have served us.
first I didn't even know I was a caregiver. I just thought, this is what moms do, this is what wives do. But the fatigue started in, and I realized I'm tuckered out. You think nobody can understand you. You think you're the only one. Without a voice, you're very hidden. My name is Candace Laguna. I have my 4 kiddos and my husband here, and we live in Mount Airy, Maryland. There's a lot of times where healing focuses only on the veteran. Becoming an Elizabeth Dole Foundation Fellow gave me a voice. Now I'm a solution-focused advocate. I get to help student caregivers, and I work with legislation on that. Research on how to better help veterans and veteran caregivers, or I can work with communities. There's life again for Frank, for the kids, for the community. For me, there's nothing but possibilities there.
What is that moment like when you promise to care for someone the rest of their lives? Well, the answer is different for every caregiver. For Jenny Breest, it came as she was sitting in the hospital next to her gravely wounded husband, Corey, planning for his funeral. Corey had just been medically evacuated from Iraq. The improvised explosive device that left him fighting for his life had already taken the lives of 3 other members of the South Dakota National Guard. And Jenny had been given every reason to believe that Corey would be the 4th. However, when Corey's doctor walked by and learned what she was doing, he said, "I'm not ready to give up yet." And with that bit of encouragement, Jenny responded that neither was she. Well, that was 16 years ago. Jenny was just 23 years old. She resigned from her teaching position just a year into her career. She packed up her 2 toddlers, moved 1,500 miles from her family and home, and spent the next 18 months moving Corey between hospitals and rehabilitation centers, searching for the best treatments. Even when Corey was under the full-time care of a medical team, Jenny's job as a caregiver was stressful and unrelenting. She had to sign off on life or death medical decisions, apply for and fight for her husband's benefits, and find the courage and energy to step in when she felt he wasn't receiving the proper medical care. And thanks to Jenny, Corey recovered to the point where he could return home. Unfortunately, the family house where Corey put up the picket fence was no longer suited for someone with his injuries. Jenny had to sell the house with all those memories and move into a specially adapted home built with the generosity of donors. Each morning begins with Jenny waking her husband, assisting him out of bed, getting him dressed, then administering his medication over breakfast. If the rest of the day isn't spent accompanying Corey to medical appointments, she is doing rehab exercises with him at home. On top of it all, she has taken the lead in raising those 2 toddlers she first packed up to see their dad in the hospital 16 years ago. Today, they are amazing young adults. One of Jenny's most cherished possessions is a family photo taken just before Corey's deployment. She thinks a lot about those days, but she is grateful to still be with the love of her life. In fact, their family even traveled to Hawaii so Jenny and Corey can renew their vows. Jenny, you promised to care for Corey. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Serving as a military caregiver is tough for adults. But what about the kids growing up in a caregiver household? What is their experience like? For 19-year-old Noah Stevens, it comes with pride, but a lot of sacrifices, and scary moments too. Noah's mom has cared for his dad as long as he can remember. Noah's dad is a veteran of the Marine Corps who struggles with post-traumatic stress and a traumatic brain injury from his time in Iraq. Noah remembers realizing how badly his dad was injured when he was just a young kid. He was at home downstairs when he heard a loud thump on the floor above him. Noah ran upstairs to find his dad on the floor experiencing a grand mal seizure. He was violently convulsing. His eyes rolled back. He was bleeding and foaming at the mouth. For Noah, the experience was traumatizing. Noah can recall another time his dad began having a seizure. This time, his mom was out of the house. Noah stepped up, as caregiver kids do, and FaceTimed his mom so she could walk him through the steps to keep his dad safe. If you ask Noah how many seizures he's witnessed, he'll tell you too many to count. But now he's ready for them. He knows to roll his dad on his side, slip medication into his mouth, and stay with him until help arrives. He is also there for his parents when life gets overwhelming. He monitors his dad's mood. He knows when to wrap an arm around mom or crack a joke to make her laugh. He comforts his little sister who hasn't gotten over seeing dad's seizures. Noah keeps his chin up, but it's hard on him. When he recently took his driver's test, he had an emotional breakdown. With 4 kids still living at home, he knew how much his mom needed to have a second driver in the house, and he was terrified to fail. Someday, Noah hopes to make movies. He says the film that inspired him was Good Will Hunting. There are plenty of reasons to love that movie, but for Noah, he relates to the main character, Will. Will experienced trauma in his childhood, but slowly, he found a way to heal. Noah, promise to take care of your dad now and forever, and we promise to take care of you.
Growing up, I didn't have many good role models around. My dad was checked out. He wasn't present in our lives. I came to America from the Philippines when I was 2 months old. My dad was a military veteran. He served during the Vietnam War. I knew very little about his military experience. Most of my childhood was spent working. I wanted to join certain sports, but I just told him, you know, I have to support my family, so I really can't join the basketball team. I always had it in me to help people. I eventually became a police officer for New York City Police Department. It meant a lot to me to be a sergeant in the NYPD because my dad was a sergeant in the Air Force. The most enjoyable part that I look back on my career was working with the youth. I saw opportunities that I could provide that I didn't have growing up. So I said, hey, maybe I could be that change. Growing up, I didn't know what my dad was dealing with because I didn't know about depression or PTSD. I couldn't talk to him because I didn't want to aggravate him. So we're just going to put on his shirt, okay? You can do it, Dad. You're strong. We'll put on your shoes. All right, there we go. My dad had a stroke in 2015. It was hard for him to talk, walk. He was just laying in the bed most of the day, depressed. I was told by the doctors that if this continues, he won't be able to walk. So someone had to step up. I retired as a sergeant with the NYPD because my dad needed my help. A few years ago, I found an ammo box in my dad's belongings. And I opened it up and I saw a Bronze Star. I was like, wow, my dad's a hero. Now I'm starting to look at his paperwork. When he was in these bases that were in Vietnam, they were under attack. You could see what a young man at the time was going through, and he showed he didn't quit. He said he defended the base when it was under attack in Vietnam in Bien Hoa. When I knew my dad growing up, he wasn't really fighting for us, but now I saw like another person, and I was like, you know what, this guy fought for me, so that just instilled in me like I'm not gonna quit on him. It says you extended your tour for 30 days because I was gonna be born. Thank you, Dad. I realized I was my dad's caregiver when we went to a doctor's appointment. The doctor asked my dad, "Who cares for you?" And my dad told the doctor, "He does, my son." And that made me feel good because he acknowledged that I care for him. I've been going on 8.5 years taking care of my dad. It's important to take care of myself as a caregiver because if I'm not strong enough to help him out of bed, no one's going to do it. I do things to recharge me, like Tai Chi and listening to classical music. The classical music makes me feel calm, and the Tai Chi helps me to just give some time to myself and to decompress. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation has given me that sense of you're not alone. They have so many areas they can help you with mentally, home care, financially. I'm so honored to be a Dole Caregiver Fellow because I get to share my story with others, and especially male caregivers, because there's a lot of male caregivers that don't acknowledge that they're a caregiver and need help. I'm grateful to pay it back to my dad. He did his part, and I'm going to do my part.
Rodney Ridgeway enlisted in the United States Army. He served his country honorably, rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant, and completed 3 tours in Iraq. To most people, Rodney might not appear injured. His slight limp doesn't tell the full story of the breaks and sprains he suffered when an explosion knocked him off a watchtower. You can't see the migraines that keep him in darkness, or the digestive issues that can cause him to lose 20 pounds in a single week. Most hidden are his post-traumatic stress and anxiety. Rodney has never shaken the constant high-alert feeling of being an infantryman in Iraq. He also struggles over the many close friends he lost in combat and the 11 more he lost to suicide. Ida was the first to detect the severity of Rodney's invisible wounds. She was determined to make sure he didn't have to keep fighting the battles he had already fought in Iraq. She began by getting Rodney the overdue care that he needed. She made sure every VA appointment was scheduled, kept, and followed up on. She accompanied Rodney to every consultation, introducing herself first as his caregiver, then as his mom. Nobody knew her son better than she did, so she insisted on being a part of his care team. She also saved Rodney from the triggering process of telling his story over and over again to every new nurse and doctor. Outside of the hospital, Ida knew that she needed to stay close to Rodney, but the smells of her cooking and noises around the house could spark his PTSD. So she found a neighborhood with 2 available homes. She moved into one, Rodney into the other, just 75 yards down the street. To this day, Ida tracks Rodney's medications on her phone. Half of her home office is dedicated to his medical records. She wakes early every morning to listen to scripture and spend a moment with God. The rest of the day is spent with her caregiving Bible, a thick, impeccably organized binder with every doctor's request, test result, and valuable piece of information related to his care. Last fall, Rodney married his longtime girlfriend in a ceremony performed by Ida. He decided to keep his mom as his primary caregiver because his wife couldn't keep her job while also providing Rodney the care that he needs. However, his wife is ready to learn, and Ida is making sure that they work as a team. Ida, you promised to care for your son. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Every parent knows being a mom or dad is a lifetime job. From the moment your child is born, you promise to always be there for them.
But sometimes life takes a turn, and it's the child promising to be there for their parent. For many wounded veterans, that role reversal comes much earlier than expected.
Ilahia Gianson and Angelina Taylor are only in their 30s, yet they've already devoted so much of their adult lives to caregiving.
For Ilahia, he began caring for his dad, Anthony, when he was just 19. Throughout his childhood, Ilahia recalls his dad as a sweet, hard-working family man. Unfortunately, when Ilahia was only a teenager, his younger brother and mother passed away in the span of just a few years. While their sudden loss left Ilahia grief-stricken, his father emotionally collapsed. For the Vietnam veteran, the sadness of their passing surfaced long-suppressed trauma from his time at war. He became withdrawn, debilitated by anxiety, and found the day-to-day challenging. Still just a teenager, Ilahia promised to be there for his dad.
Angelina's journey as a caregiver began just as suddenly. 6 years ago, Angelina was an ambitious woman in her 20s, pursuing an advanced degree to work with children with special needs. Then, without warning, her father Benjamin suffered a stroke. Benjamin had served in the Marine Corps during the years of the Vietnam War. Following his stroke, he was left in a near vegetative state. After a few months recovering in a nursing facility, Benjamin became wholly dependent on his daughter's care.
While Ilahia and Angelina watched their friends find their ways in life without any cares but their own, every decision these young caregivers made came with the same question: how do I manage this with Dad? How do I ensure he's still okay?
Ilahia is his father's emotional strength. His dad's anxiety overcomes him in crowds like the grocery store and in settings with tough questions like medical appointments. Ilahia has to be his cheerleader just to get him out of the house. Living in Hawaii, Ilahia used to have some success getting his dad out to the beach to go fishing or for long car rides. However, COVID-19 has made lots of his favorite spots risky for now. The pandemic meant the suspension of his group therapy and more time confined at home, where Ilahia's dad often leans on his son to listen to his toughest stories from Vietnam.
For Angelina, her life is devoted to her father's physical care, often with little outside help. When her dad was released from the nursing home, she asked the staff how to lift her father if he should fall from his chair. They said she was too small to lift her dad, not realizing there wasn't another option. She now sees a chiropractor for back pain. Angelina also had to learn to clean the feeding tube that doctors inserted in her dad's stomach and get used to helping her dad with toileting and dressing. When her dad first moved back home, he rarely slept through the night. Sleepless and exhausted, Angelina fell behind in grad school without much understanding from her professors.
Over time, Angelina began to struggle with depression, but she still finds the strength to pursue her dreams, even if it has taken longer than planned. She has earned her master's in education, psychology, and advocates for caregivers through her success participating in pageants.
Ilahia, too, has managed to keep his life going. He runs a consulting practice from home and has started a family. Ilahia's dad is now a grandfather and gets a lot of emotional support from his favorite 3-year-old. Angelina, Ilahia, you promised to care for your fathers. Always and forever, we promise to care for you.
Ten years ago, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation began with a promise made by one caregiver to another. Jessica Allen was there to see it. In January of 2011, Jessica arrived at Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. Her husband, Chaz, had just been evacuated from Afghanistan after stepping on an IED. He lost both legs above the knees and suffered severe injuries to his right arm. Jessica decided to keep their 8 and 5-year-old daughters at home until their dad could recover more. For 5 months, she flew back and forth between Tennessee and Washington, trying her best to be a wife, mom, and caregiver. After the girls finished their school year, Jessica brought them out to see their dad for the first time. They tucked away all his wires and tubes, and for a moment, they felt like a normal family again. Jessica and the girls stayed with Chaz while he continued recovering for the next 16 months. It was good to be together, but tough to be so far from home. Jessica struggled to get her daughters admitted to local schools, so she homeschooled them on top of everything else. The Allens are remarkably resilient and good-humored. However, there was no escaping just how tough those first years were. Fortunately for Jessica, she was offered a light of hope when she met another spouse staying at her husband's bedside. Senator Elizabeth Dole. The senator was so moved by Jessica and the other caregivers that she made a commitment to get them the help they needed. A decade later, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation continues to make good on the promise for all of America's military caregivers. Today, the Allen family lives in a comfortable home in a quiet Tennessee town. Jessica has often joined the Elizabeth Dole Foundation as a caregiver advocate. Her oldest daughter, Darren, is a college sophomore on her university's cheer squad. Her youngest daughter, Ryan, is a high school junior planning her own college move. Jessica told the girls to find a school and place that made them happy. She assured them that she and their dad would be okay. Caregiving is still a big part of their lives and always will be. Chaz's fused elbow means Jessica still helps him with shaving, buttoning his shirt, pretty much anything requiring two hands. And there will come a day when Chaz's joints will keep him from walking on his prosthetics. That part will only get harder. After all these years, though, Jessica still doesn't see caregiving as a responsibility. She says she sees it as an honor. Jessica, you promised to care for Chaz, and you continue to live up to that promise now and forever. We promise to care for you.
Please silence all electronic devices. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Hello, hello. Hello, Kevin, Dr. Kevin. We gotta get everybody back in the room, which is the hardest thing to do. So I know the team is working to push folks back in their seats for the second half of the day. We've got a dynamite presentation. Hey. So we're waiting for our guests and friends to come back in from outside before we spend our afternoon taking a deeper dive into our 4 pillars for action. I wanted to bring out a visionary entrepreneur and innovator in the caregiving space. When I met Alexandra a few weeks ago at the Milken Global Conference, I saw in her someone who could inspire even more creative thinking around possible solutions to the challenges that we've been discussing all day. She has co-founded multiple companies in the healthcare space and now leads Archangels, a public benefit corporation striving to reframe how caregivers are seen, how they're honored and supported, and they use a combination of data and stories, something you've heard a lot about today, as well as depending on public-private partnerships. We're so lucky to have her with us. Please welcome Alexandra Drain.
Hello, darling. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want you all to know this is an incredibly intimidating room, and my hands are sweaty. I think my feet are actually sweaty, which you will notice because my toes are going to fall over the edge of my shoes. Senator Dole, it is such an extraordinary honor to be with you, with this community that you've created, with the impact that you've created for this room, but I would also say I think I'm a representative from the outsiders, from people who have not had the benefit of being part of this community. And I think what's so gorgeous about what you guys have all done and what has been so inspiring to me about it is the reality that you have worked within and the change you've made with that reality of military caregiving is what I think the rest of industry is now about to run straight into. And so how can we get the lessons and intelligence and gorgeousness of this room and what this room does back out to the rest of the country, and that's where I spend most of my time. So I want to start, and this was definitely a theme from earlier today, and I think it's been from the very, very first moment of the first session, that if we could take a moment right now with the data that I'm about to share and the stories that I'll talk about, can you guys do me a huge favor, which I think will be hard for you, which is to don't focus on how you're going to take this and go give it out to the rest of the world, because you're all caregivers, and that's what you do. And so you're always thinking about, how do I apply this for others, apply this for others? Let's take a minute of respite and think about this data as it applies to ourselves, right? So just literally shut out everything else in your head for a second. You know this data, over 40% of us as adults across the nation broadly are in this role. This is data that we published as Archangels with the CDC, RAND, Elizabeth Dole Foundation, fantastic study on part of the Social Economic Policy Advisory Board, doubling down on this number. It's over 40% of people are in this role. Now here's another thing that you guys know and was a theme. Over 50% of us in this role have no idea we're in this role. Not only do we not know we're in this role, we don't like the term caregiver. We don't get it, we don't understand it, it's confusing. And so if you say to someone you're a caregiver, what I'll hear back all the time is, I'm not a caregiver. And we will actually sometimes see people stomp their foot or do that fist slam thing, and they'll say, I'm not a caregiver, I'm just. And then they say the most beautiful words I've ever heard. And if you guys can't see this slide, we'll get this to you later. I'm not a caregiver, I'm just a decent human being, a God-fearing person, a good friend, a good son, a handyman, a person who cares just because. How could anyone say just before they say the most beautiful words ever? And all this beauty that people are doing on a regular basis does have an impact. 70% of us have at least one mental health impact. Anxiety, depression, even suicidal ideation. And when I talk about suicidal ideation as a very sort of hard example of mental health impact. And I'm going to look specifically at the sandwich generation. 23% of adults are in the sandwich generation right now. And that means we're caring for one or multiple at 18 or under at the same time that we're caring for one or multiple over 18. And I had someone say to me once after a presentation, "You're so cute that you call it the sandwich generation, this cute little sandwich that you have in your head." She's like, "I am a freaking panini. I am a squashed, oozy, cheesy, crusty, burnt on the edges mess. Please call it the panini generation." So I'm going to call it the panini generation. I'm going to show you some data. I wish I had the warning that you do when movies are about to show hard stuff. You know, humans, statistics are humans with the tears wiped away. So let's keep that in our bellies and look at this data. So if we separate the country into 4 cohorts, the first cohort is not in any caregiving role at all. This is the percent of that cohort that has actively thought about suicide in the last 30 days. Not passive, actively thought about suicide in the last 30 days. We've heard about this on the stage all morning. If you're not in this role at all, 4.5%. Caring for one or multiple 18 or under, it doubles to 9%. Caring for one or multiple over 18, it's 10%. Now we're going to talk about that sandwich generation or panini generation. So they're carrying on from all sides. What percent of that population do you think has actively thought about suicide in the last 30 days? Guess? 45? I love this room. Everyone else says, well, I'll just follow it. It's 20. It's 52%. It's 52%. And what's incredible at that data we also heard today, which is when people realize that they're not alone in it, that is how you can start to feel better with it and reduce that intensity that can cause it. So I use the word intensity incredibly intentionally because my dad is often, you know, he's got moderate to severe cognitive impairment. He'll sit outside my office if I'm working from home. And if he were to hear me keep talking about burden and caregiver burden, he would fall on the ground. So we use the word intensity because it shows that duality that came out today, right? Intensity of love, intensity of joy, intensity of fear, intensity of exhaustion. Intensity has all the things. So we put people in the clear, yellow, or red. If you are in the red, you're in the red. Before COVID, 8% of us were in the red. And if you're in the red, 90% have mental health impact. It's basically a 1-for-1 for mental health impact. And there's a 49% reduction in productivity. Now, productivity is not just what happens at work. It's what happens at home. How am I showing up for my man? How am I showing up for my kids? If I'm in the red, not very well. When COVID, happened, it tripled instantaneously. And that's that first bar, 24%. That next bar is when COVID was supposedly lifting at the end of Q4 2023. But anyone in this room knows that did not reduce intensity for unpaid caregivers. Dissolution of care infrastructure, sites of care closing down, inflation, people being called back to the office. In fact, intensity went up. And we saw at the start of, I always feel like a weather person. And then we saw at the start of 2024, that start to come down. But if you look, you can also look at intensity at different moments that happen. So that first blue bar the blue part is November, when the hurricane started to hit. And when hurricanes hit in Florida, you felt caregiver intensity as measured nationwide go up. I don't have the data in here, but you can imagine during the wildfires in LA, how much nationwide intensity went up as people were like, how do I get my person out? How do I support them? November 1st through 6th. Doesn't matter if you're in the 51 or the 49, everybody's intensity went up during that period. We did a session with 500 people. All of them were, we suspect they'd come to talk about unpaid caregiving, and a full 54% were in the red. We're actually running a campaign right now for military caregivers. Last time I checked earlier today, 58% were in the red. So we see these trends happen with different populations, and I just want to make the point that what goes up doesn't always come down. And we keep hoping that, in fact, we're going to see this national release of this intensity. But in fact, if you look at that baseline before COVID to after COVID, we are still pinned above that number. Now, what happens when people have intensity? What do? Well, we self-medicate. I am a champion at self-medicating. This is actually, and this is a study that looks specifically at the use of drugs and alcohol to cope. I'm not proud of it, but Prosecco is my best friend. And when I have a day when I feel like I am failing at absolutely everything, that is how I self-medicate. But sometimes I can't self-medicate because I got to make sure my dad, I got to be up all night, make sure he's okay. So then I self-medicate with something that keeps me awake. So whatever you're self-medicating with, unpaid caregivers are self-medicating at 5 times the rate of the rest of the population. And I just want folks to know it's okay. Don't beat yourself up for that too. I look forward to yoga being the answer. It's not yet my answer. I also like to eat. 50% of us cope with food, right? I'm like a heat-seeking missile for fat, salt, and sugar when these events happen. Prosecco and fat go very well together. So there's so much data that now exists. Thank you again to the Elizabeth Dole Foundation for the work that you have championed, the data that you put behind this, because people believe data. They feel it in their bodies, but they believe data. And then I want to give you an example that's so cool. So we just got asked by Northeastern's College of Professional Studies, which specializes in undergraduate and graduate interrupted study. It's exactly the thing we've all been talking about. It's looking to seek out these graduates, 1,600 of them graduated 3 weeks ago, who are incredible in what they do, and who often have had some moment they had to leave work or not go to college because they were an unpaid caregiver. A huge percentage of that audience, their students are unpaid caregivers. How do I know? Because they asked me to be the commencement speaker. Because they are demonstrating, and I want this to feel so good for all of you, it did for me, because that's how important this topic is now, not just to this room, but to the country more broadly, which is such a sign, right, that the cavalry is coming to support what you do, to amplify what you do. So there's 3 things we think about when we think about unpaid caregiving. Number 1, we talked about unpaid caregivers don't know they're in this role. They use these other gorgeous roles while they tell you fiercely they're not in it. Now, we use the term Archangel. I will admit, we are shameless hustlers. We'll use any word you tell us to use: caregiver, care partner, caretaker, carer. What we found over time is that Archangel works for populations, men, communities of color, rural communities. Because an archangel is aspirational. You're like this fierce warrior angel spreading your wings out over the people that you're caring for. People will say, I won't be a caregiver, but I'll be an archangel. They won't even know what archangel is. They're like, that just sounds cool. The second thing about it is that resources exist. They're just horrifically underutilized. You know that because you guys build a lot of these resources. But out in industry, most employers have an employee assistance program. And this employee assistance program has things in it that can support all the things that go along with being an unpaid caregiver. But they're drastically underutilized. And a lot of folks will say to us, well, I can't support unpaid caregivers because I don't have a caregiver support program. Who cares? You don't need to. All you need to do is unbundle the resources that you have already invested in. Just point your employees to Elizabeth Dole Foundation. There's a ton of stuff here that I'll give you as an example. Here's an example of an employer. And if you just took their EAP and unbundled what's already in it that they're already paying for, it doesn't need to be called caregiver support program. They've got financial consulting, legal consulting, childcare, disability leave. What about the health plan? If that individual is lucky enough to have health benefits, unbundle that. Specialized mental health support for responders, active duty, military and vets, care coordination team, nurse hotline 24/7. And if this individual is not employed, if this individual does not have health insurance, you know what? Communities and states do. Organizations like Elizabeth Dole Foundation are making these resources available for anybody. So we're also unbundling that. So no matter what, we can get people to these resources, whether they have coverage or a job or not. Now, the difference between these 2 things is critical. We've got to help people realize they're in this role, and then we've got to navigate them to these resources that exist. And the way that we do that is something we call intensity index that helps prime someone to realize they're in this role. I'm going to call out a couple populations quickly, right? We've talked a lot about how many different people there are in this space and how we don't always look like what you might think. So one of our favorite campaigns, we did a study with the Journal of Affective Disorders that looks at between 40 to 50% of caregivers are men. And I often get in trouble with women in audiences after I say this. They're like, not in my house. What we'll always say back is caregiving has different roles with different populations. It could be that folks, men are doing different roles in it, but they're in it. And what's fascinating is they're often the least likely to see themselves in this role. So we did a campaign knowing this data. It says archangels, excuse my language, are badasses for good and the intensity is real. What's your score? And this guy's tatted up and he's got a baby in his arms. Nowhere does it say caregiver. And when we ran this campaign, a full 43% of the men who responded were in the red. There's another population I'm obsessed with, which is perimenopausal women. Because everyone told me, like menopause, you turn 50, bam, you're done. Like, no, actually, it's 15 years. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. And by the way, there's a 2 to 4x mental health impact. So people are beginning to pay attention to this, right? Employers are saying menopause is something employers should have to sweat too. But guess what else is happening when you're in this stage? you're likely to be sandwich generation. So you might be having heat sweats, you might be heat flashes, you're exhausted, you're not sleeping at night. 60% of the women who responded to this campaign were in the red. So back to this point, destigmatize, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the overlap between these populations. Whether you're caring for someone with a heart condition, depression and anxiety, Alzheimer's and dementia, substance use disorder, caregiving youth, these leverageable moments like a storm or a weather system or external factors or holidays. Who here as a caregiver during the holidays does everything get that much more intense, right? So we're using any medium, shameless hustlers to find this population, to give them this moment that they will take a second and feel, wait, that could be me, because you know what? If it is you and you're in the red, look at this other hockey stick. If you're in the red, 44% of us think our primary relationship's gonna end. When I get home at the end of the day, and I've been good to my dad, my mom was diagnosed with blood cancer, I have a situation going on the West Coast, kids, I've been caring for everyone all day. At the end of the day, when I get to my Prosecco, when I get to my food, who do I take it out on? My man. Because he's the only one I'm not caring for. So I will pick fights with him because I'm so cranky and I need to be mad at somebody. And one day he said to me, you know, Alex, you're not mad at me, you're in the red. To the women in the house, did I like hearing that? No, I was like, oh no, you don't get it, I am mad at you. Don't use my own words against me. And then I realized, like, no, I am in the red. That is true. And it's language you can use with each other. So my kids now will come and be like, I'm not asking you today, Mom, you're in the red. Or Mom, you're in the clear, I'm gonna talk to you about this. What else happens? We think about quitting. For unpaid caregivers, work is respite. And work is also someplace where they can make the money that they need to make and get access to the resources that they need. Again, a theme of today. I'll talk about loneliness really quickly because we've been talking about loneliness a lot in the country lately, and I'm so grateful for that we are. We did a study, we were obsessed with the idea that caregivers were going to be so much more lonely than non-caregivers. And we were mad at the data. Does this happen? I was like, what? What do you mean only 37% compared to 31%? But if you unpack it and say, let's not look at, that alone, let's actually look at if you're in the red, 79% of caregivers who were in the red were lonely. If you were not in the red, if you were in the clear, you were not. If you're working, are you lonely? Or you are, but you can see again this hockey stick. What if you're caring alone? It is lonelier to care by yourself, as you might imagine. But I want to call up sibling relationships. Is anyone in this room caring with a sibling? Because one of the things that happens with siblings is all that life of history that you have together. Like my brother can enrage me like nobody in the world. And I can enrage my brother. We know each other's secrets and all the financial realities of what's going on in our family. This is true for all families. And when you look at that distinction between I am caring with a sibling, if you are in the red, 94% are lonely. 94%. But if you're in the clear, no one's lonely. So as we think about how to have these relationships and these conversations with our siblings, I was in the red, not speaking with my brother when we moved my dad from Texas to live with us in Boston. And then I got this data and I sat down and we worked out another mechanism to work with. But the point is, whatever metric you're looking at, whatever it is, if you are in the red, it is going to be more intense for you. So let's figure that out and get people supported. And as importantly, let's keep them in the yellow. Let's get them to the clear so we don't have them in the red. So let's all pick up your phones. We're going to get our score together. We talked about vulnerability today. I was so happy when the Honorable Dina, I hope I'm saying that correctly, was talking about we need to be vulnerable with each other. That's where friendship happens. That's where we start to combat loneliness because we realize we're not alone in things. So if you will all click on that and give me a nod when it works. And I'm going to get my score. And I mentioned there's a bunch of stuff that's going on for me right now. So I'll go through this very quickly. I'll wait one more second. All right, I'm going to start getting my score. So you will have seen this somewhere, a poster, a social media post, whatever it might be, an email that comes to your employer. Maybe it'll be posted within some resource that you find access to. I'll click into Get My Score. Am I caring for a relative or friend 18 years or older? Yes, I am. Child or teenager 18 or under? Yes, I am. The situation with the person or people I provide care for can be unpredictable. Yes, strongly agree. Don't know what to expect, hard to plan ahead? Strongly agree. Have had to cut down on my own expenses because I help pay for things. That's a disagree for me because my honey and I both still have our jobs. But is it a financial burden on me or my family? The situation I talked about that's happening on the West Coast, they lost their house because of this. So strongly agree on that one. Our family has disagreements about people not doing enough to help. This is a very big issue right now, especially with that situation. Strongly agree. Our family has disagreements with people not spending enough time. Strongly agree. I feel underprepared for most situations. I'm going to say neutral on that one. I wouldn't say I do, but I wouldn't say I don't. I did just have an executive of a blues plan call me the other day. He runs a blues plan to tell me he had no idea how to deal with the caregiving situation he has with his mom, and that he finally understood that caregiving was a thing because he thought it was actually easy until it happened to him. Strongly agree that I feel I should be doing more than I'm doing. Neutral that I have more than I can handle. Strongly agree. I feel incredibly supported by friends, neighbors, or family. Single most important thing you can do. If you're in the red, you need a red phone. Pick your red phone. Volunteer to be someone's red phone. I do have someone I can turn to. Strongly agree. Strongly disagree. I have no idea. I can help you guys with your issues. Come ask me. When it comes to my own family, I'm paralyzed. Don't know how to manage the financial situation. Strongly disagree. Strongly agree. I do feel I'm doing a good thing. You can feel the extremeness of my personality. I'm like strongly. I think agree. I'm learning to cope with the situation. Agree. I think I'm becoming confident in my ability to handle most things. Strongly agree. Limited the time I have to do things I take pleasure in. Strongly agree. Don't have as much personal freedom. Disagree on feeling depressed, but we saw the data. Strongly agree on stressed out. My daughter bought me hair oil because my hair is falling out. And she said, I think it's stress. And I said, and it could be menopause. Yay! I do sometimes feel manipulated. That's an agree. I do sometimes resent what I have to do. Agree. So I am working full-time for pay. I definitely strongly agree. Missed more work than normal. Strongly agree. Less productive. Strongly agree I get a lot of flexibility to do my job, and strongly agree that my employers provide support. Finish. I'm going to say no thanks, just bring me to my score. I could register if I want to track my score. Doing nothing probably feels like a break. We're guessing you could use one. So I'm a 65. So I'm in the red. And I'm curious what you guys are. I'm guessing many of you are in the red as well. And if you just scroll down on the mobile, you already will have gotten to the most important part, and you're feeling what it is that we're trying to do, which is capture someone in a minute with one of those campaigns, one of those visuals, or one of us is kind enough to say to the other, to get them primed in their body. Because if you'd asked me 10 minutes ago, I'd forget all the things that were going on that I'm doing being an unpaid caregiver, because I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on survival. What's making mine go up is impact on work and no time for me. What's making mine go down is feeling supported and feeling supported at work. Now, if you scroll back up, and you'll see, then this is the most important thing. Check out the resources. I'm just going to click into that right now quickly. But you could go by your driver or your buffer so you could see. And the first thing is it's going to take you to a map where you can see resources. The situation I have is in Texas. So I need the support in Texas. So I would click through to Texas. And it would take me, is it perfect? No. But it's a place to start for resources that are available. Now, if you go back and keep scrolling down on our site, I want to show you what I love so much, because we are just beginning to showcase our mad, wild appreciation for Elizabeth Dole Foundation here. But I will show you, if you scroll down, the very next thing that comes up is resources for veterans. So whether it's VA or Elizabeth Dole Foundation, there are unbelievable resources that exist for free for anybody right now that people love to get access to. And if you keep scrolling, you can look at it by buffers and drivers and by other things as well. And you just click in, and again, it will then take you to those resources. I was speaking with Dr. Linda Davis earlier today, and she was talking about, I'm going to get this wrong, JRN, but this is something she built a number of years ago as well. So this notion of resources and cataloging resources is not a new one. I'm going to click back into the slides, and I want to share one other quick thing, which is something called the Care Badge, which is available for free for anybody. It's a partnership that we did with the Joint Commission, and it addresses exactly what we talked about earlier today, which is this notion of the beauty and glory and majesty of unpaid caregivers and the skills that they acquire and the skills that they could use support in working with. So you have a human, they're going through life, a caregiver event happens, right? They have an injury, they have a heart attack, they get diagnosed with something. For that unpaid caregiver, the amount of time that they have available as they do all the things associated with caring for this person in their life begins to come down. They might have to leave their job. If they do, they have a little more time available, right? But then there's this thing that happens with the event concludes, and unfortunately that could be because the person passes. And a lot of times folks are like, oh, that person passed. Okay, great, like back to work now. And you're like, oh my gosh, that begins one of the hardest times of grieving. There's so much to do, which I don't think we talk about enough. You have a baseline of skills when this experience happens. What happens when you're an unpaid caregiver and you do all the things? You learn single-handedly what it takes to be an unpaid caregiver. Your skills skyrocket. You're a rock star. You're basically a certified nurse. And you've had a sense of purpose coming in, and that sense of purpose, whether you tap into it or not, or feeling good about what you're doing, even when it's intense, grows and grows until this situation concludes and you've gotten through it, and you're left with someone highly skilled in all the things who has more time available and could feel lost. That is the most extraordinary gifted person. So right here, let's find that person when they're in the middle of it and get them access to resources that exist to get them these skills. But then when they're coming out of it, what we heard today on the stage, if I'm an employer, who do I want to hire? An unpaid caregiver is a rock star. They are project managers, innovators, time managers. They don't take no for an answer, they get it done. And I think we're beginning to see employers, and this room is helping with that, say, oh, you were an unpaid caregiver, I want to hire you. And that's part of the change that we're trying to affect culturally. So if you go to thecarebadge.com, it'll walk you through this quick process where you can, figure out how to get your badge. You can get access to these resources if you want them. Let's say money is unmanageable for you right now. Click back in, you see this theme, keep getting people supported. And then stick it on your LinkedIn, stick it on your resume. If you're just about to walk into a job interview and say, I haven't worked for the last 5 years, I was caring for my mom, you were working the last 5 years. Brag about that. And the last thing I'll share really quickly is with that Care Badge experience, what was the most shocking for us is we thought people were going to be the most excited about being able to get it for themselves. I got mine. I'm the caregiver for a 77-year-old dialysis patient with COPD, hypertension, and heart disease. Well, we thought they'd be excited about using it for getting a job. What we missed, because we are super adults, is actually, you know what got people the most excited? Giving it to someone else, because caregiver. So we saw over and over again, here, Mom, I give you a care badge for taking care of me so unselfishly, help me to get well, being understanding and caring towards my progress and recovery, plus the other problems, love you. Or organizations giving it, or individuals saying, I did this role. If you're in this role, come talk to me, I'll help you, I'll be your red phone. I'll help you out. So again, available for anyone for free so that they can, for themselves and or celebrate and support and change the narrative about who this population is and how extraordinary they are. And the things that we see on social media about it, well, every time I feel in a bad mood, I just go check out what people are saying about it, or I check out the messages that people have because you can gift it to someone else, and when they do, they say the most beautiful things. You've been gifted the Care Badge, a recognition of your exceptional ability to make a real difference in your brother's life without any payment or reward. This is Bernita. I was running through the airport, late for my flight, flight's delayed. I'm delighted. Why? Because right there is a bar. What did I get? Prosecco, French fries. Bernita is the bartender. We start talking. I had a lot of bling. She had a lot of bling. And she's so glowy. And I said, Bernita, are you the one who does everything for everyone in your life? She's like, yeah. I was like, you're a caregiver. And she's like, what? I was like, you are. And I gave her a challenge coin. And I get on the plane, and I texted her the picture, and she said, you're so sweet. Thanks for badging me. You're the best. The next morning, hanging out with Big Mama now. She's the glorious one, 93 years old. Every morning before work. I didn't think about it until I met you. Caring is my life. It's a blessing to be able to help. Thanks for making me feel so special. Love you. Right? Everywhere you go, humans are in this role. So first and foremost, please put your own air masks on. You guys know this. I'm just going to repeat it. But then we have this notion, right, about the last thing we can do together. If you're an unpaid caregiver, my mom used to call me every day when my kids were babies in the summer, drowning doesn't look like drowning. I just want you to know that if your kids are learning how to swim and you're going to think that they're going to be out there in the water, Mom, I'm drowning. That's not what it looks like. She said, Alex, their arms are going to go straight up or their arms are going to go straight down and they're going to slip under the water because their body is retaining energy so that they can stay alive. So you got to be scanning the horizon constantly. Look for the people who are not asking for help. And to me, that is the very best analogy for unpaid caregivers. No one's yelling, hey, look at me, I need help. They're not. So we need to, A, put our own air masks on, and then we need to throw that life ring, be scanning constantly the horizon to say, oh, I see you, I know you're in this role, I'm gonna love on you, I'm gonna fill your fridge. I'm not gonna ask you how can I help, because you're gonna say I don't need help. Fill the fridge, mow the lawn, sit with a mom or their dad or their partner with an injury, whatever it might be, and then help spread the word. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For you that I wanted to give you. So all of you, I think when you came in today, and Steve will describe it, I just want to say, for me personally, when we met, just having the experience of knowing what you've done and knowing what the Elizabeth Dole Foundation has done, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for paving the way. Thank you for the care that you've shown me and the care that you've shown this room. I'm deeply grateful.
Alexandra. Y'all can see why I heard her speak, was moved by what she had to say, and why it was so important for us to contextualize what we're going to do in our deep dive sessions with her help. So that's what we're going to do next. Before we do that, I want to extend a heartfelt thanks once again to our friends from Guidehouse. They're going to be facilitating these breakout sessions across these 4 areas, and their teams have this incredible expertise and dedication to helping move a conversation towards a goal. And they're going to help us make a real difference in helping generate thoughtful, actionable solutions for military and veteran caregivers in our entire ecosystem. So, how's everybody feeling? Good? All right? Stretch a little bit, get your energy going. When you checked in with us today, you were given your breakfast sessions on, breakout sessions. We had breakfast already. Your breakout sessions on your index card. You can find the location of each of your deep dive conversations in your programs. Emotional and mental well-being will be in ballroom A. Economic mobility will be in ballroom B. Caregiving youth and families will be in the Horizon room. And then for those of you that are going to talk about the healthcare ecosystems, you'll be right here in the main hall. So we have until roughly 3:20. That gives us about an hour and 15 minutes. So we're going to really be aggressive in moving us all to coalesce around a set of objectives. So go do your breakout thing. Come back here. We're going to have Senator Ruben Gallego with us. We're going to sum up what we heard from the breakout sessions, and then we're going to be on our way to creating a blueprint. So we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, everybody.
At first, I didn't even know I was a caregiver. I just thought, this is what moms do, this is what wives do. But the fatigue started in, and I realized I'm tuckered out. You think nobody can understand you. You think you're the only one. Without a voice, you're very hidden. My name is Candace Laguna. I have my 4 kiddos and my husband here, and we live in Mount Airy, Maryland. There's a lot of times where healing focuses only on the veteran. Becoming an Elizabeth Dole Foundation Fellow gave me a voice. Now I'm a solution-focused advocate. I get to help student caregivers, and I work with legislation on that. Research on how to better help veterans and veteran caregivers, or I can work with communities. There's life again for Frank, for the kids, for the community. For me, there's nothing but possibilities there.
What is that moment like when you promise to care for someone the rest of their lives? Well, the answer is different for every caregiver. For Jenny Breest, it came as she was sitting in the hospital next to her gravely wounded husband, Corey, planning for his funeral. Corey had just been medically evacuated from Iraq. The improvised explosive device that left him fighting for his life had already taken the lives of 3 other members of the South Dakota National Guard. And Jenny had been given every reason to believe that Corey would be the 4th. However, when Corey's doctor walked by and learned what she was doing, he said, "I'm not ready to give up yet." And with that bit of encouragement, Jenny responded that neither was she. Well, that was 16 years ago. Jenny was just 23 years old. She resigned from her teaching position just a year into her career. She packed up her 2 toddlers, moved 1,500 miles from her family and home, and spent the next 18 months moving Corey between hospitals and rehabilitation centers, searching for the best treatments. Even when Corey was under the full-time care of a medical team, Jenny's job as a caregiver was stressful and unrelenting. She had to sign off on life or death medical decisions, apply for and fight for her husband's benefits, and find the courage and energy to step in when she felt he wasn't receiving the proper medical care. And thanks to Jenny, Corey recovered to the point where he could return home. Unfortunately, the family house where Corey put up the picket fence was no longer suited for someone with his injuries. Jenny had to sell the house with all those memories and move into a specially adapted home built with the generosity of donors. Each morning begins with Jenny waking her husband, assisting him out of bed, getting him dressed, then administering his medication over breakfast. If the rest of the day isn't spent accompanying Corey to medical appointments, she is doing rehab exercises with him at home. On top of it all, she has taken the lead in raising those 2 toddlers she first packed up to see their dad in the hospital 16 years ago. Today, they are amazing young adults. One of Jenny's most cherished possessions is a family photo taken just before Corey's deployment. She thinks a lot about those days, but she is grateful to still be with the love of her life. In fact, their family even traveled to Hawaii so Jenny and Corey can renew their vows. Jenny, you promise to care for Corey. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Serving as a military caregiver is tough for adults. But what about the kids growing up in a caregiver household? What is their experience like? For 19-year-old Noah Stevens, it comes with pride, but a lot of sacrifices and scary moments too. Noah's mom has cared for his dad as long as he can remember. Noah's dad is a veteran of the Marine Corps who struggles with post-traumatic stress and a traumatic brain injury from his time in Iraq. Noah remembers realizing how badly his dad was injured when he was just a young kid. He was at home downstairs when he heard a loud thump on the floor above him. Noah ran upstairs to find his dad on the floor experiencing a grand mal seizure. He was violently convulsing. His eyes rolled back. He was bleeding and foaming at the mouth. For Noah, the experience was traumatizing. Noah can recall another time his dad began having a seizure. This time, his mom was out of the house. Noah stepped up, as caregiver kids do, and FaceTimed his mom so she could walk him through the steps to keep his dad safe. If you ask Noah how many seizures he's witnessed, he'll tell you too many to count. But now he's ready for them. He knows to roll his dad on his side, slip medication into his mouth, and stay with him until help arrives. He is also there for his parents when life gets overwhelming. He monitors his dad's mood. He knows when to wrap an arm around mom or crack a joke to make her laugh. He comforts his little sister who hasn't gotten over seeing dad's seizures. Noah keeps his chin up, but it's hard on him. When he recently took his driver's test, he had an emotional breakdown. With 4 kids still living at home, he knew how much his mom needed to have a second driver in the house, and he was terrified to fail. Someday, Noah hopes to make movies. He says the film that inspired him was Good Will Hunting. There are plenty of reasons to love that movie, but for Noah, he relates to the main character, Will. Will experienced trauma in his childhood, but slowly he found a way to heal. Noah, promise to take care of your dad now and forever, and we promise to take care of you.
Growing up, I didn't have many good role models around. My dad was checked out. He wasn't present in our lives. I came to America from the Philippines when I was 2 months old. My dad was a military veteran, served during the Vietnam War. I knew very little about his military experience. Most of my childhood was spent working. I wanted to join certain sports, but I just told him, you know, I have to support my family, so I really can't join the basketball team. I always had it in me to help people. I eventually became a police officer for New York City Police Department. It meant a lot to me to be a sergeant in the NYPD because my dad was a sergeant in the Air Force. The most enjoyable part that I look back on my career was working with the youth. I saw opportunities that I could provide that I didn't have growing up. So I said, hey, maybe I could be that change. Growing up, I didn't know what my dad was dealing with because I didn't know about depression or PTSD. I couldn't talk to him because I didn't want to aggravate him. So we're just gonna put on his shirt, okay? You can do it, Dad. You're strong. We'll put on your shoes. All right, there we go. My dad had a stroke in 2015. It was hard for him to talk, walk. He was just laying in the bed most of the day, depressed. I was told by the doctors that if this continues, he won't be able to walk. So someone had to step up. I retired as a sergeant with the NYPD because my dad needed my help. A few years ago, I found an ammo box in my dad's belongings. And I opened it up and I saw a bronze star. I was like, wow, my dad's a hero. Now I'm starting to look at his paperwork. When he was in these bases that were in Vietnam, they were under attack. You could see what a young man at the time was going through, and he showed he didn't quit. He said he defended the base when it was under attack in Vietnam and Bien Hoa. When I knew my dad growing up, he wasn't really fighting for us, but now I saw like another person, and I was like, you know what, this guy fought for me, so that just instilled in me like I'm not gonna quit on him. It says you extended your tour for 30 days because I was gonna be born. Thank you, Dad. I realized I was my dad's caregiver when we went to a doctor's appointment. The doctor asked my dad, who cares for you? And my dad told the doctor, he does, my son. And that made me feel good because he acknowledged that I care for him. I've been going on 8.5 years taking care of my dad. It's important to take care of myself as a caregiver because if I'm not strong enough to help him out of bed, no one's going to do it. I do things to recharge me, like Tai Chi and listening to classical music. The classical music makes me feel calm, and the Tai Chi helps me to just give some time to myself and to decompress. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation has given me that sense of you're not alone. They have so many areas they can help you with, mentally, home care, financially. I'm so honored to be a Dole Caregiver Fellow because I get to share my story with others, and especially male caregivers, because there's a lot of male caregivers that don't acknowledge that they're a caregiver and need help. I'm grateful to pay it back to my dad. He did his part, and I'm going to do my part.
Rodney Ridgeway enlisted in the United States Army in August of 2001, just 1 month before the attacks of September 11th. He served his country honorably, rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant, and completed 3 tours in Iraq. To most people, Rodney might not appear injured. His slight limp doesn't tell the full story of the breaks and sprains he suffered when an explosion knocked him off a watchtower. You can't see the migraines that keep him in darkness, or the digestive issues that can cause him to lose 20 pounds in a single week. Most hidden are his post-traumatic stress and anxiety. Rodney has never shaken the constant, high-alert feeling of being an infantryman in Iraq. He also struggles over the many close friends he lost in combat, and the 11 more he lost to suicide. Ida was the first to detect the severity of Rodney's invisible wounds. She was determined to make sure he didn't have to keep fighting the battles he had already fought in Iraq. She began by getting Rodney the overdue care that he needed. She made sure every VA appointment was scheduled, kept, and followed up on. She accompanied Rodney to every consultation, introducing herself first as his caregiver, then as his mom. Nobody knew her son better than she did, so she insisted on being a part of his care team. She also saved Rodney from the triggering process of telling his story over and over again to every new nurse and doctor. Outside of the hospital, Ida knew that she needed to stay close to Rodney, but the smells of her cooking and noises around the house could spark his PTSD. So she found a neighborhood with 2 available homes. She moved into one, Rodney into the other, just 75 yards down the street. To this day, Ida tracks Rodney's medications on her phone. Half of her home office is dedicated to his medical records. She wakes early every morning to listen to scripture and spend a moment with God. The rest of the day is spent with her caregiving Bible, a thick, impeccably organized binder with every doctor's request, test result, and valuable piece of information related to his care. Last fall, Rodney married his longtime girlfriend in a ceremony performed by Ida. He decided to keep his mom as his primary caregiver because his wife couldn't keep her job while also providing Rodney the care that he needs. However, his wife is ready to learn, and Ida is making sure that they work as a team. Ida, you promised to care for your son. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Every parent knows being a mom or dad is a lifetime job. From the moment your child is born, you promise to always be there for them.
But sometimes life takes a turn, and it's the child promising to be there for their parent. For many wounded veterans, that role reversal comes much earlier than expected.
Ilahia Gianson and Angelina Taylor are only in their 30s, yet they've already devoted so much of their adult lives to caregiving.
For Ilahia, he began caring for his dad, Anthony, when he was just 19. Throughout his childhood, Ilahia recalls his dad as a sweet, hard-working family man. Unfortunately, when Ilahia was only a teenager, his younger brother and mother passed away in the span of just a few years. While their sudden loss left Ilahia grief-stricken, his father emotionally collapsed. For the Vietnam veteran, the sadness of their passing surfaced long-suppressed trauma from his time at war. He became withdrawn, debilitated by anxiety, and found the day-to-day challenging. Still just a teenager, Ilahia promised to be there for his dad.
Angelina's journey as a caregiver began just as suddenly. 6 years ago, Angelina was an ambitious woman in her 20s, pursuing an advanced degree to work with children with special needs. Then, without warning, her father Benjamin suffered a stroke. Benjamin had served in the Marine Corps during the years of the Vietnam War. Following his stroke, he was left in a near vegetative state. After a few months recovering in a nursing facility, Benjamin became wholly dependent on his daughter's care.
While Ilahia and Angelina watched their friends find their ways in life without any cares but their own, every decision these young caregivers made came with the same question: how do I manage this with Dad? How do I ensure he's still okay?
Ilahia is his father's emotional strength. His dad's anxiety overcomes him in crowds like the grocery store and in settings with tough questions like medical appointments. Ilahia has to be his cheerleader just to get him out of the house. Living in Hawaii, Ilahia used to have some success getting his dad out to the beach to go fishing or for long car rides. However, COVID-19 has made lots of his favorite spots risky for now. The pandemic meant the suspension of his group therapy and more time confined at home, where Ilahia's dad often leans on his son to listen to his toughest stories from Vietnam.
For Angelina, her life is devoted to her father's physical care, often with little outside help. When her dad was released from the nursing home, she asked the staff how to lift her father if he should fall from his chair. They said she was too small to lift her dad, not realizing there wasn't another option. She now sees a chiropractor for back pain. Angelina also had to learn to clean the feeding tube that doctors inserted in her dad's stomach and get used to helping her dad with toileting and dressing. When her dad first moved back home, he rarely slept through the night. Sleepless and exhausted, Angelina fell behind in grad school without much understanding from her professors.
Over time, Angelina began to struggle with depression, but she still finds the strength to pursue her dreams, even if it has taken longer than planned. She has earned her master's in education, psychology, and advocates for caregivers through her success participating in pageants.
Ilahia, too, has managed to keep his life going. He runs a consulting practice from home and has started a family. Ilahia's dad is now a grandfather and gets a lot of emotional support from his favorite 3-year-old. Angelina, Ilahia, you promised to care for your fathers. Always and forever, we promise to care for you.
Ten years ago, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation began with a promise made by one caregiver to another. Jessica Allen was there to see it. In January of 2011, Jessica arrived at Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. Her husband, Chaz, had just been evacuated from Afghanistan after stepping on an IED. He lost both legs above the knees and suffered severe injuries to his right arm. Jessica decided to keep their 8 and 5-year-old daughters at home until their dad could recover more. For 5 months, she flew back and forth between Tennessee and Washington, trying her best to be a wife, mom, and caregiver. After the girls finished their school year, Jessica brought them out to see their dad for the first time. They tucked away all his wires and tubes, and for a moment, they felt like a normal family again. Jessica and the girls stayed with Chaz while he continued recovering for the next 16 months. It was good to be together, but tough to be so far from home. Jessica struggled to get her daughters admitted to local schools, so she homeschooled them on top of everything else. The Allens are remarkably resilient and good-humored. However, there was no escaping just how tough those first years were. Fortunately for Jessica, she was offered a light of hope when she met another spouse staying at her husband's bedside, Senator Elizabeth Dole. The senator was so moved by Jessica and the other caregivers that she made a commitment to get them the help they needed. A decade later, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation continues to make good on the promise for all of America's military caregivers. Today, the Allen family lives in a comfortable home in a quiet Tennessee town, Jessica has often joined the Elizabeth Dole Foundation as a caregiver advocate. Her oldest daughter, Darren, is a college sophomore on her university's cheer squad. Her youngest daughter, Ryan, is a high school junior planning her own college move. Jessica told the girls to find a school and place that made them happy. She assured them that she and their dad would be okay. Caregiving is still a big part of their lives and always will be. Chaz's fused elbow means Jessica still helps him with shaving, buttoning his shirt, pretty much anything requiring two hands. And there will come a day when Chaz's joints will keep him from walking on his prosthetics. That part will only get harder. After all these years, though, Jessica still doesn't see caregiving as a responsibility. She says she sees it as an honor. Jessica, you promised to care for Chaz, and you continue to live up to that promise now and forever. We promise to care for you.
Hi, my name is Macy Muchacharo, and I am the VP of Sales for Nommo Smart Care. But beyond my role at Nommo, I am also a hidden hero, a caregiver to my husband Gino. Gino served in the 82nd Airborne for 20 years. He's an incredible husband and father, but with his service came lasting challenges. He lives with PTSD, a traumatic brain injury, physical limitations, and chronic pain. As a family, we've learned that hope comes from having the right tools in our toolbox. And for us, Nommo has been one of those tools. Let me share how we use Nommo in our home. When Gino has a medical appointment, I have peace of mind knowing he's left on time because a Nommo tag on our front door notifies me when it is opened. I can also confirm that our kids have arrived home safely from school, another small reassurance in our daily routine. Gino is responsible for feeding our dogs and fish. I place Nommo tags on the food container so I know when they've been opened. If they aren't, I get a gentle alert, allowing me to remind him without frustration. Safety is a priority. Gino won't wear a traditional panic button. He feels he's too young for that. So instead, we place discreet Nommo panic buttons in key areas: the bottom of the stairs, the shower door, and other locations where he might need quick assistance. With PTSD and young children in the home, firearm safety is critical. We place a Nommo tag on the gun safe, so if there's any movement, I receive an immediate alert. Nommo Smart Care helps our family feel safer, more connected, and more supported every day. As a caregiver, that brings peace of mind, which is invaluable. Thank you to Elizabeth Dole Foundation for championing caregivers like me. Together, we can create solutions that truly make a difference.
I'm Ben, and I was diagnosed with essential tremor over 12 years ago. I am a retired Air Force officer, serving both in the enlisted and the officer ranks. My tremors were so bad, I can remember one morning where they were so bad that my wife had to spoon feed me. That scared us both to death. Since I'm a military veteran, I also called and made an appointment out at the VA clinic to talk with my neurologist. And I asked my neurologist, is this the best it's going to be? He said, Ben, you have three options. One, you can continue to stay on the medication that you have and live with the serious side effects with those balance issues, dizziness, sleeplessness, drowsiness. Option two was brain surgery. And option number three said he had just read that the Veterans Administration had approved this new non-invasive device called calotherapy, and I jumped at the chance. I began using the calotherapy device in September 2020. It's non-invasive, simple to use, great instructions. Once you strap it on, you do a therapy session, you can go about your normal activities. What I saw initially is it started off slow. I would have maybe 2 or 4 hours peace and quiet, tremors. By finding the calotherapy device, it has been the godsend for me, moving me back up to 98, 99% of near normal.
At Cornerstone Caregiving, we understand the unique needs of our veterans. Our mission is to provide compassionate in-home care that allows veterans to live independently and comfortably in the place that they love most, home. Our dedicated caregivers are trained to meet the specific needs of veterans, providing personalized care that respects their service and honors their sacrifices.
I'm Robert Rice. I'm a veteran. I've lived in Akron all my life except for 4 years in the Air Force. I've been in 2 rehab facilities. I still wanted to live here at the house. Cornerstone has helped me, let me stay in my own house. I love Cornerstone.
Cornerstone Caregiving is more than just in-home care. We are a support system, a helping hand, and a source of comfort for those who have served our nation. Through Cornerstone's partnership with the VA, veterans can have the highest quality care without the cost. We know that finding high-quality service providers for veterans can be difficult. Allow Cornerstone to be the helping hand that guides veterans to the services that they need. Cornerstone Caregiving, serving those who have served us.
At first, I didn't even know I was a caregiver. I just thought, this is what moms do, this is what wives do. But the fatigue started in, and I realized I'm tuckered out. You think nobody can understand you. You think you're the only one. Without a voice, you're very hidden. My name is Candace Laguna. I have my 4 kiddos and my husband here, and we live in Mount Airy, Maryland. There's a lot of times where healing focuses only on the veteran. Becoming an Elizabeth Dole Foundation Fellow gave me a voice. Now I'm a solution-focused advocate. I get to help student caregivers, and I work with legislation on that. Research on how to better help veterans and veteran caregivers, or I can work with communities. There's life again for Frank, for the kids, for the community. For me, there's nothing but possibilities there.
What is that moment like when you promise to care for someone the rest of their lives? Well, the answer is different for every caregiver. For Jenny Breest, it came as she was sitting in the hospital next to her gravely wounded husband, Corey, planning for his funeral. Corey had just been medically evacuated from Iraq. The improvised explosive device that left him fighting for his life had already taken the lives of 3 other members of the South Dakota National Guard. And Jenny had been given every reason to believe that Corey would be the 4th. However, when Corey's doctor walked by and learned what she was doing, he said, "I'm not ready to give up yet." And with that bit of encouragement, Jenny responded that neither was she. Well, that was 16 years ago. Jenny was just 23 years old. She resigned from her teaching position just a year into her career. She packed up her 2 toddlers, moved 1,500 miles from her family and home, and spent the next 18 months moving Corey between hospitals and rehabilitation centers, searching for the best treatments. Even when Corey was under the full-time care of a medical team, Jenny's job as a caregiver was stressful and unrelenting. She had to sign off on life or death medical decisions, apply for and fight for her husband's benefits, and find the courage and energy to step in when she felt he wasn't receiving the proper medical care. And thanks to Jenny, Corey recovered to the point where he could return home. Unfortunately, the family house where Corey put up the picket fence was no longer suited for someone with his injuries. Jenny had to sell the house with all those memories and move into a specially adapted home built with the generosity of donors. Each morning begins with Jenny waking her husband, assisting him out of bed, getting him dressed, then administering his medication over breakfast. If the rest of the day isn't spent accompanying Corey to medical appointments, she is doing rehab exercises with him at home. On top of it all, she has taken the lead in raising those 2 toddlers she first packed up to see their dad in the hospital 16 years ago. Today, they are amazing young adults. One of Jenny's most cherished possessions is a family photo taken just before Corey's deployment. She thinks a lot about those days, but she is grateful to still be with the love of her life. In fact, their family even traveled to Hawaii so Jenny and Corey can renew their vows. Jenny, you promised to care for Corey. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Serving as a military caregiver is tough for adults. But what about the kids growing up in a caregiver household? What is their experience like? For 19-year-old Noah Stevens, it comes with pride, but a lot of sacrifices and scary moments too. Noah's mom has cared for his dad as long as he can remember. Noah's dad is a veteran of the Marine Corps who struggles with post-traumatic stress and a traumatic brain injury from his time in Iraq. Noah remembers realizing how badly his dad was injured when he was just a young kid. He was at home downstairs when he heard a loud thump on the floor above him. Noah ran upstairs to find his dad on the floor experiencing a grand mal seizure. He was violently convulsing. His eyes rolled back. He was bleeding and foaming at the mouth. For Noah, the experience was traumatizing. Noah can recall another time his dad began having a seizure. This time, his mom was out of the house. Noah stepped up, as caregiver kids do, and FaceTimed his mom so she could walk him through the steps to keep his dad safe. If you ask Noah how many seizures he's witnessed, he'll tell you too many to count. But now he's ready for them. He knows to roll his dad on his side, slip medication into his mouth, and stay with him until help arrives. He is also there for his parents when life gets overwhelming. He monitors his dad's mood. He knows when to wrap an arm around mom or crack a joke to make her laugh. He comforts his little sister who hasn't gotten over seeing dad's seizures. Noah keeps his chin up, but it's hard on him. When he recently took his driver's test, he had an emotional breakdown. With 4 kids still living at home, he knew how much his mom needed to have a second driver in the house, and he was terrified to fail. Someday, Noah hopes to make movies. He says the film that inspired him was Good Will Hunting. There are plenty of reasons to love that movie, but for Noah, he relates to the main character, Will. Will experienced trauma in his childhood, but slowly, he found a way to heal. Noah, promise to take care of your dad now and forever, and we promise to take care of you.
Growing up, I didn't have many good role models around. My dad was checked out. He wasn't present in our lives. I came to America from the Philippines when I was 2 months old. My dad was a military veteran, served during the Vietnam War. I knew very little about his military experience. Most of my childhood was spent working. I wanted to join certain sports, but I just told him, you know, I have to support my family, so I really can't join the basketball team. I always had it in me to help people. I eventually became a police officer for New York City Police Department. It meant a lot to me to be a sergeant in the NYPD because my dad was a sergeant in the Air Force. The most enjoyable part that I look back on my career was working with the youth. I saw opportunities that I could provide that I didn't have growing up. So I said, hey, maybe I could be that change. Growing up, I didn't know what my dad was dealing with because I didn't know about depression or PTSD. I couldn't talk to him because I didn't want to aggravate him. So we're just gonna put on his shirt, okay? You can do it, Dad. You're strong. We'll put on your shoes. All right, there we go. My dad had a stroke in 2015. It was hard for him to talk, walk. He was just laying in the bed most of the day, depressed. I was told by the doctors that if this continues, he won't be able to walk. So someone had to step up. I retired as a sergeant with the NYPD because my dad needed my help. A few years ago, I found an ammo box in my dad's belongings. And I opened it up and I saw a bronze star. I was like, wow, my dad's a hero. Now I'm starting to look at his paperwork. When he was in these bases that were in Vietnam, they were under attack. You could see what a young man at the time was going through, and he showed he didn't quit. He said he defended the base when it was under attack in Vietnam and Ben Hoa. When I knew my dad growing up, he wasn't really fighting for us, but now I saw like another person, and I was like, you know what, this guy fought for me. So that just instilled in me like I'm not gonna quit on him. It says you extended your tour for 30 days because I was gonna be born. Thank you, Dad. I realized I was my dad's caregiver when we went to a doctor's appointment. The doctor asked my dad, who cares for you? And my dad told the doctor, he does, my son. And that made me feel good because he acknowledged that I care for him. I've been going on 8.5 years taking care of my dad. It's important to take care of myself as a caregiver because if I'm not strong enough to help him out of bed, no one's going to do it. I do things to recharge me, like Tai Chi and listening to classical music. The classical music makes me feel calm, and the Tai Chi helps me to just give some time to myself and to decompress. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation has given me that sense of you're not alone. They have so many areas they can help you with, mentally, home care, financially. I'm so honored to be a Dole Caregiver Fellow because I get to share my story with others, and especially male caregivers, because there's a lot of male caregivers that don't acknowledge that they're a caregiver and need help. I'm grateful to pay it back to my dad. He did his part, and I'm gonna do my part.
Rodney Ridgeway enlisted in the United States Army in August of 2001, just 1 month before the attacks of September 11th. He served his country honorably, rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant, and completed 3 tours in Iraq. To most people, Rodney might not appear injured. His slight limp doesn't tell the full story of the breaks and sprains he suffered when an explosion knocked him off a watchtower. You can't see the migraines that keep him in darkness, or the digestive issues that can cause him to lose 20 pounds in a single week. Most hidden are his post-traumatic stress and anxiety. Rodney has never shaken the constant, high-alert feeling of being an infantryman in Iraq. He also struggles over the many close friends he lost in combat, and the 11 more he lost to suicide. Ida was the first to detect the severity of Rodney's invisible wounds. She was determined to make sure he didn't have to keep fighting the battles he had already fought in Iraq. She began by getting Rodney the overdue care that he needed. She made sure every VA appointment was scheduled, kept, and followed up on. She accompanied Rodney to every consultation, introducing herself first as his caregiver, then as his mom. Nobody knew her son better than she did, so she insisted on being a part of his care team. She also saved Rodney from the triggering process of telling his story over and over again to every new nurse and doctor. Outside of the hospital, Ida knew that she needed to stay close to Rodney, but the smells of her cooking and noises around the house could spark his PTSD. So she found a neighborhood with 2 available homes. She moved into one, Rodney into the other, just 75 yards down the street. To this day, Ida tracks Rodney's medications on her phone. Half of her home office is dedicated to his medical records. She wakes early every morning to listen to scripture and spend a moment with God. The rest of the day is spent with her caregiving Bible, a thick, impeccably organized binder with every doctor's request, test result, and valuable piece of information related to his care. Last fall, Rodney married his longtime girlfriend in a ceremony performed by Ida. He decided to keep his mom as his primary caregiver because his wife couldn't keep her job while also providing Rodney the care that he needs. However, his wife is ready to learn, and Ida is making sure that they work as a team. Ida, you promised to care for your son. Now and forever, we promise to care for you.
Every parent knows being a mom or dad is a lifetime job. From the moment your child is born, you promise to always be there for them.
But sometimes life takes a turn, and it's the child promising to be there for their parent. For many wounded veterans, that role reversal comes much earlier than expected.
Ilahia Gianson and Angelina Taylor are only in their 30s, yet they've already devoted so much of their adult lives to caregiving.
For Ilahia, he began caring for his dad, Anthony, when he was just 19. Throughout his childhood, Ilahia recalls his dad as a sweet, hard-working family man. Unfortunately, when Ilahia was only a teenager, his younger brother and mother passed away in the span of just a few years. While their sudden loss left Ilahia grief-stricken, his father emotionally collapsed. For the Vietnam veteran, the sadness of their passing surfaced long-suppressed trauma from his time at war. He became withdrawn, debilitated by anxiety, and found the day-to-day challenging. Still just a teenager, Ilahia promised to be there for his dad.
Angelina's journey as a caregiver began just as suddenly. 6 years ago, Angelina was an ambitious woman in her 20s, pursuing an advanced degree to work with children with special needs. Then, without warning, her father Benjamin suffered a stroke. Benjamin had served in the Marine Corps during the years of the Vietnam War. Following his stroke, he was left in a near vegetative state. After a few months recovering in a nursing facility, Benjamin became wholly dependent on his daughter's care.
While Ilahia and Angelina watched their friends find their ways in life without any cares but their own, every decision these young caregivers made came with the same question: how do I manage this with Dad? How do I ensure he's still okay?
Ilahia is his father's emotional strength. His dad's anxiety overcomes him in crowds like the grocery store and in settings with tough questions like medical appointments. Ilahia has to be his cheerleader just to get him out of the house. Living in Hawaii, Ilahia used to have some success getting his dad out to the beach to go fishing or for long car rides. However, COVID-19 has made lots of his favorite spots risky for now. The pandemic meant the suspension of his group therapy and more time confined at home, where Ilahia's dad often leans on his son to listen to his toughest stories from Vietnam.
For Angelina, her life is devoted to her father's physical care, often with little outside help. When her dad was released from the nursing home, she asked the staff how to lift her father if he should fall from his chair. They said she was too small to lift her dad, not realizing there wasn't another option. She now sees a chiropractor for back pain. Angelina also had to learn to clean the feeding tube that doctors inserted in her dad's stomach and get used to helping her dad with toileting and dressing. When her dad first moved back home, he rarely slept through the night. Sleepless and exhausted, Angelina fell behind in grad school without much understanding from her professors.
Over time, Angelina began to struggle with depression, but she still finds the strength to pursue her dreams, even if it has taken longer than planned. She has earned her master's in education, psychology, and advocates for caregivers through her success participating in pageants.
Ilahia, too, has managed to keep his life going. He runs a consulting practice from home and has started a family. Ilahia's dad is now a grandfather and gets a lot of emotional support from his favorite 3-year-old. Angelina, Ilahia, you promised to care for your fathers. Always and forever, we promise to care for you.
Ten years ago, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation began with a promise made by one caregiver to another. Jessica Allen was there to see it. In January of 2011, Jessica arrived at Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. Her husband, Chaz, had just been evacuated from Afghanistan after stepping on an IED. He lost both legs above the knees and suffered severe injuries to his right arm. Jessica decided to keep their 8 and 5-year-old daughters at home until their dad could recover more. For 5 months, she flew back and forth between Tennessee and Washington, trying her best to be a wife, mom, and caregiver. After the girls finished their school year, Jessica brought them out to see their dad for the first time. They tucked away all his wires and tubes, and for a moment, they felt like a normal family again. Jessica and the girls stayed with Chaz while he continued recovering for the next 16 months. It was good to be together, but tough to be so far from home. Jessica struggled to get her daughters admitted to local schools, so she homeschooled them on top of everything else. The Allens are remarkably resilient and good-humored. However, there was no escaping just how tough those first years were. Fortunately for Jessica, she was offered a light of hope when she met another spouse staying at her husband's bedside, Senator Elizabeth Dole. The senator was so moved by Jessica and the other caregivers that she made a commitment to get them the help they needed. A decade later, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation continues to make good on the promise for all of America's military caregivers. Today, the Allen family lives in a comfortable home in a quiet Tennessee town Jessica has often joined the Elizabeth Dole Foundation as a caregiver advocate. Her oldest daughter, Darren, is a college sophomore on her university's cheer squad. Her youngest daughter, Ryan, is a high school junior planning her own college move. Jessica told the girls to find a school and place that made them happy. She assured them that she and their dad would be okay. Caregiving is still a big part of their lives and always will be. Chaz's fused elbow means Jessica still helps him with shaving, buttoning his shirt, pretty much anything requiring two hands. And there will come a day when Chaz's joints will keep him from walking on his prosthetics. That part will only get harder. After all these years, though, Jessica still doesn't see caregiving as a responsibility. She says she sees it as an honor. Jessica, you promised to care for Chaz, and you continue to live up to that promise now and forever. We promise to care for you.
Hi, my name is Macy Muchacharo, and I am the VP of Sales for Nommo Smart Care. But beyond my role at Nommo, I am also a hidden hero, a caregiver to my husband, Gino. Gino served in the 82nd Airborne for 20 years. He's an incredible husband and father, but with his service came lasting challenges. He lives with PTSD, a traumatic brain injury, physical limitations, and chronic pain. As a family, we've learned that hope comes from having the right tools in our toolbox. And for us, Nommo has been one of those tools. Let me share how we use Nommo in our home. When Gino has a medical appointment, I have peace of mind knowing he's left on time because a Nommo tag on our front door notifies me when it is opened. I can also confirm that our kids have arrived home safely from school, another small reassurance in our daily routine. Gino is responsible for feeding our dogs and fish. I place Nommo tags on the food container so I know when they've been opened. If they aren't, I get a gentle alert, allowing me to remind him without frustration. Safety is a priority. Gino won't wear a traditional panic button. He feels he's too young for that. So instead, we place discreet Nommo panic buttons in key areas: the bottom of the stairs, the shower door, and other locations where he might need quick assistance. With PTSD and young children in the home, firearm safety is critical. We place a Nommo tag on the gun safe, so if there's any movement, I receive an immediate alert. Nommo Smart Care helps our family feel safer, more connected, and more supported every day. As a caregiver, that brings peace of mind, which is invaluable. Thank you to Elizabeth Dole Foundation for championing caregivers like me. Together, we can create solutions that truly make a difference.
I am Ben, and I was diagnosed with essential tremor over 12 years ago. I am a retired Air Force officer, serving both in the enlisted and the officer ranks. My tremors were so bad, I can remember one morning where they were so bad that my wife had to spoon feed me. That scared us both to death. Since I'm a military veteran, I also called and made an appointment out at the VA clinic to talk with my neurologist. And I asked my neurologist, is this the best it's going to be? He said, Ben, you have three options. One, you can continue to stay on the medication that you have and live with the serious side effects with those balance issues, dizziness, the sleeplessness, drowsiness. Option 2 was brain surgery. And option number 3 said he had just read that the Veterans Administration had approved this new non-invasive device called calitherapy, and I jumped at the chance. I began using the calitherapy device in September 2020. It's non-invasive, simple to use, great instructions. Once you strap it on, you do a therapy session, you can go about your normal activities. What I saw initially is it started off slow. I would have maybe 2 or 4 hours peace and quiet, tremors. By finding the calotherapy device, it has been the godsend for me, moving me back up to 98, 99% of near normal.
At Cornerstone Caregiving, we understand the unique needs of our veterans. Our mission is to provide compassionate in-home care that allows veterans to live independently and comfortably in the place that they love most, home. Our dedicated caregivers are trained to meet the specific needs of veterans, providing personalized care that respects their service and honors their sacrifices.
I'm Robert Rice. I'm a veteran. I've lived in Akron all my life except for 4 years in the Air Force. I've been in 2 rehab facilities. I still wanted to live here at the house. Cornerstone has helped me, let me stay in my own house. I love Cornerstone.
Cornerstone Caregiving is more than just in-home care. We are a support system, a helping hand, and a source of comfort for those who have served our nation. Through Cornerstone's partnership with the VA, veterans can have the highest quality care without the cost. We know that finding high-quality service providers for veterans can be difficult. Allow Cornerstone to be the helping hand that guides veterans to the services that they need. Cornerstone Caregiving, serving those who have served us.
Please silence all electronic devices. Our program is about to begin. Please silence all electronic devices. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please welcome back to the stage, Steve Schwab.
Hello, hello. Good to see y'all again. So, how did your breakout discussions go? People feel good? I stopped by, saw the energy, felt the dynamic, heard really great ideas coming to the fore, saw Guidehouse really happy with what they were hearing. Sounds like we got some exciting solutions on the table, which is exactly what we're looking for. I'm also just buying time because we're waiting for people to come back in the room. But I want to thank you all for the participation. We saw a great amount of participation across those breakout discussions. So our next panel will feature a conversation really unlike any that we've had at this convening before. We're going to highlight international voices in caregiving, really giving us a context for the kind of caregiving that's happening all around the world. It's going to shed light on how different cultures support military and veteran caregivers, as well as the experience of caregivers who have come to the United States from other parts of the world. This panel is part of our effort to ensure that we recognize and appreciate the global scale of caregiving, something that we've been talking about all across today. So before we turn to our panelists, I want to turn it over to my good friend, the Executive Managing Director for Federal Health for Maximus, Monica Rosser. Maximus has been an incredible partner on our mission, including as a key sponsor of today's convening. Monica herself is an accomplished leader who drives the company's strategic vision, growth, and expansion across the federal landscape. She's super passionate about our mission, and we feel very fortunate to have her joining us. So Monica, take it away.
Thank you so much, Steve, and the rest of my EDF family. You have been so valuable for me walking through this last few months. I stand before you a different person than I was at the last convening. During the convening last year, my beloved father, my strong, brilliant, gentleman in every sense of the word, brave father, was dying. During my panel on advancing whole health and inclusive care, where I talked about the need for an integrated ecosystem, my little brother was holding up my proud 6'2" Army veteran dad so he could watch me from his laptop, refusing to start morphine until I was back by his bedside, and not once complaining about the leukemia due to Agent Orange exposure that ravaged his body. When I flew back to him that night, he told me how proud he was of me, and I knew I needed to keep talking about our journey. I can unequivocally say that caregiving tests you, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, financially. But the thing is, when you transition to a survivor, you wish for one more minute, one more call, one more doctor's appointment to make, anything. The pain of losing my dad in this way could have left me adrift, but that wouldn't honor his life or his service. So for my journey, I've turned my pain into purpose, and I'm here to call each of us to action once again, because our work here at the Elizabeth Dole Foundation is fundamental, because we're having conversations and finding solutions, and those conversations aren't being held elsewhere. In my professional journey, I lead health services at Maximus, a company that believes supporting our nation's caregivers is not just a responsibility, it's profound support for our entire communities. Through Maximus's partnership and services, we ensure caregivers have the resources they need to thrive and care and benefit enablement for our fellow citizens. I know firsthand how difficult navigation can be and the importance of a supportive, interconnected ecosystem. I'm a believer that technology can solve parts of this issue, and I and my Maximus colleagues are going to drive that solution. This perspective drives my commitment to advocating for innovative thinking that will redefine how we meet the evolving needs of caregivers. Because caregiving is a universal experience that transcends borders, cultures, and communities, because it gets to the core of what it means to be selfless to your fellow human. Today's discussion will offer invaluable insights from caregivers and experts who bring in international perspectives of the evolving landscape of veteran and military caregiver, because we all share the same need of wanting to do more. Please welcome to our stage our esteemed international panelists.
Good afternoon. We are incredibly excited to be able to share this panel with you all today. My name is Melinda Kavanaugh. I'm a professor of social work at the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee. My primary area of research is the role that children and youth, or our hidden helpers, play as caregivers across illness and injury. But I'm on this panel in my role as president of Global Neuro Y-Care, which is a global nonprofit working to build out education and resources across language and culture for the many, many, many children and youth and families in underserved populations around the world who serve as caregivers. And I cannot say enough how excited I am to host this panel. We want to make sure that throughout this conversation, what is made abundantly clear, it was mentioned just before we came out, but what is made absolutely clear is that caregiving knows no boundaries. Caregiving knows no borders. Caregiving knows no language or culture. And something that is incredibly important, and we're honored to be a part of really what is kind of an inaugural conversation with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, is how do we think about caregiving in the international context, taking what we know here in the US and how all of us have worked internationally. So it is my pleasure to start off this panel, and I'm just gonna say they have a lot to say. So we're gonna try to fit it all in. We asked for an hour and a half and we were only given 30 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and start, and we're going to have all of our panelists do a very brief introduction. Thinking about caregiving in the cross-cultural context, it can sometimes feel like you're balancing multiple identities and experiences. So starting across the panel with Dr. Delgado, can you share us a story where you felt that tension, how you navigated it while staying true to both your caregiving role and your cultural values, and perhaps how your cultural background influenced that?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here. So I was born in Puerto Rico, born and raised in Puerto Rico, went to school in Puerto Rico, a granddaughter of an amazing man who took care of my grandma for 40 years until she died of 102. And I saw caregiving all my life, but I never identified seeing him. And one of the things that I regret, because I couldn't say, hey, Grandpa, I know that you're a caregiver. So then my husband joined the active duty. We travel all around, and that military culture also got ingrained. So as a Hispanic woman, then getting into the military culture, it was, it wasn't a seamless transition, but then that military culture played a big role in how I deal with being a caregiver. And combined with my Hispanic, I call it flavor. And as you know, we're very strong and hard-headed in some way. I wanted to be included in my husband's care from day one. From the moment he stepped out of the ambulance when he was medically evacuated, I ran behind, and I took the packet and I started looking at all the air flights and where he was in and everything. So my first kind of shock in the culture is that I was being set aside, and I just needed to wait. And I did not want to wait. I wanted to be fully engaged, fully part of it, and I wanted to be as active as anyone else in my family would have been when we were back home. So, so that would say it's a clash of cultures and my experience.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Delgado. Dr. Ochan?
So mine was looking for community.
Yeah.
I realized I'm alone. I have to find people who are going to be around me. I have to find people who are going to help me. Because in Uganda, we believe that it takes a village to raise a child. It's the same thing with adults. So if someone is sick, even in Uganda, if someone is sick, everyone is involved. I'll give you an example. I recently visited home and went to see sick elderly parents. But once I got in, found out an uncle is sick in the hospital. And everybody is going to see this uncle in hospital, including my sick parents. So here I am, I found myself visiting my sick uncle. So I brought that to my caregiving experience. Once my husband was injured, he served in the Marine Corps. And I looked for people who were going through similar situation. And I met a lot of caregivers in the hospital, Fort Belvoir, Walter Reed, and just found people I could count on.
That's such an important inclusion, that the role of all of the family members really get involved. Excellent. Kathy, you want to share your story?
I'm a 2025 Dole fellow. My story is unique because I was born in China, raised in Japan. I joined the military when I immigrated to the States. I'm a retired veteran, enjoying life, retired, enjoyed everything. And this young Navy says, "Can you take care of me, Mom?" I was like, "Excuse me?" So 11 years later, I'm still taking care of him. He's doing well. Unfortunately, his is all invisible injury, and in the Asian culture, you don't talk about things, especially the mental health. And he's going on, and I'm no clue who he is other than what I know him. And so my life changed, and we met when we went to massage school. I was going to work with the phantom pain of the amputees of the veterans with acupressure points. Instead of doing that, I'm working with acupressure points and the PTSD veterans now. So my whole life changed, and my whole perspective on healthcare is different than my culture, but we both learned how to adapt. Plus, he's 35 years younger than I am, so I have the age to deal with too.
But again, it's a beautiful way to integrate your culture into and share and caring for someone who is an immediate family member. Excellent. Paul, Dr. Watson, I presume.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I was a young caregiver through the first Gulf War, and through my experiences, I felt socially isolated and lonely because there wasn't many young teenage boys who were providing care. So I had to be strong, and I was also silent, but I'm also a military veteran as well. And growing up in the military and being in the military, it's about cultural competency. There's different laws within the military itself, and it's kind of ingrained into a family that you put up and shut up and you just join the rest of the ranks, and you are part of that military service even if you are not physically serving. My body of work, my research is on the emotional effects of being a young carer, particularly with those who are young carers of parents with post-traumatic stress disorder. And just like you, I grew up and became a nurse. So I am a children's mental health nurse, but then I stayed on and I did my school nursing public health course. So a lot of my work has a public health lens, which also incorporates the emotional health and well-being of children and young people, particularly from the social determinants of health.
Excellent.
Was that
Thank
short
you.
enough?
That was absolutely well done, short and sweet. But I'm going to come right back to you, though. Because in addition to your personal experiences, which absolutely informed so much of where you are now, could you talk about concrete ideas to support caregiving families, maybe drawing some cute clues and ideas from other countries and how they might have done programming for caregivers in the military?
Yeah, I think what we've noticed here, there's a lot of kind of ecosystems and how ecosystems work. And I think I don't fully understand that the American system, but I know within the UK we have a National Health Service which is fit for everybody, and we can absolutely, use that to our advantage. But I think one of the big things is that we don't just treat people in isolation. It's not just about their emotional or mental health. We have to look at those wider social determinants because we have to think about the social aspect of everyday living, so that becomes part of that ecosystem. So a lot of my work picks up on those social determinants of health and those wider determinants in how we kind of come together and formulate pictures of the whole family, because we're not in isolation. We might feel lonely, but we're not in isolation. So when we're thinking about formulating assessment, it's about the whole family's approach to assessment. It's not just about the veteran. It's not just about the caregiver. It's about the whole family together. And then we can formulate the needs of the whole family as well as the individuals of the family. But in the UK, we do have a lot of differences in terms of we have a young carers allowance. So, young carers do get some funding from the government. All carers get some funding as well. But we also have community hubs. We have something called a young carers passport. So I know it was mentioned in the breakout room that we've just had that, how do we identify children and young people who are carers? Well, I know through my research, and especially in kind of when I did some work in Denmark as well, they didn't know they were carers until we actually said, do you know you're caring? But I think, as clinicians, as practitioners, we are very solution focused. But I think one of my biggest kind of bugbears is that we try and solutionalize problems for children and young people through an adult lens. A lot of my work at the minute, I'm doing 2 national studies, and they're looking at the social determinants of health of military connected children and young people, but they're designing their own social determinants of screening tool. We're doing 7 co-production events. I'm traveling the country speaking to children about what they want, what their priorities are, and how they want to solutionize their problems. But like it was mentioned before, it's not just about all the bad things that kind of can happen to children and young people. One of the second studies that I'm currently doing, we're looking at adverse child experiences, but also positive child experiences and how positive experience can counter the ACEs, so we can develop and thrive into well-rounded adults.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things we talked about in our Hidden Helper Coalition conversation is new ways to think about things, and I think you bring a lot of great ideas. Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Thank you.
Dr. Delgado, your journey's taken you from caregiver within your family to an advocate and researcher, influencing broader policy and practice. How would you say your cultural identity informed your vision for more comprehensive caregiving supports?
So I think this is where it's very interesting when you have a culture from when you were born, right? And how I was raised with life values. And of course, you know, for us, is the cornerstone is our faith. But then being a military wife for so many years in an active duty setting, you acquire also that culture, that military culture of duty and responsibility, right? And that selfless service and loyalty. So when I would say that I didn't want things to work just for me, but I didn't want to leave anyone behind. And when this happened to me in 2009, when I received that call, right, that nobody wants to receive at 4 in the morning, and saying that my husband was wounded, I remember thinking to myself, like, okay, so I would never ask why, but for what? And I honestly asked that question. But I said, for what? What is the purpose of all this? So I make sure that I not only advocated for ourselves as a family, but we advocated for others. And I think that that's where both cultures kind of like collided in a beautiful way to flourish in what it is today, 16 years later. And seeing the progress and seeing how, you know, them being connected with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, and that just took it to the next level. I mean, incredible. So the beauty is that when you have your culture and you're true to it, and for us, the cornerstone was faith. That really got us through, especially for myself, and I attribute a lot of that to my culture, and then, you know, combined with the military culture, and then now the veteran culture, it really continues to flourish in a way that continues to serve others. So service above all.
I think that's beautiful. Thank you so
Thanks.
much, Dr. Delgado. For Dr. Ochen, given your lived experiences across different cultures and geographic locations, which you just got here from Uganda yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Okay, how you and Dr. Watson are functioning right now.
Coffee.
What are some of the specific opportunities for change in care programming here in the U.S., given your lived experiences in different geographic locations?
Thank you. Very interesting question. And I'll tell you how spoiled we are in the US. There's so many resources, unbelievable. Honestly, if you took these resources and gave them to people out in Uganda, they would thrive. They would really thrive. So the first one that comes to mind is bringing care to the community, like bringing the medication, the treatment of the veteran and the family back home. You know, there's no reason why a caregiver in the United States should be driving through 3 states to go to a VA. And then we all wonder why caregivers are burnt out, caregivers are exhausted, they are tired. People are driving very far to take their husbands for treatment. And I think it's ridiculous for this country to be at that level. We can afford to take these resources to Ohio, Kentucky, Alaska, you know. Every place has a VA, every place has a hospital. And also, I think we should include the caregiver in treatment. I find it so ridiculous that a caregiver has to look for health insurance, has to pay for medical bills. On top of that, you remember caregivers are a very young population, most of them. They are not employed, they've had to leave jobs, leave careers to take care of their husbands, and then you're putting this whole load on them, finding health care, paying for medical bills, worrying about kids, worrying about the husband. Where do they get a break? And then when it comes to respite, you know, there are good programs. Elizabeth Dole Foundation has a very good respite program. But I think that we need to increase the hours. You know, you can't give a caregiver who is taking care of a husband 24 hours, just 5 hours of respite. It just doesn't make sense. We have to increase this so caregivers can also have time to take care of themselves, because you cannot take care of somebody if you're not well, you know. So those are some of the things that people are doing in Uganda without these resources. You know, like I said, it goes back to the community. if we had a way of not leaving it just to the caregiver, I know there are HIPAA rules in this country, but if there was a way where everybody would be concerned somehow, because this affects all of us. It's not just military caregivers. There are so many caregivers in this country. Yeah. You know, and it's very simple. Just going to mow someone's lawn, asking them how they are, starting the conversation. These things have to be taken very seriously. And when employers say they are going to employ caregivers or veterans, be serious about this. Mm-hmm. You know, everybody raises this flag of we are hiring veterans, we are hiring, but you go to the caregiver community, I mean, caregivers are literally crying. They've done these interviews, been promised jobs, and once the employer finds out they're a caregiver, they'll find a way to get rid of this caregiver immediately. And yet caregivers are actually, you know, providing, you know, bringing resources home. So I think that we should just stop talking and look at ourselves and find out what exactly are we doing. Are we practical? Because we cannot talk about this again and again and again, and we still have caregivers struggling. There is a gap, you know, that I think that we can bring together. I mean, you should see how caregivers in other countries are thriving without these resources. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. They don't even know that there's resources for certain things. If you tell them, as a caregiver, there's a stipend, they say, really? I bet you if they paid Ugandans, the whole community would run to take care of everybody. You know? So this, come on, we are in America, we are in the richest country in the world, we are in the best country. We brag about these things, but let's take it to another step. Let's be serious about these things for once.
Yeah, let's fully wrap our arms around the caregivers.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and use those resources in ways that really will improve. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well said. Excellent insight. Kathy, mental health is often shaped by cultural norms and expectations. How have you seen cultural differences affect how military and veteran caregivers both understand and address their own mental health and well-being?
Well, me being Asian, we don't talk about things like that. It's just, you could have a toothache, don't tell me, just go to the dentist. So mental health is really off the board. I mean, it doesn't happen. Mental health is not on the books anywhere. So for me to take care of somebody who's got nothing but invisible wound has been really challenging because he shares a lot with me, but I'm like a deer in the headlight. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's he saying to me? But as time goes by, he's from Southern Indiana, a white boy as I call him. Here's me, a yellow person from overseas. You know, but I think we just learn to respect the boundary, but that's between the two of us, not so much because of my culture, because even to this day, sometimes when he says things, I'm just like, oh, is what he's saying true, or is it his PTSD? But since meeting, you know, his family and things back in Indiana, I realized that's just how they are back in his home state, but it's not normal for me. So honestly, it's going on year 11. I'm still learning. And I just learned to put aside my culture belief aside and just deal with him as a person and as a veteran.
Yeah. So we all enter into these conversations with our own preconceived experiences and notions about our mental health, and sometimes we have to do things to navigate that.
Exactly.
Yeah, well said, Kathy, well said. The last question is one that we're going to pose to the whole group. And as we think about that diverse caregiving experience, and I think we've had some really amazing responses here, what is your vision for the future of military and veteran caregiving, both in the U.S. and globally? Nice small question. Dr.
Okay,
Delgado.
so as a start, and I hope Steve doesn't kill me after I say this, but I honestly feel that we should start by having the fellowship internationally.
Yep.
We started here in the US. It has been extremely successful. We have activated communities across the nation. Why not? Kathy was telling me that people are watching from Japan and China. Your people are watching from,
Your
from
people.
the UK.
My people. They're all my people. All of mine.
The Liverpool fans.
No, but that, Dr. Watson is highly respected. We're good friends since like 8 years ago, so we're like brother and sister by now. But honestly, we need to take the fellowship internationally and start activating communities across the nation so they can feed back what they're seeing in their own communities, and we can have like a more global conversation. And not only conversation, but action.
Absolutely. Well said. Dr. Ochan?
Well, Uganda has about 25,000 soldiers, men and women, who have served alongside the US in Iraq, Somalia, Congo right now. So Uganda is a friend of the United States. So these are not just people we are talking about off the street, right? So my vision, I really see a place where we are sharing stories with the Ugandans, or the Puerto Ricans, or the British. We are sharing our lived experiences and learning from each other. And I think that the Elizabeth Dole Foundation is such a great platform. I would love to copy this and take it back to Uganda, and actually not even just Uganda. I'm thinking the continent of Africa deserves this, because people need to have this conversation, because this foundation brings together lawmakers, congressmen. Now, I know in some African countries, if you start something like this, it's almost like you are trying to start a revolution or something like that. But having a foundation like this will bring conversation, will lead to policy change, and I cannot even tell you how caregivers will be empowered to speak up for themselves, which will be great.
Well said, well said. Kathy?
Well, the aging culture will probably be a little different because the younger generation is expected to take care of the older generation. So I think the little barrier will be a little bit harder to break, but doesn't mean it can't happen with somebody like the Elizabeth Dole Foundation advocating for people. So keeping my fingers crossed that.
Yeah, adapting to be responsive to the different ways that caregivers think about care. Absolutely. Dr. Watson?
I can only echo this, but I just wanted to add just one small thing. Has everybody got a pen and a piece of paper? Yeah, so if you just put ICE on your piece of paper, that's what you need to do to children, young people, and caregivers. So ICE stands for Identify, Connect, and Positively Engage. And there we can kind of, support everybody. So you need to ICE kids.
You need to ICE kids.
ICE kids, put them on ice.
ICE them, put them on ice. Well, we have just a couple more minutes, so that means, I know, you all talk. Well, I kind of threatened him in the back. I was like, I want everyone to hear. So we talked about this last question, reverse. Does anybody else have another idea specifically about how we can integrate maybe culturally responsive practices that it might be reflective of your own cultural experiences in different locations as a caregiver? I will open that up to the audience, and you have 2 minutes.
I would like to just say that as a professor, and we work in academia, I would like to challenge, the academic community to start adapting some of these interventions to be culturally competent. And I'll tell you something very, quick. But we just adapted a dementia caregiver training in the state of Texas for Hispanic community. And we should do the same for the military, and we should do the same for those other, ethnicities or groups that needs to be represented. One of the caregivers said, in the nutrition part from my patient with dementia, they are, the nutrition part says that we need to serve quinoa. And she was like, what the heck is that? And she said, why not rice and beans? So we need to be more culturally competent, listen to the community, and then adapting all these different interventions to truly have an impact in the community. So I will make that call to the academic community.
I hear you as an academic as well. I think that's the key, really, is to understand that caregivers are not a monolith, whether it's age, race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status. Wherever you are in the world, caregivers need caregiving responsive programs, and sometimes those are language and culturally adapted, and they need to be language and culturally adapted. We are out of time, but I'm going to say thank you again to this amazing panel, and thank you all, and particularly thank you to the Elizabeth Dole Foundation for being willing to think outside the box. I'll add one thing. I do a lot of work in South Africa, and I think that if we were able to bring a program like this to other places around the African continent, they would go absolutely nuts. They would love it, absolutely. So thank you all very, very much for your time. Thank you.
Returning to the stage, Steve Schwab, and joining him is U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego.
Well, I'm back. I'm sure you guys are getting tired of me by now, but we've got a great guest, a hero, with us this afternoon. We're so honored to welcome Senator Ruben Gallego, a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee from the great state of Arizona, and he just met one of our caregiver fellows, Sharon Grassi from Arizona. While in college, Senator Gallego enlisted in the Marine Corps, and in 2005, he deployed to Iraq as an infantryman. I want to say, I was just telling the senator, I finished his book on Sunday. If you haven't read his book yet, it, I think, is the finest book on the post 9/11 experience. It's deeply moved. I was on the treadmill listening to it at the gym, getting a little emotional. I think people wonder what was going on, Senator. He actually does the voice for the online book. He said he doesn't like his own voice, but check it out. His company saw some of the worst fighting in Iraq, losing 22 Marines and a Navy corpsman to enemy action in 8 months. And I said, following that experience, he talked about in the book how he wants to ensure that servicemen and women are never sent back into harm's way without a plan for winning the fight. Senator, one of the things that I was really moved about in the book, and you said this right out of the gate, is that you escaped death 11 times.
Yeah.
And you said it was luck.
Yep.
And most people don't escape death once, and you did it 11 times. Can you just talk about what that does to an individual?
Well, it messes you up. Well, you know, for me, it was really difficult because, you know, my best friend died. He already had 2 kids, and one of his kids, Evan, was barely 1 when he died. And when you have luck impacting whether you live or die, you start questioning, like, why am I not dead? Actually, if anything, I should be dead. He should be alive. He's got children. I was single. I had no kids, right? You know, you have other stories of other men that I served with that, you know, did everything right and they still, you know, died in the end. And the other thing is that, you know, what you do, especially when you have PTSD, you start questioning everything, right? What could I have done differently? Did I cause this? Did I not cause this? And it just really impacts you for the rest of your life. And, you know, you go into, especially for those that are in combat arms, you train yourself, you do all these things. You're gonna save yourself, save your men, you know, save civilians, keep your honor, and then war, especially the type of war that a lot of us saw in OIF and OEF, Afghanistan and Iraq, it was random. It was just really, really random, you know, who got it that day. And to the point where, you know, we used to just play the odds. You know, it's whose turn is going to kick in the door? Well, oh, you kicked in the door last time, so it's only fair if I kick in the door, because if you keep doing it, at some point you're going to get smoked. Or whether it was like where you sat on vehicles or where you did anything. And, you know, it makes, it wraps your whole deployment and your whole experience into this, idea that, is there a bigger cause? Is there not a bigger cause? Did someone choose from above that you should die versus, no, this whole world is chaotic, right? And it's just random. And those are those heavy things you never really think about until you're actually facing it, and then wrap it in with your traditional PTSD, and then you just rack up a huge therapist bill and a lot of trips to your chaplain, to be honest.
Well, it's interesting you talk about going to your chaplain. We found in our research that many servicemen will turn to their chaplain even before they go to a therapist.
That's right.
And you just mentioned your PTSD. You've been very open about PTSD. You've been open about seeking treatment. One thing you said in your book is that you wanted to seek treatment to be a better father. I know you have 2 children and 1 on the way.
One on the way, yeah.
June 12th. I told them I hope it's June 9th. It's my birthday. 1 child on the way. How has focusing on your mental health influenced your role as a father, and what message do you hope other veteran parents can take away from your own journey?
So before my first son, Michael, I was kind of in denial that I even had PTSD, and because I was actually spending a lot of time being like the unofficial VA counselor for the guys I served with. And those guys were quote unquote not doing well, right? They're the ones that were homeless or had heavy addictions. And I was doing well because I had a steady job, a marriage, a house. Was I drinking a little too much? Yes. Did I have like short bursts of emotion? Sure. I was in politics. And so it was all fine, right? Because on surface everything was fine, and I found myself instead of being addicted to a drug or to something else, I found myself being addicted to work, to distracting myself, so I didn't have to think about everything that I was carrying. And then when I realized that this wasn't something that I could just that I was no longer going to be just responsible for myself. I have a son coming, and it just was I knew that I was not going to be a good father unless I was in the right place. And, I didn't really have a father growing up, and so I needed to make sure that I was going to be there for him. But physically and emotionally and spiritually, I was not going to be there for him in the correct manner to be a good dad unless I took care and started to take care, because I feel personally you can never really take care of PTSD, but really learned how to manage it, treat it, recognize it, and making sure that you're not passing on some of that trauma onto your sons. So I have another son coming, so now sons and daughter.
Well, that's really profound. We had a panel today with some children. We call them hidden helpers. These are the youngsters who are helping to care for mom and dad who are some suffering with PTSD. And some of those parents and children have fought the same stigma you have in accepting that they need help and seeking that help. And as you know, Senator, the caregivers like Sharon, who you met, are balancing a whole lot of stuff. Yeah. And what is your advice to caregivers to make sure we ensure that they feel empowered to seek support and not letting anyone down in doing so?
Well, and I mean, in the military, they teach you got to take care of yourself before you take other people, right? And so if you are that caregiver, you're human. It's okay to have emotions. It's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to feel down. It's okay to have a down day. And this is why I think the caregiver support program is really important, because sometimes that person needs a break, right? Sometimes that person needs to be able to go shopping for the day and not be worried who's taking care of their loved ones at home. Sometimes, a lot of times, financially they need support so they can actually be able to be the best that they can and not have that financial stress that's just, eating away at them. And if you are financially stressed, a lot of times you just can't be there for it. And, you don't have to be tough to the point where it injures yourself to the point you can't take care of your loved one. And so, avoid feeling that guilt of like, oh my God, sorry about that. I feel guilty that I'm even complaining about this, because what we're going through and what you're going through is something that is very hard. It's harder in any circumstance, but it's certainly hard and the circumstances wrapped up with your loved one, especially considering that, I think there's a lot of ascribed heroism, and I don't like being described as that, but you don't have to compare what you're going through to your loved one either, right? You are human. It's okay to be human, and you need to take care of yourself so you could take care of your loved one and your family and your kids.
Well, Senator, we've been talking today all throughout the day about how the 14.5 million military and veteran families who are caregiving are doing so under the banner of about 100 million Americans who are caregiving. The latest data says that so many American families are facing caregiving issues. And we talked a little bit backstage about what you were seeing in the Senate and whether you were seeing collegiality and bipartisanship around military and veteran issues. We hope the same potentially could be true around caregiving issues. But how do you feel about the work that is underway with your colleagues around MilVet issues, particularly things that are happening with families?
I think around caregiving and direct support to our veterans, I think there's very bipartisan support there. Sometimes we have disagreements. My biggest disagreement, a couple of years ago was with the PACT Act. I think for us that were exposed to toxic burn pits, we're really starting to suffer, and the timing was going longer and longer, and families starting to suffer, and finally getting that bill through was a huge success for us veterans that specifically joined politics to take care of our guys and gals. But there is want to help. My biggest disagreement right now is with the proposed 83,000 cuts to the VA, and I just from my experience with the VA, my experience working, trying to bring more services, I just need to be explained Barney style, as we used to say in the Marine Corps, like, how is this not going to impact services? If you could explain it to me, you could show me that, yes, there's a way for us to improve outcomes and not affect families and veterans, then I'm willing to work with you. But in the meantime, I'm very hesitant to just allow that to pass, because for us and many of you guys have dealt with the VA, it's tough to get people in to work. It's tough to hold them there because we don't necessarily have the best pay scale. And a lot of times some of these young men and women, once they get enough experience, especially clinicians, they may just pass on. And we need to keep that brain power in the VA. So I'm very afraid of this kind of arbitrary rush to cut people without any plan to who's going to replace them, what system's going to replace them, and how this will be affected. But I will say, to give credit to my colleagues overall, I think we are in a very good situation that you have senators, Democrats, Republicans, that do want to see our veterans taken care of.
Well, we've seen you work and reach across the aisle in your public service career. We're big fans of that notion.
Gracias.
My boss, our founder, is a big believer in bipartisan work, and so we applaud you for that.
Thank you.
The secretary was here earlier, and he shared some remarks about how he really is focusing on asking some questions internally around access. A lot of the answers he's been getting, and probably some of the answers you get in hearings, is we've always done it that way, or statute tells us we need to do it that way. Are you seeing any promising programs or initiatives that are starting to creep up in the work that you're doing in Congress, or things that you think are going well that we should model?
Well, I think there's going to be, we're seeing some new innovative ideas in terms of homeless veterans. I think that's something that could be reformed. A lot of the kind of HUD voucher program is cumbersome. It takes a while. Like I was talking to the representative of the people that do like multifamily housing apartments, and I was asking her, like, why does it take so long? She's like, well, to use a voucher, and she's like, well, someone has to actually come and physically inspect the apartment. And I was just thinking about, like, can you do a Zoom? She's like, no, you actually can't do a Zoom. You actually have to have someone physically do that. And in Arizona, for those that don't know Arizona, we have, since it's a new state, we don't have like different kind of apartments. It's kind of like one style, like 600 unit, right? And like pretty modern. So like once you see one apartment, you're gonna see them all. But like some of that really matters, because sometimes when we catch a veteran on their way down, if we get them quickly into housing, there's a really good chance we could keep them off the streets. It gets significantly harder once they're on the streets, and then we have to basically move them from the streets to transition home, and then hopefully into supportive housing of some sort, and then a vet voucher. But those steps take longer. So there's a lot of work there. I think there's also more openness to different PTSD treatments. That's could be a huge help. I want to do, and I've seen some support from my colleagues around wellness in general for veterans. One of the things that the general public kind of forgets is that when they think about a veteran, they really think like, no offense, but like a grizzly-haired, older gentleman. They don't think about kind of the fact that a young veteran at this point a younger, older veteran. So for example, I was 25 when I was in Iraq. I'm now 45. I'm still very young compared to the VA population, and so it's good that I could go there for emergency services, for different treatments. But one of the things that the VA needs to understand and think looking forward is that 45-year-old veteran eventually will be 65. If the VA invests in their health care and their wellness early through preventative medicines, you're going to find that veteran when he comes back around 65 to be much healthier and easier to manage disease control, right? So that could look like many things, right? So, we have higher cases of, unfortunately, of lung cancer in older veterans because a lot of us were smokers, right? So if you catch a young veteran that's still smoking, what can we do to, get them off of smoking, right? Or heavy alcohol use, or cardiovascular disease, right? Young men and women, and mostly men because they have higher cases of cardiovascular disease, if we can manage their cardiovascular disease at 40, are going to have less likelihood of having, these, heart attacks and other types of diseases that end up, costing them their lives, their livelihood, and the overall system. And so you are seeing some more and more really interesting ideas. AI, trying to figure out how to bring AI in a productive manner into the VA. Some of that is to help kind of with our records management, which is, as you guys know, that's been a doozy. I think some of it could also be done on the claims process, right? When you have so many men and women that have gone through, and for those that have done VA disability claims, that's a doozy. It could take forever. When, pretty much 95% of it can be decided fairly quickly. But if you have a good AI program with a human to kind of do the double check, you could have some really quick outcomes that could be very, very helpful to these veterans that have been waiting. Sometimes they wait around for years on claims, and that ends up causing a lot of stress on the family.
Senator, you mentioned wellness. I want to talk about wellness for a second. The science tells us that one of the strongest contributors to the health, wellness, and recovery of veterans is a strong, well-supported caregiver.
Absolutely, yeah.
Science is very clear on that. But do you think that we're doing enough to integrate caregivers into the conversation in Congress so that it's understood that they're a key component of the wellness picture, or do we still have work to do to make sure that that message is getting across?
I think we still have work to do. A lot of our members just don't understand that this actually exists. And I think to some regard, they still don't know that this is a fairly professionalized, yes, it's your loved one, but they've gone through training. They know what they're doing. And also, again, in terms of healthcare outcomes, the amounts of readmissions in hospitals goes down. I've seen studies that in terms of like inadvertent, I'm sorry, what is it called? We're giving them the wrong medicine.
Yes.
Is down. It's significantly when done at home versus at a community center community center. And all these things create both good healthcare outcomes and savings in the long run. But explaining that to my colleagues, not that they're not willing to listen, but they have very limited experience. Now, it's something that they really should think about, because I think this is a really good case study that you could actually expand into other parts of government when it comes to potentially the Medicaid community, the Medicare community, and other families that we in one way or another want to care for. This could be a very, very important kind of stabilizing families and also bring savings. It's expensive to pay for Medicaid for someone to be in supportive housing. And the healthcare outcomes are actually a lot worse and life in general is worse for those. So figuring out a way to actually have Medicaid paid for loved ones to be the home health care taker would be very good for the recipient, but also probably ends up being cheaper than what we do when we put them in some of these senior centers, which look, they're trying to do their best, without a doubt, but there is something to be said about being at home, being comfortable at home, make it's easier for people, your families and friends to visit you. You're centered in your community. You have an individualized care that understands you, which is why you see less mistakes, medical mistakes happening, and it would make a difference, a big difference. They should really be investing and learning more from what we're doing here.
Well, I mentioned I was listening to the book while I was at the gym this weekend, and one of the funnier moments for me was when you were busted by your...
Got busted a couple times, but which again, you have to be very clear.
You were busted for being a Harvard student.
Oh yeah, boot camp.
And you didn't want to acknowledge to your men and women in arms that you come from Harvard.
Yeah.
And you got ribbed for it afterwards, right?
Yeah.
And this is my last question, Senator. I thought that was hilarious. Senator went to Harvard too. I don't think you've been ribbed for that though. You're representing a new generation of leaders that have come to Washington recently at a time when we've seen service generally in decline. We're being broadcast in every VA waiting room across the country, around the world. We've got people watching us from every corner of the world and the country. What's your message to folks around service? And what can we do to inspire more folks to walk across Harvard Yard like you did, almost on a random day when you decided to go to the reserve office and sign up?
Yeah.
And to do that kind of a deed.
Well, first, I think the most important thing we need to do to encourage people to join is to make sure that they know they're going to be taken care of, right? And when we don't have a fully funded VA, we don't have a society oriented to taking care of our veterans, it's going to be also harder in the future to go talk to families and say hey, we want your son or daughter to join us, because some of them are going to have this sense that I'm willing to put my family, my life and everything for country, but will the country take care of me? And so this is why it's important, even when the battles and wars are over, you still need to win the future of veterans in order to have the ability to do that. And I certainly was, the reason I joined for two reasons. Number one, I actually got kicked out of Harvard, just to be clear. And,
But they said you could come back.
Yes, I had to take some time off, and I applied and I got back in. I should have joined before I went to college. I always actually had wanted to join. I was very lucky. I was I was a son of immigrants, grew up poor, and was able to achieve so much in this world because I could only do it in this country, period. So I always felt I wanted to bring service to my country in the smallest way possible, and that's why I did the reserves. And when I finally had the opportunity, because I got kicked out, I said, this is the time, right? I've done what I wanted to do, started school, messed that up. Let's do what I should have done, and at the same time, really repay the country for loving me as much as it has. And as much as the war was hard and everything that I went through has been hard, I don't regret that at all. And my biggest thing that really hurts was the fact of how a lot of us were treated when we got back. And I think for us as policymakers, not necessarily people out there that are watching, because I think you guys understand, it's our job to make it easier when you get back, right? Yes. And it's whether that means being able to get to the VA, to get your benefits, to get that care at home if you want, or to get that job, to get that house. Because we talk a lot about the veterans that aren't doing well, but we got to recognize about how well the veterans are doing, right? how great these stories are, the businesses they're starting, the careers they're having, the families they're doing great. And we should also recognize that a lot of them are doing so, but we need to be part of their success and actually actively plan for their success. And I think a lot of times we plan for the worst case scenario for veterans, not necessarily how we can make them to live their fullest extent, the richest life possible for them and their families. And so the programs like this make sure that we're fully funding them and helping them grow is all really part of that too.
Thank you, Senator, so much for being with us
Thank
today.
you.
Let's hear it for Senator Ruben Gallego.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, brother.
I'd like to welcome back Linda Davis to say the final words. Hey, Senator, could we?
Right? I'm in the way until you can get to the reception and stand up. You want to stand up now? Stand up, shake it up. Come on, we only have a few more minutes. And I'm going to stand behind the podium because I don't know about you, but it's been a long day, and it's been a very emotional day. So I'll just attempt to wrap up some things. And thank you for listening a few minutes longer. As I stand before you right now, I do so not just as a veteran, and not just as a caregiver or a caregiver's survivor, and certainly not just as a member of the staff of the Department of Veterans Affairs. How about that, Secretary? He gets it. He gets it. And I am very, very grateful to be able to work with him and for him on your behalf. Today, what I'm doing here this afternoon is now standing with you as a peer, a member of a community that I would give my all for. And we have grown over the years that I've been honored to do this, from this quiet resilience of encouraging each other after 9/11 to a community that is a powerful one of powerful advocacy. It's a community that isn't bound by uniform or rank, but by love, by sacrifice, and by the daily commitment to care for those who once stood to defend us all. Like many of you, my journey as a caregiver began not with a plan, but with a moment where my life changed several times, and it continued to change. Sometimes that change was sudden, and sometimes it was painfully slow. I became someone that I was never trained to be. When I became a caregiver, it was far enough along in my journey that EDF was already here, and dear friends were able to help me out, even though I was a subject matter expert. In the early days of my caregiving, I learned that caregiving is a quiet battlefield. Unfortunately, it's fought not with the weapons that our loved ones or veterans like myself carried, but with persistence. And we've heard those stories today. It is persistence every single moment sometimes. And it's also long nights, hard decisions, endless forms, how about those forms, emotional endurance, and hopefully that touch of grace that we get sometimes or that we can offer to someone else. As a caregiver, it was in that role that I really, really began to understand the meaning of a different kind of service, one where I didn't have to wear a uniform. It was a different kind of service, a different kind of sacrifice, and for most of what I learned, it was a different kind of loving. It was not the loving I expected to give. It called more out of me in the way of loving as a caregiver. To my dear friend Elizabeth Dole, thank you for your inspiring leadership, and also you never waver. You never waver. You're steadfast, and your advocacy is so effective. Thank you. To Steve and the EDF team, and thank you, Wayne, for being here and representing the board, and the EDF team, the commitment that you have to your mission is so evident here today. It's in every program, every partnership, and every life that gets touched by what you do. To my the Dole Fellows, wow. Just another year of more incredible stories, heartbreaking, but a strength that we all need to see. Thank you for being here. You are the living embodiment of selfless service, of integrity, and the courage that the Dole Foundation thrives on. And to every military and veteran caregiver in this room today, and every advocate supporter, thank you. None of us do this alone. You make the invisible visible. You make the silent heard. You're essential in your partnership with us, and thank you very much. We're gathered today not to reflect, however, on the years past, but to build for the decades to come, to look ahead. And we're boldly today examining where we must go. That's part of the strategic plan. Where we must go in the near term to implement things like the Dole Act, which I heard a lot of great suggestions on, and how we must make sure that our children who are caregivers grow up with the kind of support that they need. Through powerful, thoughtful, deep dive conversations that brought insights and several tears. I mean, just being out there and being able to hug and listen to one another is a renewing spirit. If I ever wonder, that I don't want to get out of bed at 5 in the morning and drive to the VA, I drive there because of you all. Excuse me. So what did we learn today? First, we discussed strengthening emotional and mental well-being because the health of the caregiver is directly linked to the health of the veteran. And healing must be mutual. We've learned that resilience is not a trait, it's a practice. It's one best sustained through connection and community. That's why we're here together. Secondly, we explored growing and sustaining economic mobility, because while caregiving is priceless, it should not make anyone pay the price of financial insecurity. We must continue to advocate for policies and partnerships that recognize the economic impact of caregiving and ensure that no caregiver has to choose between providing care and making a living. Third, we looked at improving support and outcomes for caregiving youth and families because, as I mentioned, our children and young caregivers carry the burdens they never asked for. We must see them, we must hear them, we must support them. Their futures matter just as much and sometimes more than those they care for. It should not be a choice. Fourth and lastly, we focused on fostering supportive economic systems for caregivers and for their veterans also, because no one thrives in isolation. We all know that. We must build networks, continue to build partnerships across sectors, across communities, and that make support accessible, coordinated, and continuous. What a touching and valuable day this has been. Ideas are not just shared. I felt they were activated today, and I can't wait to read every single recommendation and suggestion and comment that came out of the different breakout groups. Partnerships were not just reinforced, they were expanded and new ones were formed. I know I certainly got a lot of new cards out there in the lobby today. The spirit of collaboration and of urgency and the possibility of what could be is really alive in this room. And I thank you all for making that real. So where do we go from here? We take what we've built and what exists, and we scale it. We take what we've learned, and we share it. We take the truth that we continue to accumulate together, that caregivers are essential, and we make it undeniable in all of our policies, our programs, our systems, and across the culture. You all are doing that, and thank you to the leadership of the Dole Foundation. For many of us in this room, this work didn't start yesterday. We've spent years, decades fighting to build a network of partnerships that recognize the true and changing needs of our service members, veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. But while we celebrate the progress, we must remain clear-eyed about the work ahead, because real progress isn't measured in the headlines or the handshakes or a strategic plan, but in the moments that matter most between us. In the moment when a caregiver finds out, where can I turn to and who can I turn to, and find someone else there. In the moment a child caring for a warrior, a wounded parent realizes that they're not alone, that they have another peer that's going through the same thing. In a moment when a veteran reaches out in crisis and finds not a wall, but a lifeline. Our mission is to make these moments possible, always. Because when people know they're not alone, hope is renewed and life can go on. And hope, my friends, is essential. It fuels perseverance, it invites healing, and it makes thriving not just a dream, but a reality. So let's leave this convening together, not just inspired, but resolved. Resolved each in our own way, with our own talents, our own knowledge, our own skills, our own abilities, to be somebody else's hope. Let's be that legacy that we carry forward. Let that be what we build together. Thank you, and God bless you.
Let's hear it again for Linda. She is such a good friend. So, thank you all for rolling up your sleeves today and taking such an active part in what we set out to accomplish. We got a lot done, and we're going to change our plans a little bit because our good friend, Congresswoman Brownley, well, we ran a little over. It's actually our fault, not her fault. She's about to arrive, so we're going to present her award right here in just a minute on the stage for all the incredible work that she's done being a caregiver, a great caregiver champion for us. But I want to thank everybody in this room today for the work that you did and rolling up your sleeves and being part of the solution. I want to tell you a little bit about what's going to come next. So you saw a whole bunch of folks who were taking considerable amounts of notes during your sessions. So those notes are being compiled by our friends at Guidehouse, and we're going to take those and work with our friends at KPMG across a series of working groups. We've got leaders like Dave and others across the board. You met many of them today. Kim, who's here, and others on each of our pillars. Maximus, our friends at Maximus and Leidos, and our partners like PVA and DAV and Wounded Warrior Project. And we're going to be building our architecture around that blueprint. And then we're going to come back to you all, those of you that have joined us today. We're going to continue this conversation. We're going to seek your feedback on the items that make it to the top of the list, and maybe some of those items will get bounced down to the bottom, right, Dave? And all the while, the leaders who've come together to help us prioritize the groups and organizations that we work with, like Kara at OMK and Tina at Psych Armor, Patty, who was with DOD and the Pentagon, are going to help us go through all of those determinations and then make our recommendations. So your engagement doesn't stop today, it's just started. And then when we publish this blueprint, we're going to depend on all of you to help us disseminate it. But it's going to be a way to hold public servants, public leaders like Senator Gallego, who I talked to backstage, and he said, when you're ready to put that blueprint out, I want to be briefed. Senator McCormick and Dina McCormick said the same thing in their amazing conversation this morning. He said he's hungry to meet with his caregivers in Pennsylvania and learn more about what they can do. So we've whetted people's appetite. And so I'm very excited to take the next step. And I'm really excited to give this award to Julia Brownley. She's here, but the light is not flashing yet. She's not. And I wish I had a comedy act she's here. Wow, amazing. All right, so now I'm going to sequence over to give an award to a really great friend of ours. I'm going to ask Wayne Peacock to come out and join me on the stage, our vice chair. Where's Wayne? Wayne is about to come out as soon as Julia Brownley gets here. But let me tell you about Julia Brownley. So we wouldn't be here today celebrating the passage of the Elizabeth Dole Act and talking with Linda and the secretary about its implementation if it were not for trailblazer like Representative Julia Brownley. Julia Brownley took a big risk in introducing a bill that we went to her and asked her to take a risk on at a time when a lot of folks really didn't want to put their political capital out and help us gain some steam around some legislative priorities that we had. And that bill turned into a mammoth omnibus bill that eventually became law. Representative Brownley has been one of our fiercest advocates on the Hill for veterans and military families since 2012 when she was elected. And over her time in Congress, she's worked with the VSO community to pass all kinds of critical legislation, including the Female Veteran Suicide Act in 2016, the Deborah Sampson Act in 2020, and of course, I'm a little biased, but I think the most important act among them all, the Elizabeth Dole Act that just became law this past year. This legislation is literally saving lives, and it's going to improve the lives of our caregivers by ensuring that they have options for mental health, for assisted living through a pilot, through increasing the percentage of reimbursement for families like Laura's who are taking care of people at home and not being fairly reimbursed the cost of that care. So I am so proud to thank Representative Brownley for being a true advocate, and I want everybody in this room to raucously join me in celebrating Representative Brownley and asking Congresswoman Brownley and Wayne to come out to the stage so that we can give our Caregiver Champion Award to Representative Brownley. Where is Anthony? Okay, up in the back there. Up there's our photographer, up in the back, right there. Thank you. You go ahead and make your remarks. We'll stand right here.
Well, thank you very, very much for greeting me here, and it's been a great privilege of my time in Congress to be part of this effort and working with the senator and the foundation, all of you who do so much work for our veterans and their families across the country. I know that there are so many veterans who would not have the quality of life that they have earned and deserved without your help and support. So thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And certainly I can say that this bill probably would not have gone
through the House of Representatives to the Senate to the President's desk without thank you. It's been just a wonderful experience and something that I will remember for a long, long time of our efforts, collectively, our efforts to make sure that this bill became law. So thank you for that. And I will say, I don't want to damper anything, but I will say that we have a little bit more work to do. And I understand that the secretary was here this morning, so I'm sure there was a little nudging him in the right direction. But he came to a committee hearing last week and said he was going to, look into this to see if we can get this ball rolling now.
That's right.
And moving forward. So I am taking him at his word, but we all need to make sure that this bill, it's the law, that it gets implemented so it reaches more and more families across the country. And I know there's so many veterans out there just waiting to be able to be taken care of at their home, to lift that 65% cap, and so that there are enough resources to make sure that veterans can be cared in their home, where they want to be, and caregivers will be paid, but most importantly, caregivers being taken care of as well. So I told the secretary at the hearing, he's looking for ways to cut any waste that might be out there, to have the organization run more efficiently. And I said, well, there is one area you can really look for waste, and that's for any veteran who is in institutionalized care who doesn't want to be there, is exactly where the waste is. That this bill, and I've said from the very, very beginning, it is a win-win bill, because at the end of the day, it's a little less than institutionalized care. It's where veterans want to receive their care, and we know that the health outcomes of those veterans who are receiving their care at home is much better at home than it is in institutionalized care. So, as I said, it's a win. I think I'm counting on the secretary to move this important bill forward. And again, just thank you all from the bottom of my heart for everything that you do for veterans and their families across our country. Thank you very much.
Let's put her in the middle. We can have her. Congresswoman, could we come over, bring you down here to get a picture with Senator with the chair? Okay, great. You want to go over with Senator and get a picture there? Can you bring up the house? Well, thank you all for your patience to recognize our incredible partner, Congresswoman Brownley. We're now going to head to the reception. Folks, and we're asking you if you could just file out towards the atrium where the expo was, and the ballroom is right there for the reception. We have another award to give. We have amazing food and drink, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for the time that you spent with us today. You're going to receive a survey following the convening. Let us know what you thought, and stay in close touch with us as we build this blueprint together and make sure that America takes care of its caregivers. Thank you for being here today. Come on to the reception.